2 days in here in St Gallen. It was a huge day yesterday because it was Swiss National Day, 1st of August. We saw plenty of big hitting. That has been the trend. Maximos galore the first time we've been here since 2020. A lot's changed since then, and I think the table will continue to change today as we head towards finals day in just over a week's time. I'm Mr Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Switzerland, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, good morning, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 3 here in Switzerland. We are at the Gründermus Stadium here in St Gallen, and I'm telling you what, it is a beautiful facility. We have the football stadium across the road. We've got lots of sports kind of sharing this space, and it's great that cricket gets to come here, and we're so thrilled to be back for the European Cricket Series. So we have 5 big matches today in the ECS Switzerland. I'm going to start things off with match 11. This will see the Zurich Lions taking on Power Cricket Club. Let's see what happens at the toss. Rob Kemming has the 2 captains.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. We're going to bat first.
So the toss has been won by Power CC, and they've elected to bat. Look, I don't think it really matters who bats first here. The conditions won't change too much, but we'll get to the conditions in a moment. Let's talk about Power CC, though. They had a pretty good first day. They ended up going 2-1. They lost a thriller to Alton the last time we saw them in match 5 on Monday night, but still, I think that they are powering on. I think they're a big chance to make the 5. I've got to say that. Watch out for the Mahmood brothers. They're both national players. Osama Mahmood in there, as well as Asad Mahmood. Maybe a couple of new faces in there. I know that they may have a few availability issues today, and that might just open the door for a Zurich Lions side that actually looked very, very good, but didn't really get the results going their way. Still, I think watch out for Ankush Lal. I think the Lions, they're ready to roar, and they would love to pick up some points early here on day 3. Let's talk about the conditions today, and yesterday we had a few issues. Unfortunately, match 10 was abandoned. The teams had to split the points because the rain did set in. It's going to be persistent, I think, at least throughout the morning. Right now, I've got a few drops on me, but I don't think it's anything that will slow play down at the moment. We'll keep an eye on it. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 25, so actually should warm up a little bit. But right now, it is a bit drizzly. It is 16, but fingers crossed we're going to get going on time. Well, we'll let you know what's going on with the weather very shortly, as well as this guy. He joined me yesterday. He was wonderful to work with in the commentary box. Andrew Leonard is standing by. Time for the first ball. Lenny, news from the toss here in match 11. Power. They want to bring the power. They're batting first after winning the toss. Over to you. Let's get ready for a great day 3.
Well, thank you very much for that very kind intro. The one, the only. Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu roughing it out there, giving me an extra couple of minutes in the bed this morning, and as you can see, he was spot on the money with his weather forecast too. It's a grand soft morning is the way we describe this in Ireland. Certainly a little bit damp, but the good news is this is only forecast for this morning, and I suspect it's nowhere near as much rain as we got yesterday. Some effort from the ground staff too. They've been out since the early hours, making things look very pretty indeed, as we'll run through the matches from yesterday. Match number 6 through 10, 5 games as always, although the last one got washed out. Vetigan versus Zurich Lions. What an introduction this was for me to the European Cricket League. It was a barnstormer. Nearly 320 runs scored and just 7 runs the difference. Ankush Lal's innings, 75 off 30, came up just short. Good 50s for Selvam and Akhtar. Then it was on to match 7. The Pakhtun Zalmi, they came in to this European Cricket Series, Switzerland for the first time. What an impact, what an introduction they had to the competition. They chased this down really with some comfort. Abdullah Hamdard was the standout with 62 off 24. But someone on the top right of your screen, Arif Sangar, gave us just a sign of things to come. He was really the star of the day for me. Good bowling too from Nicholas Salonen, I thought, throughout the morning. Zurich Cricket CC then took their bow, and Vetigan, I'll be honest, in this rain-shortened game, were very, very comfortable victors. Again, it was Mohammad Akhtar who was the star of the show. He is, in fact, the leading run scorer thus far in the European Cricket Series. Switzerland also really like the leg breaks of Khalid Niazi, but Zurich Cricket CCs were roundly outplayed, beaten in just 17 balls in the chase. And then we moved on to match 9. This was the one that hit the headlines yesterday. Arif Sangar, 85 not out off 26, including a Maximo to win it over the grandstand, not onto the roof. You're hearing me correctly, over the roof. We reckon it was about a 105 metre hit. Again, Niazi was in the wickets, but the Crickets just couldn't find any joy whatsoever to leave them without a win so far. It was all set for a grand finish then, wasn't it, for match number 10. And that is when the rain intervened, and sadly that one, despite us getting off to a pretty thrilling start with Vetigan showing again their power, Mohammad Akhtar in the runs once more, 34 off 16. Very different kind of cricketer to Arif Sangar. Ironically, he was cleaned up by him, one of the leading run scorers of the tournament, bowled by the other, and I think they're two of the players to watch throughout. There were the 5 matches yesterday, and that gets us to the standings. Remember, we've got 55 games between these 11 sides. They'll play 10 games each to make up the final standings, with the key numbers being 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. You get into the top 5, you're into the playoffs, with a big bonus for winning this league stage, because you'll advance directly to the grand final. And Vetigan, with that net run rate, staying unbeaten, certainly in good shape, although there's 3 unbeaten sides because of that washout: Alton, Vetigan and the Pakhtun Zalmi. So we're all set for game day number 3 here at the ECS Switzerland. Let's take a look at the fantasy dashboard. Who are you going to pick today? Well, the Mahmood brothers for Power CC, they were sensational on the first morning. And for the Lions, there's only really one man. It's Ankush Lal, 75 off 30. He looked in a different league. Will he get those fearsome, intense eyes out again today, as we are probably only a couple of minutes away from the start? The Lions, they're going to need to turn it around. Remember, the top 5, they're the key numbers. 11 teams battling out for 5 places. Also good to see debuts today for players like Mushwani, Kanakula, Kumar, and also Shanawaz Mohammed coming in for Power CC. Might see him with the ball later on. But you're very welcome along to today's coverage. We're in beautiful St. Gallen, and it hasn't quite shown us yet just how beautiful it can be, because we've had 2 very mixed weather days thus far. I think it was a bit better for the opening day of the tournament, but after Swiss National Day yesterday, we had a much busier walk across from the hotel, coming over the overpasses next to that beautiful stadium you can see in your top left. That's an 18,000 seater that hosts all of the St. Gallen Football Club top division action. We're nearly all set for the start. Our umpires are getting ready to go. And here we go. Out they come. You'll see them just appearing into the bottom left of your screen. Now a handshake too, as it is certainly going to be all set for play, despite what I would describe as a very moderate amount of drizzle just coming down. I think both these sides desperate to get out there. And a little round of applause too, a ripple of applause, as we're set for game day number 3. Remember, we've got plenty of action. 11 game days in total in the group stages, 5 games a day. It's 10 over cricket at its very best here in the European Cricket Series. My first introduction to it. Great to be with you, and a warm welcome along to today's coverage. Do drop us a message in the chat. if you are watching on, and tell us where you're watching from. We're always fascinated to hear where you're enjoying the action from. We're all set, and a very good morning. People already jumping in. Good morning, Rob Thompson. Good morning to Sardar G. And very good morning. Coffees all round apparently in the chat this morning. We've got a preview of today's game up on the website. Get involved in that over on ecn.cricket. And here come the two teams. Zurich Lions are going to be in the field with the Paris EC maybe arguably the favourites after their performances on the opening day. And it's a warm welcome along. And namaste to more than a few as well who are joining us in the chat from all over the world. Very, very good morning. We're set for game day number 3. We saw some quite ludicrous action at points yesterday. Runs aplenty. Pitch in the same place as yesterday. That was able to stay in place overnight. Our thanks to the team here at the St. Gallen FC Reserve Stadium. And also our thanks to everyone involved as part of the European Cricket Network team getting things going. Also seeing a few of the football players just coming in. Might be St. Gallen FC Academy kids. They had the day off yesterday. All the football pitches behind us. There's probably about a dozen in total. As we are seeing a little bit heavier rain than we might like. I'm sure we'll get underway. Let's take a look as to who's going to do what. We're going to see Kanak Shah to open the bowling. At the non-strikers end for the Paris CC, we've got Abdullah Rana, and Osama Mahmood will take strike. The left-hander just marking out his guard with the chalk. Might need to get a little bit of an indent into that artificial wicket as well, because a bit like yesterday, I'm not sure I can take the blame 2 days in a row. I took the blame day 1 for bringing the weather across with me from Ireland. Headline on the national news website last night back in Ireland, I check every evening: the wettest July on record in my little island. I don't spend much time there anymore, but I think everyone back in Ireland tearing their hair out because of what has been a very wet summer. And then down south of here, we've had record temperatures. Funny climates these days. 45 degrees in Greece. And wildfires. We hope everyone stays safe down here. Game day 3. We're all set for action. It's going to be the Zurich Lions with the ball in hand. The Paris EC, they won the toss. Decided to bat. All set for play. Let's go. We start with a very pleasing classical stroke that Osama Mahmood could take out of the coaching manual. The non-striker, Abdullah Rana. He says no run immediately. He's happy just to watch 1 or 2 on from the non-strikers end. Remember, if you're just joining us for the first time, it is 10 over cricket. 3 overs of power play always. Going to be the first runs, helped away into the leg side. We'll start today with a 4. Probably just slightly the wrong angle. Maybe not the best length too from the Lions captain, Kanak Shah, who drags it short. We haven't seen fine leg in place very often throughout the matches I've seen so far. Interesting, the differing fielding approaches and fielding positions that you get on show here in what is really cricket's fastest format. Just 10 overs, 60 balls each. Quite simple. If you've never watched the game before, you're tuning in curious as to how it works. It's very simple. Both sides get 60 balls. The most any one bowler can bowl is 12 balls, and each of those 60 balls is divided into 10 6 delivery slots. They're called overs. So we've got 10 overs each. This is pumped down the ground, and just half a stop from the bowler does enough. So that there is a dot ball, no runs added to the total. We've seen 4 from the 3 bowled so far, and the graphics will keep you up to date. One more thing, one innovation I love, the first time I've actually seen this live with my own eyes in person, is this innings timer. So 40 minutes you have to bowl your first 9 of the 10 overs. Otherwise you get into trouble, and that's the off stump kissed. Maybe a little bit casual from Osama Mahmood, a swing across the line. No real celebrations from Kanak Shah. Might just have caught his left hand in the follow through, and we've got the first wicket of the day. The off stump is clipped. Maybe just a little off cutter, was it? No full seam up delivery, even came in a little bit. And no big celebrations. Osama Mahmood, none too pleased. He's been castled. He's gone for just 4. The score, 4 for 1. Always love that. That's a throwback to my club cricket days as far as Virk comes to the crease. The batter that goes off Well, he passes his bat over. Nothing wrong with sharing a bat. Can't all be Steve Smith or Marnus Labuschagne with their 16, 18, 20 travelling bats. Don't know how Cricket Australia can afford the excess baggage that I'm sure those two players in particular bring. A great little viral video, you might have seen it, with Steve Smith being able to guess which bat he was holding blindfold. I think to describe him as a cricket badger, of which I'm part of the same club, would be an understatement. Love it. Have to love the game. I used to love smelling a cricket bat when I was younger. Usually got one about every 3 years if I twisted my parents' arm hard enough. Something special about a new bat. Back then you'd have to knock them in and rub linseed oil into them, get the sandpaper out. Nothing quite like a bit of back care. And then those winter months when you knew you weren't going to hit a ball for a while, taking extra special care. I never quite went as far. Maybe I did. I know some batters used to sleep with their bats. Curl into them, give them some love. There's a little cutter. That one definitely slower through the air from Kanik Shah. He's just checked down. Very cautious start to the morning. Almost the direct opposite of yesterday's welcome. Dan Weston, the ECN founder, texted me very kindly last night asking me how I got on for my first day. I said, well, it was hard to sum up, but it was a baptism of fire. Welcomed in great style as this one's cut away. The outfield, you can see, maybe not going to be overly quick as we get to the end of the first over with the score just cruising along. And a very cautious start indeed. Let's have a look at the bat v ball wall. These are the expected scores for the morning. Well, Power CC, remember, winning the toss, batting first. We suspect around 10 and over is likely, even though their average runs for is a bit higher than that. Zurich Lions do have a good bowling lineup, and we do think that the Power CC sides are favourites. But, as always, anything can happen in all cricket matches, but particularly here in 10 over cricket at the European Cricket Series. We're back in Switzerland after a gap of 3 years, and after just a little break this morning, we saw him looking resplendent in his green, which I think he's worn specially for me. I'm delighted after this ball to wish a very good morning to the main man himself. And this one thuds into the back pad. Gonna miss leg stump, probably just going down. Senthil Lakshmanan getting one to shape in. A very good morning to Mr. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo.
Good morning, Lenny. Great job so far. Yeah, another kind of drizzly morning, actually. But, yeah, like you said, at least you're not an island where you showed me that it is the wettest July on record that you're on track for. Yeah, good morning to all the viewers as well, whether you're watching on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent, as well as all of our viewers watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and very special warm welcome to those of you watching on Swiss Sport TV. Now, look, we've got an issue here, and looks like maybe that looks like a dislocated shoulder. Hopefully it isn't, or maybe just a strain. But yeah, looked pretty innocuous, didn't it? But we'll wait and see. But the way he's looking, looks like he will have to come off the field. And well, while that happens, maybe we'll just take this opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box wherever you're watching from. And just a reminder also that you can drop us a message in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Andrew Leonard with me. And Lenny, I know that you got a lot of well wishes on your first day.
Well,
my question is, were you ready to hit the hay at the end of the day or what?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I have done a lot of ODI cricket where I do every ball.
Sure.
Sometimes even by myself in the initial days of the ICC pathway events. Now, that's 100 overs.
That's true.
It's the same, but it's so different.
Yeah.
It's so different. I think it's the intensity, I don't know, the emotions, the finish.
Relentless.
So I won't lie, I haven't told you this yet.
Okay, go on.
I got back home to the hotel last night and I literally fell asleep. I didn't intend to fall asleep.
Yeah.
And then I woke up and I kind of got back to the laptop and did a little bit more and then finally fell asleep.
Just a little power nap. I know the feeling. Yeah, well, that's the thing. We actually had a few questions, I think it was last week, about how do you think you'd go, like, for example, doing a whole day of first class or test cricket.
Yep.
How do you think maybe some of the test commentators would go doing this? The average from when I asked around some of our ECN commentators was they would last maybe to halfway through the second day. So I certainly hope that you last longer than halfway through the second day. Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Let's see can I get through it.
Isn't it great
through
to have
day
Lenny
one?
here? Hey, you're right about the green jacket.
Hey, you're out-dressing me.
Couldn't wear it yesterday because it was Swiss National Day. I'll tell you another reason I'm wearing it after this ball. I reckon the pace-offs worked so far. Lack of pace seemed to do my mood. when he swung around a ball that hit his off stump. The other reason is that St Gallen, the hosts, they will be in the competition for the first time today. So it'll be an opportunity to see them. And
did they play in green?
Yeah, and you actually see them sometimes in the preview video. In the preview video.
Yeah, beautifully shot.
Showing around St Gallen. So assuming they're wearing something similar to when we saw them in 2020. And I do believe that they are the official colours of St Gallen as well, which is the area where we're playing from.
Well, looking forward to seeing that on Sunday as the FC make their debut. That rain definitely getting heavier. Have you heard that expression before that I used this morning? A grand, soft day.
I've only heard the expression when it rains, it pours. But anyway, here's Joshy.
Right around that guide wide line there, you can see, but
it's kind of perfectly pitched in a way if this has just crept in. You can see the white tram line. Yeah. Normally, the ball has to be entirely inside that, which I feel it wasn't. But them's the breaks. Joshy took a good catch when he came in as a subfielder yesterday.
This goes into the sky. Could be a catching opportunity. Mid-off runs around and holds on. What a start for the Lions.
Really
I
good
think
start.
it's Osama Mushwani who's taken the catch. Made it look very easy. And in these conditions, we saw some excellent catches and some drops in the rain yesterday. Not easy. Power CC have lost too early.
Yeah, Mushwani's come into the side for the first time today and finds himself in the action. Again, just a lack of pace. Intended to go leg side. Just does not time it at all. More or less a leading edge. Up it goes. You can see Mushwani was very careful there. It's not easy conditions. He wanted to get the hands in the right position. Not let it slip out. He got it exactly right. 6 for 2, but no real cause for concern for me just yet. The reason is this guy, Asad Mahmood, the captain coming into the crease. He's the perfect man for a rescue job.
Yeah, here comes the skipper. You can see the umpires. I have to say, I feel for them. I think the wide brim hat is the key. Our square leg umpire there. Maybe we need to get him the big wide brim hat.
Yeah.
Our standing umpire knows, doesn't he? He knows that we could have had some rain, and that wide brim is keeping him in one piece. Okay, here we go. 2 wickets in the first 10 balls. We're a tenth of the way through the innings already. Time flies. As this one's left alone. Not a shot or a decision from a batter that you see too often in any short form, particularly 10-over cricket. Power rattled early despite winning the toss and choosing to bat first.
Yeah, that's true. Burns the ball just to feel a bit more comfortable here, Asad Mahmood, but he can certainly make up for it. Players' feedback on this pitch is that once it gets a little bit wet, the ball just slides on. Even slower balls, they don't really dig in. It just kind of comes in, and it's very easy to hit through the line of the ball. So if anything, it quickens up the pitch a little bit. Joshy, 1-1 off just 4 balls.
Yeah, that's clever bowling. That's definitely inside the guideline. Big smile too. Not given as a wide, and that is going to get us to the end of the second over.
What a great start for Power. Not for Power, but for the Zurich Lions. And that over was super tight, wasn't it? Yeah, looking at the table, as you mentioned in the intro, 3 sides that have played are undefeated. Fettigan and Zalmi splitting the points last night. And I know you're fascinated by the timer as well. It starts at 40 minutes, and you have to bowl 9 overs in that time. It's adjusted. What I like about the timer, it's adjusted along the way, so you can trust the timer.
There's one other thing I didn't tell you from my evening last night, Vinny, and this one's a bit personal.
Okay, I'm ready.
But I think we can share. It's a real community here, isn't it? Okay.
Of course.
So one thing you might not know, you might have actually seen when we came up to the commentary camera there, but we're commentated in essence with headsets,
sure,
which also then have each other's voices kind of very nicely dialed in, so you can hear richly what I'm saying.
And can turn you down if you annoy me, those kinds of things.
Correct, but there's also a little bit of soundproofing as Prakash is going to come into the attack with his little off breaks.
Sure.
So you can't really hear things outside of that. You can hear the pitch and you can hear your co-commentator. I was trying to fall asleep last night. All I could hear in my ears was your voice. You're almost,
that is concerning,
almost like a lullaby video. It was repeating over and over, but there were good thoughts, and I fell asleep very quickly.
Okay, I'm glad I put you to sleep. Here's the next ball. Now, it's funny you say that because Rico is the commentator I commentate with the most, and actually Rico will be here for week 2, so we'll see Rico here in Switzerland. Rico's doing the T20 IWs in Romania this weekend, but I've got to say I've had a similar experience. It's been no ball, impossible for the keeper to stop, but luckily the third man has a handy habit of cutting those off. Yeah, so Rico will often pop into my head with some bales, which is his trademark.
I'm not the only one. You're telling me I'm not the only one, Vinny. Okay, that's all right.
I do get around.
This one sliced away over the offside. Going to be a boundary and boundary 4. It's not Stockholm syndrome I'm experiencing yet then.
Not yet, but I tell you what, if you want Stockholm, it's on the calendar. I was there last month. It was very nice. Yeah, but no, it's a pleasure to have you here. It's certainly, it's a very different gig, this gig, and I've enjoyed it. It's my 3rd year doing it full time.
There you are, just getting an update as well on Senthil Lakshmanan, and you were spot on the money. Sadly, we think that might have been an injury, dislocated shoulder that he's suffered, and right now, as you may see on a wide shot, we'll bring you in a moment, they're fielding with 10, and that's gone all the way. The first Maximo of the day. Please call that one in, Vin.
Maximo off and racing. And like I said, not too worried about the 2 early wickets, only because of how strong this power CC middle order is. And you're going to have to get through these 2 because they can turn around the narrative very, very quickly.
And that means that with Lakshmanan off, there are only 10 fielders. So rather than having what would traditionally be a 5-4 field or a 4-5 field, depending upon how many fielders you got on the off for the leg.
Yeah.
We've got a new one, Vinny. It's a 4-4.
4-4. I tell you what, you see everything in the European Cricket Series, and one of the reasons is, ECN, over 1,000 matches a year, well over now. This has cracked a point. I'm going to tell you about the game called one of the favourite games we had. It was a golden ball. And it's a game we call the Magnificent 7 because it was a 7-man fielding team that defended, I think it was 8 in the last 2 overs, forced a golden ball and won it. And that was Mudder Day in Malta. As we get to the end of the power play here, 17 for 2 after 3. Certainly the Lions on top here and on day 3 so far.
Right on cue, Vinny. Both of those balls went to fielders.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been picked out any better. So you'll see here, 4 fielders on the offside and 4 on the leg. The reason for that, there's just 10 in the outfield. You have to have the bowler and the wicketkeeper as well. So that makes 4 + 4 + 1 + 1. That gives you the 10 fielders that are out there right now. The Zurich Lions without a 12th man. And they are going to have to fight extra hard. Maybe not a magnificent 7, but can it be a terrific 10 that will take a win? It would be an upset win as well over the Power CC.
Yeah, hopefully they can get back to full complement sooner rather than later. This looks like Osama Mushwani, who's already taken a catch this morning. He's going to bowl over number 4, so end of the power play. You can have up to 5 outfielders now. Yeah, Magnificent 7, what a game that was. And that was golden ball 40 back on the 17th of February in Malta. And that Maltese series had 5 golden balls. It's a record.
Wow.
It was a 4-week series, to be fair, but it's still a lot. Anyway, he's Mushwani for the first time, and he misses the pitch, which isn't a great start, and he misses the keeper.
So
that's going to be frustrating when you're the batter that you have to watch the free hit from the other end. He'll feel like he earned it, though he didn't really have to do much except watch it. But you can understand the bowler having a bit of a loosener there.
Tell you what, they were pretty consistent bounce off the grass turf. It shows how well that St. Gallen FC keep their football pitches.
They've mowed it again this morning. They mowed it 2 days ago. It's already grown because of the wet. But there still is some of that loose grass around, I've noticed.
So no ball given, and you see the free hit now signalled. That means that Veer cannot be out from this delivery. He can target anywhere he wants. 2 men in the deep, long on, deep mid-wicket. And he goes down towards long on and just over his head. Parried really over the bar by Kanik Shah, the captain. He might have been able to stop the 6. It couldn't have been out, remember. But instead it burst through his hands and runs away for a Maximo.
Good effort. I think maybe just misjudged at the end because he certainly got there. It wasn't fingertips. It was more kind of off the next to the palm bit of your hand, has burst through. So they cash in the free hit, and Mushwani's first ball goes for 7.
We talked about all the unique things that we see here in the European Cricket League. Good movement, it's a beauty. If first slip was in place, that would have been...
I was expecting that. There's so much loose grass from the ground getting mowed. You can kind of still see it around, so I knew that was never going to go for 4. I also knew it was going to be pretty hard if you're running flat stick to chase, but anyways, all right, nice soft landing here.
Keeps it to 1. But you're talking about unique things you see. What about this? Osama Mushwani, he's not number 10 because he's turned that 10 into a 101 with how's he done it, Vin?
Yeah, with tape. And this one, we might need the tape measure because that's going all the way. Maximo! We've seen some biggies so far here in Switzerland.
I love the variety of sixes. This time, a punch of the air in delight too from Mushwani. He's pumped up.
Well, much like a darts player inching in at the double 20, he started off the pitch and worked his way in. And, yeah, he's found the target. And that was a dangerous partnership developing. Now, Vurk's going to have to walk back for 19. Great bowling by Osama Mushwani. His first wicket in this series. It's 33 for 3.
Look at the explosion off the stumps too, Vinny. Great shot on the reverse angle. And just saw it on that last replay. The keeper, he's caught one of the bails. Decent skills there too.
Nice
From Safraz Ahmed, the keeper. But yeah, the late great Shane Keith Warren is someone who myself bowled leg spin. I played with him for 2 years at Hampshire.
Is that right?
Yeah, for his first 2 years at the club. I was very much in the academy and the second 11. But I think just anyone who had any interactions or time with him at any point, we lost maybe our greatest name.
Larger than life character. Larger than life. You know, I think that's the thing. Really enjoyed reading his book. It was called No Spin, which was a fantastic insight as well. And he was the player that got me really excited to turn on the TV through when I started following cricket. And I started following cricket in kind of 1989 or so. He made his debut soon after. And I think even at the time as a young person, I realised that there was something very, very special about his talent. And then the whole thing about his personality and all those other things that made him such a character, that's another part of the Shane Ward story. But yeah, you're right. But it happened in Group D during the ECL last year. You know, and so, you know, I found out through the chat. Keanu told me. You know, like once it was confirmed.
And you must have had to do a double take. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was almost...
Yeah, I know.
Almost fake news or something. Here comes Subramani with his little sort of gentle leg breaks. That's going to land a long way off the pitch. Difficult for anyone imparting any kind of wrist spin. Immediately you can see he's wiping his hands off the ball. Yeah. There is steady drizzle coming down.
Well, Mushwani ended up getting a wicket and he started like that, so maybe people are doing it for luck now. But,
well,
anyway,
it's going to be a no ball though, Vinny, and another free hit incoming.
3 balls later, look how Mushwani had turned things around. Having said that, he's over to go for 15. Anyway, Subramani, what does he do on a free hit? I wonder if he tries to jam it in a little bit quicker into the block. That's probably what I'd be trying to do.
She goes a bit slower and it proves difficult to get away.
Yeah.
Dot ball.
Not a bad option. So Subramani, it's his lack of pace. He's trying to do you in the flight, essentially. Won't turn the ball a whole lot, but yeah, he's an interesting bowler to watch. I've enjoyed getting to know him a little bit. Hello to Vaishak. He thinks Abdul Rana is probably the second best power batter after Asad Mahmood. Only hasn't had too much luck so far. Well, you never know. Did go for a second ball duck in this one. It's the name of the game, really. You're going to take risks early. Some matches will work out, some it won't. I mean, I still find it hard to believe that these batters, they get 3 chances in a day sometimes to bat.
Which
and
is
when I
great.
used to play, you might get one every 2 weeks if you're lucky. Get a little nick or get a bad decision. Come back next month and try again. And train about 20 times in the meantime.
I always found that tough in grade cricket. I had a couple of years down with the Camberwell Magpies in Melbourne.
Right.
In Victorian grade cricket. And it was something I couldn't quite get my head around because in Ireland we were used to playing definitely every weekend, but very often 2 games a weekend, particularly if you were up and down the teams, if you were in the first and the seconds. So you'd always have, you know, a couple of chances and you'd be able to forget about the bad day you had quite quickly. But in grade cricket, it's a 2-day game played across 2 Saturdays. So if you ended up, let's say, batting the first weekend, getting a low score, fielding the next week, then you lost the toss the week after, you could literally bat once in 4 weeks.
I'm aware, and especially I wasn't really a recognised batter. I would bat in the lower order. So there'd be some games you wouldn't need to bat at all. Sometimes I had one very strong season. I think I might have batted 3 times. It can happen.
This has gone a long way into the air and a long way over the rope too. Nicely judged. It plugs right on the green. 6 more.
Yeah, another one of your 9 irons. Certainly is a nice soft landing for the ball. Goes and fetches this one from outside the off stump and sends it high. and long over mid-wicket. Maximo 6 runs. Mahmood in the mood. He is up to 14 now into double figures. They're just trying to dry that ball off as we get ready for the last ball.
Yeah, really not easy for any wrist spinner. Off spinners and finger spinners, a bit easier. That one, well, it's come up the side of the pitch.
Yeah.
It's not the deucer, it's not the googly. And will be given as a no ball. He's actually done well to sort of jam this out off the gloves.
I mean, I know it's a no ball and all, but I'd like to see if it wasn't. Because you take a bit of a gamble there. It might bounce one way, it's going to be a huge wide. Or, you know, let's give something back to the bowlers. You know, they do angles of swing and movement and seam these days.
45.
Get the protractor on that one.
45, I'm going there.
Let's break some records here.
Subramani's finding it very difficult. The rain, it's not really heavy, it's just constant. It continues to drizzle down here.
Free hit.
Good strike. Not quite all the way for 6, but one bounce forward to close out the 5th over. 47 for 3. The Lions definitely feeling the force of the power as we welcome you up here to commentary cam. Andrew Leonard here alongside the main man, Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, day 3, what do you expect?
Yeah, well, I think we'll expect more of the same. We've got guys here, they do play a lot of the format, a lot of 10-over cricket here in Switzerland. If not, they're playing 20-over cricket. I've been impressed with the depth of the batting lineup, so I think they know early wickets, don't panic, just keep swinging, keep backing yourself. That's what we're seeing here from the power, and I think that's what we'll see pretty much from all the teams. I'm just going to say to all the people in the chat, let's talk about, because Lenny's here, and he probably hasn't caught a lot of ECN full games. Tell us some of your favourite matches that you've watched, okay? And they've got names. With Magnificent Sevens one, the Impossible Chase is
I
one.
love that.
The Impossible Chase is Sweden chasing down 150 against Belgium in the ECC, despite being about 68 off after 6 overs. You know, we got plenty of them. So tell us your favourites. Anyway,
This could be a chance here. Vinny goes miles up and taken comfortably, safely by the keeper. The Lions, they've caught and fielded well thus far. Safraz Ahmed, he holds on. He's got that little hoodie on, doesn't he? And somehow the Power CC getting themselves into trouble. The 4th wicket falls.
Yeah, how about this with 4 fish gone? There's still a shark there to bat for Power and Asad Mahmood, but he's lost 4 of his key batters. And sometimes it's all about the depth of a batting order, but as a fielding side, all you can do is deal to the guy in front of you. So, we're going to have another taped 110. And it's going to be Asadullah Saeed who is going to join his captain out there at the crease.
Yeah, he couldn't really get anything going there, could he, Safiatullah? We didn't get to see it for long, but maybe the best moustache of the series here thus far. I'm sure you've seen a few good ones on the circuit. Always jealous of a good moustache because I can only really grow this little kind of.
I reckon you could get a little Burt Reynolds look happening.
Oh, I don't know.
We can work with you.
I've got a good moustache story for you. You're gonna enjoy this one.
All right, get ready for that.
So as you know, Vin has played and missed. I worked at the ICC for nearly 4 years. Actually, emigrated out to Dubai in 2014 to head up the ICC's digital department. Still don't quite know how that came about, but after 3 or 4 years working for Cricket Ireland, they were glad to welcome me out there. I think somebody must have had a good word on my behalf. Had a really enjoyable 4 years living with people from every single different background, every single different culture, the real melting pot that Dubai is. As this one smoked down the ground. Going to be a Maximo. Gets enough of it to extend the arms of the umpire. But as you come into a new job, Vinny, you want to make sure that you engage with everyone and you get on. And I think we started sometime in the summer and somebody suggested, oh, well, do you want to get involved with the football club? And I said, what's the football club? Well, it's the ICCFC. And we did a charity fundraiser come November, for Movember.
Yeah, Movember, of course.
So we were, I reckon, 8, if not 9 days in. And one of the things about Movember, if you don't know what it is, you grow a mustache to help raise funds for I think it's for men's prostate cancer.
Yeah.
And
there's a variety of causes now around the world. Yeah.
And it's particularly big in Australia. It may well have originated down there. But one of the key things, Vinny, you have to clean shave on the 31st of October.
Yeah.
You have to.
That's the rule.
So it's basically...
We've done it before here. We've done it in European cricket, yeah.
Fantastic. So I think we're 8 days in. I grow a nice little wispy beard, but not much more than that, right? And I was struggling to really get the moustache to even show, but I wasn't the only one. There's about 10 or 12 of us doing. Who comes into the ICC office on November 8th? Who's got maybe the most iconic moustache that there is in world cricket? Or one of the two most iconic?
I think I know the answer.
Big hit. It's going to go all the way. Another Maximo over the rope.
Yeah, Mahmood goes large, keeping this innings together with sticky tape, really. Moves into the 20s. I'm going to say David Boone.
Got him in one. Oh, Vinny on fire.
Merv is probably not wandering into the ICC office. Is that the other one that you were thinking of, Merv?
They were the two most iconic moustaches.
Go back, you got Rod Marsh, Dennis Lee, but that's going further.
Javed Miandad.
Javed Miandad,
oh,
yeah.
Javed Miandad had a good
Graham Gooch had a pretty solid moustache game.
Definitely Gucci.
I
But
heard that Mike Gadding used to dye his beard grey, but that's another story.
oh wow, I didn't know that was a thing.
It's a pretty random fact, but anyway.
This one's miscued. Will just
So
be
Booney walks in.
Single.
He's into the over, 61 for 4 after 6.
He's an ICC match referee, so
Yes.
he's in for a conference. And someone goes, guys, Booney's here. We've got to get a Movember photo with him. Now, this is David Boone, who's not partaking in Movember. He is a year-round moustache. So it's in the prime of its health. It's manicured, it's trimmed, it's thick. It's just a beautiful, beautiful moustache.
Yeah.
And we're now there 8 days into our rather paltry and tame respective Movember efforts. I don't think I was the worst of the 10 that stood with Booney, and we all folded our arms and crossed our arms to try and look like real men. But we looked a pale comparison to David Boone.
I believe you. But I like your kind. I know your kind. That's the reason Movember's so fun, because there's always someone that's basically a 9-year-old. You know, there's a bit of fluff. It's not happening. They can't wait for it to end. No one can tell they're even participating. Yeah, I know your kind. I loved Movember. This is going back a while now. There's still a couple of photos that float around from time to time behind the scenes. But that's almost when I got my Mexican passport. Not that I have any Mexican in me, but just I looked like a Mexican. In fact, we had a Movember party at the end of the month where you had to go dressed as whatever moustache you had. So, you know, if you had the big biker moustache, then you had the leather jacket on as we start over number 7, and it's Prakash.
You do look glamorous, Finn, I have to say.
So
you look exotic.
So I had a big sombrero at the rap party because I looked like I looked Mexican. That was the consensus. Oh, Booney. Oh, you showed me the photo here.
We might have to see. Will that show up on cam if we bring that up?
Yeah. No. You send it to me. If you send that to me, I can get that up.
We'll see if we can get that up.
Where are you at the back? You look like one of the extras in the bill.
I'm strategically hidden away there.
How far away are you? Because you're not that short.
No, I'm hiding. I'm tactically going, how far away can I get from Booney?
Let's get that picture up. Send that picture to me. I'll get it up.
It's coming to you. But there's some, I have to say, within the poultry efforts, there are some good ones there as well. A great former colleague of mine, a guy called Simon Varney, who looked after the media rights. That's 8 days. That's proper.
Yeah, there's a few interesting ones.
This one sit down the ground.
Booney could be a model. Look at that.
He's proper.
I should be modelling for some sort of specialist menswear.
Is that a handlebar number? Handlebar moustache.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Handlebar, typically you'd have the... So we're discussing photo no one can see, but I'd like more vertical. I'm not going to criticise Booney's moustache. That's thick.
Yeah, absolute gold. Definitely one of my favourite memories from ICC days. This one just angles away, and Prakash not too happy. Umpire feels as though it's just gone past that wide guideline. This will be the perfect angle. It's a little away, Ducker. Good decision from the umpire for me.
I was asking for favourite games. Yeah, this is a good one. It's Sada who's given his favourite in the chat. Just get one here. He says that his favourite is Dreux versus Hornchurch. So the ECL final from this year. So Dreux, the French champions, they're known as just a team that's just too crazy to be consistent. They've crossed the line from aggressive to reckless. But that's the way they play. And they were in the same group as Forfarshire, the Scottish chaps. Oh, this is absolute bone from Mahmood as he bangs it out of the ground. Maximo, in fact, that's up the hill.
It's the first banker we've had. We've had roofers. That's the first banker. That has to be what, Vinny? 85 metres?
Easy. And, yeah, we've got the banker. If this was Monopoly, do not pass go, do not collect $200. The bowler's in jail.
That is out of the screws. That is a big hit.
It's a good hitter. I said, Might have got the rest, but you got to get the best. And Asad Mahmood, a lot of people say that he is the batter in this lineup. I suppose you've got Asad Mahmood, and you've got a lot of good hitters as well, but right now he's on.
Oh, he's going to repeat the dose. Bang, bang, nearly double bankers with the bounce. It is a double banker. Round the Monopoly board he goes, 6-6.
Round he goes, and up goes the score. Yeah, just the length. Fraction short, and not even that short to be honest, but plays on length. He judges it right, moves to 40, has over the half the runs now. Yeah, so I was going to say ECL final. First they were in Group D with Forfeiture. Now Forfeiture played probably the best first day of an ECL group I've ever seen. The format now in the ECL, you're only 2 days of group games and then finals on day 3. So it's crazy. They're just like the ECC will be this year. 6 groups in 3 weeks. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday group, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday group, and then bang, that's it. So you play four games, 2 first day, 2 second day, and then final 4. Top 2 get the double chance. We'll talk about that a bit more in a minute. But the Dre story is...
I like that style of player.
It's so quick. Oh, it's probably a wide. Give me a chance.
Oh, actually going to be given us a no ball. May just have...
I've just flicked the green. Yeah, this is harsh on the bowler.
You can see what he's trying to do. He's just trying to bowl those little away duckers, get it out of the hitting arc. That one there clearly shows the kick smashed down the ground. It's going to be 6 to end the over, and the no ball to go alongside it. The power, well, they're on the charge.
Yeah, what a finish to the over. Thought he could have snuck out of it. Ends up with 7 more, as we are 7 overs in here now, and it's 85 for 4. This is just a little graphic that shows you our journey in the European Cricket Series. So we started all the way back on Monday the 30th of January in Malta, had a 4-week break for the ECL, and look at all these places we've been since then. 2 weeks at a time: Portugal, Cyprus, Milan, Austria, Bulgaria, Sweden, Romania, Hungary, Czechia, which was the last one. Now we're here in Switzerland, and still plenty more places to go.
Looks like 14 nations to me, something like that. Might even be 14 or 15. Brilliant to see, Vinny. What a journey.
Yeah, and there's other cricket outside the European Cricket Series, such as we've had night series in Gibraltar and Portugal. We've had T20 internationals that we've been covering, both men's and women's, all around the continent. But it also shows you where we're going, and so yeah, really excited to bring cricket to more places, and we're looking at even more places next year, more new places.
Oh, Vinny, come on, give us a hint. You don't even have to tell us in real countries, but where could we be going? East, west, north, south?
There's a couple that. One we've never been to is France, and we'd really love to go to France.
Really?
Never been to France.
All the places you've been, you've never been to France.
Want to be going to France?
Got to make that happen.
Some logistics need to be done, but I think so. I'm brushing on my French.
Great work in the women's game being done in France as well.
Definitely. We've seen their women's team. We've seen actual French teams a fair bit, both men's and women's. We just have not had an ECS in France. Another place we were in 2020, a bit like Switzerland, but haven't been back since, is Estonia. So Estonia, there's some good things happening up there. Beautiful grounds up there in Tallinn.
Yeah, my great friend Kevin O'Brien's been up there once or twice. He's been brought up to do some coaching up there. He said it's a brilliant setup.
Such a great setup up there. And again, we've had the Estonian national team once now on the network. They'll be part of the ECC. I'm just going to tie up something I started to this ball, which is going to be bowled. And again, bit of a lack of pace there. Mahmood's going to have to go. And he's got Shah staring at him, looking like a statue. It's one captain getting another, 87 for 5.
Well, Vin, it's taken 2 days, but we finally got, for me, an iconic celebration. It was maybe the only thing we didn't get yesterday. We had everything else. We had the staring eyes. I love this one. He just says, who? Me? That's how I do it. Middle stump, maybe leg stump. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I actually think this almost looks like a knuckleball because it doesn't rotate. It's some sort of slower ball.
Floater. It's the floater.
It was really unusual the way it rotated. But yeah, see, have a look at this ball. When it comes out, it doesn't really, it just wobbles. It just wobbles and barely rotates. And he says, yeah, how do you like that? I'll tell you what, it's a little bit of the old side eye while he's doing the celebration. Okay, I'm going to tie up what I said about Drew. Forfeiture had Michael Lease, they had Craig Wallace, they had some really good young players, Jack Hogarth. You've got Callum Garden behind the stumps and plenty more. They were as professional a unit as I've seen in the European Cricket League, Champions League, European Cricket. Oh, well, this hit. This should be gone as well. He will be gone. So 2 in a row, and Baljinder goes first ball. Shah's on a hat-trick and Power falling away, 87 for 6.
Well, the captain is dragging them back into the game. That's what you want your leader to do. Come on, is the shout. It's just a little angled away. Thud of the pad in frustration, he knew immediately. And a punch of delight from Kanik Shah. Baljinder Singh has to get the golden duck treatment. There he is in the bottom right.
Yeah, good morning, Derek. He's looking bright this morning.
Resplendent. Nearly as resplendent as you, Vin.
Brighter than the weather. Poor Baljinder. I mean, having said that, his feet were basically set in concrete, weren't they? He just reached out and tried to hit down the ground. Probably, if you're not going to move your feet, better to try and hit that sideways. But Baljinder goes first ball. Still waiting on a hat-trick. Hat-trick number 23. I think it's coming in Switzerland, but is it coming right now? As Shah is hunting for it. He's on fire here. He's got 3 for 7.
Yeah, it really feels like we could be on the moment, and this right arm round angle seems to be working, the one we were criticising yesterday. Here's the hat-trick ball. Helped into the leg side. It's not going to be the hat-trick. In fact, it'll be a boundary and run away for 4.
Now, I've seen more hat-trick balls hit for 6 than actually you've had hot dinners, and that's probably something you don't often get in longer forms of the game. And this isn't 6, but it is 4, and you can see that Farid is also pretty confident. So just tying up eventually what I was saying about Dura, they turned around and they beat Forfeiture twice. And I said, I've never said this before, I said Forfeiture, they're a lock to qualify for this group out of 5.
nailed
Like, they are.
Yeah.
Actually, I had them probably winning the whole tournament. Right? Anyway.
Helped into the leg side. Won't go for the catch and slightly overruns it. They may get back for the second. They'll do that pretty easily.
What's the difference between this outfield and others? Because that definitely would have gone for 4 anywhere else, I think. But yeah, just 2 runs. So I had Forfeiture winning the whole thing. Dura came out and just battered them. And it was crazy in the final. And Dura whacked something in the 150s. And just Michael Leask's face as ball after ball long on was just disappearing over his head. I'll never forget. And he had this look of resignation saying, what is going on? And Leaky actually had a pretty good tournament, but just that moment I remember.
This goes aerially, and it's going to be Osama Mushwani who will try to cut it off. Well, I don't think he's ended up touching it, but
yeah,
didn't have the pace to get to the
smart
rope.
non-fielding, end of the over, 95 for 6 after 8. And then we thought, okay, they've made a championship week, Drew. Not fluked it, but they've gotten in, and they're going to play the 6 other best clubs, or the 5 group winners and the defending champions, which were Paklaker from Badalona in Barcelona, Spain. They get to finals. We had, okay, maybe they'll win a couple of games here and there. They're that kind of a team. They end up just bossing it. They get to the final against Hornchurch, who are...
where are they from?
They are from England. So they are the English champions. Hornchurch, to get there, had to win, I think, 9, or 10, or 11, or 12 games straight knockout against other clubs in this kind of cup sort of structure. But Hornchurch, very good. They've got players that have been in the county set up. They've got Adil Malik, Shoaib Malik's brother, who's a very good ball and batter. And Drew ended up sneaking into the final, and Hornchurch, and they blew Hornchurch away as well. So he's saying that Drew at Hornchurch final, and there was just an air of disbelief because there was kind of that classic kind of cricket culture clash of, I suppose, cricketers that do play on turf at a very good level versus these kind of 10 over dynamos. And yeah, so that's why Sada picked that match as his favourite. And yeah, for me, they're right up there as well. So many stories, so many great games we've had here. And it's kind of a quantity thing. When you have so many matches, you're going to get more highlights. You're going to get more of everything.
More classics.
We are about more.
Yeah.
Anyway.
ECL, we're all about more, like that.
All about more. Cricket different. That's what I would be calling it.
Here comes Subramani with his little leg cutters. It skews away, not where Syed intended. And big swing in that last 12 deliveries or so, Vin. You felt that the Para CC were well on track for 130, 140, which might have proved too much for the Lions. But a good finish here with the ball. Maybe under 120, the Lions will be quietly confident.
I still think the Power are going to get an ugly 120, though. And that may hold up. It's probably a little bit light on. But it's very defendable.
I fancy the 10-man Lions. Not quite the Lisbon Lions. They're the famous ones from the football end, but this is going to be given as a no ball. Again, just flicking that green side there. You can probably see it on the reverse angle better, but clearly a no ball.
Yeah, you see it here. You can see every time that the darker green kind of flicks up, it's going to be called no balls. Another free hit.
You really saw a lot of free hits yesterday, Vin. Mixed results from them.
Run him.
Again, no fine leg in place. The outfield's not quick enough for it to run away.
Now, that's one of the great slides. I tell you what, if we could get the tape measure on this, I've seen some highlights this morning. This might be my favourite random highlight. Look, you're sliding when he's already coming to the picture. You watch. Oh. He could have kept going. He had to get up and throw it, though.
Something brilliantly joyous about doing a fielding session in this kind of light, mizzly drizzle that we have. It just allowed you to know that you'd get that lovely glide across the surface to make your diving stops. Made it all the more fun. It's nicely bowled, puts into the pad, but probably only marginally angling down because he's not turning the ball really, Subramani. It's going to miss the leg stump.
It could have gone either way. I'm telling you that right now. I had it hitting live. It's his back leg. Oh. Yeah, umpire's call.
We've had a couple of those, haven't we?
Yeah.
A few umpires' calls. Agree with that. This one's heaved high, handsome, 6 more, and the 100's up.
6 carreras, and they haven't really run out of batting, have they? They've been losing wickets along the way, but power still swinging. That's the tactic. After seeing so many matches, I know that's the tactic. I think that's the tactic which it's going to give you the best chance of winning the game. It might backfire, but it's hard. You can't settle for 70 or 80 out here. You've got to keep going for it.
You're spot on, and always wickets in hand. Doesn't quite get this one at all. In fact, loses his shape completely. They'll, for a moment, think about a second, and despite the slight stumble from Ankush Lal, who's going to be one of the key men in the chase, no doubt about that, they're going to have to rely upon the weight of his runs to get close to this power CC total. Nicely bowled. Rightly sent back. Not going to go upstairs, I don't think, as the batter clearly gets home.
You say clearly, but just. I think it just gets over the line. Which line? Yes, he's just home. Good take. Good way to take it. Because he was able to kind of take it and the ball pushed his gloves onto the stumps. 106 for 6 after 9.
Didn't even notice the timer that time. I think they got in nicely.
They got in by, I saw they had 2 minutes to bowl 4 balls, so I stopped watching it. I thought they were okay.
We'll keep you updated on the injury status of Senthil Lakshmanan, who sadly looks like he underwent what could be a dislocated shoulder or certainly a jarred shoulder from his very first delivery. So that means that he is unable to finish out. It will instead be Osama Mushwani to bowl now. He will bowl the 10th and final over of the first innings, game number 1 of the day, game 11 in total. We'll be here for 55 of them at this wonderful venue, and there it is, Vinny.
Hello. So there's Booney. Oh, you can tell which one he is, and the second from the right with a tic-tac-like head. How far are you away from the camera?
I'm looking.
You're not hide as much as the guy right.
That's Adrian Griffith, the former West Indian Test opener.
I can only see about 60% of his
The man
face.
to the left of David Boone, they call him the chairman, Dev Patel. He now works for New Zealand Cricket.
Right.
Lots of great friends there, really good operators, part of the ICC FC crew that all worked for the International Cricket Council. As this one's helped away for a boundary 4, and we all tried our best with Movember. I think we raised quite a few dollars, or quite a few dirhams, as they were there in the UAE.
Of course. Well, I'd say it looks like a low-budget remake of Ocean's 11, straight to video, but still.
I think that's a generous description, Finn. Although David Boone would have been the star, surely. He's the George Clooney.
Definitely. Oh, I tell you, I love Booney so much. One of my favourites growing up as well, that era. Anyway, 4 to come. I called the ugly 120. I think we're going to get it.
Not going to have the power to get to the rope, so it'll just be a single. Just one more quick David Boone story. Might get this in really quickly.
Please.
Got to do my first test match this year, Vinny, and was on coin toss duty for Ireland versus Bangladesh. Really have to say, I didn't think it would be a big deal, but it felt like a big deal.
Sure.
I know it feels a bit almost, I don't know quite how to describe it, but it just
Did
felt different. It felt grand.
A baggy microphone or something?
Not quite. This is helped away. Gonna be 6. Muscled over the rope. That ugly 120 is not just on the cards. They might go past it, Finn.
Maybe there's no such thing as an ugly 120 because it'll give them something to bowl at. You know, Power, they've got some good options with the ball.
Didn't get a golden microphone or a baggy microphone. They did give me an Ireland cap as a bit of
right?
They almost mocked me on air. It was Atar Ali Khan.
All the other crews around clapping. Yeah, okay.
It's like, welcome to the club. I was like, am I enjoying this? I'm not so sure. But David Boone was the match ref. I strolled out to do the toss with him. I have never met a man who has been more laid back in terms of his match officiating duty. So kind to me, as that's massive. Oh yes, right into the slot and all the way. It's another banker. We've had 3 of them. This one needed to run to get there. Ahmed playing a gem of a knock.
Well, maybe this ugly 120 is turning into a beautiful swan the way things are going. Another one of those, and it'll be 130. Another banker.
You've also seen, I think, maybe a football player just enjoying the action up in the bank, right up behind the European Cricket League branding.
Yeah, got a lurker, got a live lurker.
Love that.
We're going to have a few lurkers here. It's going to be busy. I mean,
I'm excited for Sunday, Vinny.
Sunday's
You're promising me a big crowd, aren't you? We're getting those football
15,000.
fans. We're getting those football fans over to the cricket.
We'll get them here.
Last ball of the first innings. It's going to be 1-3-0. It has quite beautifully evolved, this innings. At many points it looked like 105, maybe 110, but they get all the way up to 1-3-0 with a flying finish driven by another Maximo.
Yeah, what a shot and what a finish. Bang, bang. You thought when they lost Asad Mahmood that it was going to be trouble for Power, but how about that knock from Farid Ahmed? Comes out at number 8 and hits 36 off 12 balls with 4 Maximos and a 4. Depth is important. They've got it, Power, with the bat, and they just kept on swinging, even though a few things didn't go their way. You know, that Osama Mahmood, he's a very, very talented batter, but he just misjudged the pace as Sharp was on fire early. He took 3 for 15. The Power not quite put out here. 1-3-1 will be the target in the second innings.
Yeah, really good stuff. This innings swung both ways. We saw wickets aplenty at the start before the captain, Asad Mahmood. He was the pick of the early batters, including 2 up onto that bank. That was the dismissal there of Faraz Virk, who went for 19. Cleaned up, and great joy for Osama Mushwani. And then those little leg breaks were rolled out. Asad Mahmood, he hit 6 sixes, would you believe, including 2 fully up onto that bank. That was the end, the demise of Safiatullah, who went for just 1, well held by Safraz Ahmed, the keeper, who I thought had a good morning with the gloves. And there was action aplenty. That one was muscled down the ground, a little bit of rage. And these little off breaks, they just went into the hitting arc. One of the big hits, the first one we've seen, up onto the bank. How big is that? 85. 90 metres plus, and then the celebration so far in the series for me, the arms extended. Thank you very much indeed. Good efforts all round with the ball from Kenny Shah, 3 for 15, and delight and joy amongst the drizzle as the Lions, they fought really hard. At one point they reduced the Paris EC all the way down to 87 for 6, and with just 15 deliveries left, you felt 110, 120 was going to be a stretch. But then came the impact innings all the way down at number 8. Farid Ahmed joined the bank club, although he needed a bit of help with it running across the turf. And the runs, they kept flowing. 130 for 6 from the Paris EC, the pick of the batters, Asad Mahmood. And what a cameo from Farid Ahmed. A strike rate counted up 300, 3 runs from every delivery that he faced if you add them up together. 36 not out. Good effort too from Asadullah Saeed with 15 not out off 9 balls. 4 batters got to double figures. Get a look at the bowling figures now as well. Just 9 extras in total. No balls continue to be a problem. Remember, each of those 6 no balls came also with a free hit attached to it. Just the 2 wides though, that's pretty good accuracy from their 60 deliveries. And for the bowlers, for me, well, I have to say, the doubt was without doubt Kenny Shah, 3 for 15, 2 wickets 2 for Stahil Joshi. And there are those bowlers' figures. 2 for 15 for Stahil Joshi, the most expensive of the lot though, an economy rate of 19.5. Osama Mushwani, despite picking up that 1 wicket. That means that at the end of the 10th over, at the end of the first innings of game number 1 of the day, match 11 overall in this ECS Switzerland, where we've returned after a 3-year break on the European Cricket Network, the Zurich Lions are going to need 131 to win. Don't go anywhere too far. be back with all the action in just a few moments' time. So welcome back to a slightly less soggy St. Gallen. We have got blue sky in the distance, and I've just been told by my local confidants that they're expecting 27 degrees and beautiful sunshine this afternoon. It feels a little bit far away, but maybe just a hint of it in the distance. You're welcome along to the coverage of today's European Cricket Series action. We're in Switzerland. You can see it is a little bit damp. We have had some steady drizzle, but all the players and umpires keen to get on through it, as the Zurich Lions are going to need 13 runs per over for a golden ball and a slightly higher rate than that to get over the line to pick up their first victory of the competition after a couple of losses yesterday. 1-3-1 to win. It's going to be their star man Ankush Lal at the top, who made 75 off just 30 balls yesterday. And then at the non-striker's end, he'll be joined by Akash Wadwa to get things going with the ball for the Paris EC team. Osama Mahmood. We are all set on what is game day number 3 here. Match number 11, the morning contest. Here we go. Starts with a dot ball. Andrew Leonard here with you. Doesn't start with a dot ball. They're going to scamper a quick single. That's good running.
Yeah.
Andrew Leonard here with the main man himself. It's Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu. Good morning, Vinny.
Good morning, and good morning once again to all of our wonderful viewers. Yeah, dot dragged into a 1 there. Hey, you know how they were fielding with 10? And I kept wondering, why is that? Because they got people on the bench. But here's what happened, right? Obviously, Senthil Lakshmanan, he had that shoulder injury. That's why he left the field after bowling 1 ball. But he had injured that shoulder yesterday. It was an existing injury he came into the game with. So because it's not an injury that's sustained in the game, although you could argue he's worsened it, they said, you're not allowed to sub-fielder. That's why they had 10. So, yeah, harsh but fair. Because, you know, so it's interesting in the European Cricket Series, we sometimes follow the rules even more closely. Like in Test cricket, if you just like want a snack, you tend to be able to go off. You're not meant to, but like, you know, you
get away with that.
Gary Pratt as much as you like. Get Gary out there.
For those wondering who Gary Pratt was, infamously ran out Ricky Ponting back in that 2005 series.
Because you pound stuck in the coffee machine.
Anyway, away for 4. Just helped around the corner. There was a fine leg in place in the circle, but it went to his right. And sometimes, like you said yesterday, Vinny, with a little bit of a slick surface, with the rain coming down, it can almost speed the outfield up.
It kind of skids across, doesn't it? But then once it slows down, it really slows down. That's the thing. But yeah, nice start by Wadwa. I was going to say as well, and I mentioned it before, the first ball, I think Ankush Lal was super important for the Lions, and he is out there opening on strikers end at the moment.
And if he could get some support, if Wadwa could get off to a little flying start as that stings the hands of Abdullah Rana, maybe, just maybe, the Lions could hunt down their first win. Like this style that he's got going here as well, Wadwa, the backwards baseball cap underneath the helmet. Maybe acting as a little bit of a rain protector. That's a big hit into the leg side. He's got enough of it, I think. Yep, just about all the way for 6. Feels like that slightly larger boundary at that side. You're going to tell me it's the same. Maybe my eyes deceive me, but he gets enough to get 6.
Yeah, it looks bigger to us because we're slightly on that side of the ground. I do believe it's a circle. So
how they look bigger though,
yeah,
isn't it?
How the boundaries. Well, just like David Boone looked bigger in that photo than you when you're probably about the same side. But yeah, boundaries in ECS cricket, they're 50 metres measured from the centre of the field. But it means if you're hitting straight down the ground, it's probably about a 59, 60 metre hit.
He does go straight down the ground. 1 bounce, runs away for 4. Really good start. The Lions, their bench is roaring them on. Fittingly with their name, they get off to a roaring start. It's 15 for none.
Yeah, Lions need something to go their way. They found themselves without any points yesterday, losing their matches to Veningen, 165 to 158. And then they made 128 against Paktun Zalmi. It got chased down. So they're still searching for their first points of the series.
I felt they were a bit unlucky yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought they showed plenty. Definitely could do with maybe one more bowler, couldn't they? And maybe that injury to Lakshmanan, which they risked this morning, is going to prove costly. But their batting does stack up.
Yeah, it definitely does. If you want to go on the numbers so far, looking at the first couple of days, the average run rate across the board is 13.2. So 132.
It's a good stat, that, Vinny, because it'll give you a sense as to what's needed. This is going to be a chance down at deep third and taken. It's Falazaman Rashek who takes the catch, and isn't he pumped up about it?
Yeah, Fazal's caught well in this series. It's not the first time he's been under the high ball, and he's normally done the job. So, do lose a wicket early, 15 for 1, and it's Abdullah Rana that gets the breakthrough.
It's funny, deep third is maybe not so much recently, but certainly in the initial years of T20 cricket, very much turned into a wicket-taking position.
Definitely. It's so hard to control that shot. You'd have to put it away if you want to take that risk out, and it's worth taking the risk in this form of the game. You know, it's interesting, some positions we've seen work well in this form of the game in the European Cricket Series, and of course at the ECL and the ECC. The straight down the ground position, I think also a kind of first slip to second slip that's on the circle, because the edges, because you're swinging so hard, they tend to carry further. So that's a kind of run saving, but also a catching
wicket
position.
taking, yeah.
Yeah, so if you kind of did a scatter plot of all the edges, I mean, the most common edges are a little feather, and then it gets less and less frequent as you go further around. So basically something that's just out of the keeper's range.
Kenny Shah to get things going at number 3 with the bat. Wicket from his first ball for Abdullah Rana, and he's getting good movement in to the right-handers. I wonder, will Shah be able to try and exploit that movement and try to target the leg side, help it away? It is an interesting field because it's a split one in terms of the men in the deep. 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle at this stage. Deep mid-wicket, deep third in place. This time it's the away swinger. Good skills from Rana.
And that guy at 30 is very fine. So again, kind of covering the finer edge. A genuine cut that's hit well. I don't think he's cutting it off, but yeah, he is there for a catch as much as he is to save runs.
Oh, he's getting all the tricks out. There's a bit of James Anderson to this. In swinger, out swinger, in swinger. Very good skills from Abdullah Rana. One of the issues that I've found thus far, I'm only 6 games into covering this 10-over cricket. I've never commentated on any 10-over cricket before, Vinny. As that one is going to be off the pitch, a no ball and a bye, so the free hit will go to Wadwa. But it feels like if you've got one bad over in any chase, even if it's 10 and over, you can get yourself in trouble.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, games can turn around so quickly. That's the one thing that struck me when I first started doing games in 2019 in 10-over cricket. Games can have so many momentum swings. The shorter the game, the more that one over can make a difference. And so it's part of the fun of it, actually. It can yo-yo. There's going to be a no ball plus 1 bye. So free hit coming up. Got to say the left-hand, right-hand combination as well. I think at this level, or any level, is constantly forcing bowlers to readjust their plans and their lines, their approaches. And also quite useful.
Here's the free hit and no real contact or impact made by Wadwa.
Do you know how many run-outs, though, I see off free hits? So many. Because batters, they get uber, drunk with power, having the immunity cloak on. They'll hit it straight to the fielder and run. Because they're like, well, I should be running here.
Be out.
I should be running.
Yeah.
And the amount of run-outs of free hits is crazy. Doesn't happen that time, though. They're too smart.
That'll be a wide down the leg side. Yeah, drunk with power. I like that description.
Drunk with power. I've got to say, the free hit rule came in very late in my career. I only ever faced 3 no balls that resulted in a free hit, and off every single one of them, I got a single. So I've never faced a free hit. I don't know the feeling.
This is hit over the head of mid-on. It squirts away across the surface. Still some moisture around. The good news, though, Vinny, not only has the rain relented, in fact, it may have stopped completely. Definitely signs of that hotter weather that's going to come in this afternoon.
Yeah, which is wonderful if we can get some sunshine, because this ground looks pretty good at the moment, but it looks even better with the sun out, that's for sure. 22 for 1 after 2. Lions just a tick behind the pace, but still going pretty well here in the first match of the day. And we mentioned they were a bit unlucky, along with the Crickets as well as Winterthur and the Nomads. The 4 teams to be 0-2.
And the thing that backs that up, Vinny, look at their net run rate. Despite the fact that they lost those 2 games, they're top of the pile of the winless teams, if you will. So there's very much time for them to turn it around. If the Lions can get winning, they can also turn that net run rate around very quickly.
Yeah, so top 5, don't forget, out of those 11 will make finals Friday, which is
not this week, but next week. And I believe that's the day that you're no longer with us,
Oh.
which makes us a bit sad that you're going to do all the groundwork and then you're going to jet set. But I know you've got some very important cricket that you'll be doing straight after this, right?
Excited, yeah, really excited. Ireland-India coming up for me, my first ever India men's games. Done quite a lot of India women's cricket actually, which I've really enjoyed, but first ever India men's games, reckon there'll be a few people watching those ones.
India women, exciting side to watch as well.
Big time. Absolutely, very much. Did the Women's Asia Cup last year, which for me was almost as crazy a schedule as this. We had 2 T20s every day for 15 days.
Well, that's crazy.
Not quite as intense.
I don't know if I can see you and raise you, but I did 3 a day for 7 days.
Oh,
So
that's
what
good
is that?
going. 3 T20s.
Yeah.
Nice
Do you
movement.
think I got an early finish in there? Oh, no. Tell you what, could you use the clock in that T20? Could you use the
I
tick
can
down?
imagine.
You know, you talked about the time, and you prefer something like this than the bringing the fielder up. Sometimes you even see that you lose a fielder. Have you heard of that as well? I think they've tried that in the Caribbean.
I've heard about it. I've never seen it. I've seen the additional fielder being forced to come inside the circle.
The slightly more forceful version of that is you lose a fielder completely, which led to this hilarious headline: Rakeem Cornwell given a red card by teammates. Actually, didn't say by teammates. It was just a proper clickbait.
Surely the headline was actually Rakeem the Dream. To give him his full name. What a man he is. I love him. That's going to be a no ball off the wicket, free hitting coming again.
So what happened there was they hadn't kept to time, and so you lose a fielder, which I think, okay, that is a bit more of an incentive. But sometimes there are times at the end of a limited overs game where you actually want more people in the circle. So if it gets close, if it gets to the last over, sometimes they might need 3 to win. You want to bring people in.
I agree with you.
There is
I agree with you, but
this is
I'm not certain it's a punishment.
Yeah, it's true.
You're spot on. Round the wicket now. And it is no real contact made inside edge
One
dot
of
ball.
the things for me is so often we see Shah's played his own little personal maiden here, which isn't really ideal. By the way, just saying, I'm the man with all the records in ECN cricket. The longest duck, 0 off 13 balls by Paul Stubbsy Stubbs in the Portugal Night Series in 2021.
Well, that's one he wants stricken from the
In
record,
an innings,
surely.
that was 14 for 8 off the 10 overs, playing for the Miranda Dragons.
4-0 or 1-4?
1-4.
Wow.
You heard me right.
Wow, that's quite something. He does get off the mark, squirts it away, and he's not going to start with a boundary.
Oh,
Oh,
I don't think he's touching the ball then. We'll have a look at it.
I think he maybe could have just gone and picked that up. Maybe a touch over enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. See, sometimes the best way to field the ball is not to field the ball, and that is one of those occasions where he almost just scored it over the line. Tell you what, nice soft landings here.
Yeah, very
Beautiful
nice.
soft
It
landing.
looks like the kind of field you'd really enjoy some
Almost
diving fielding practice.
Makes me want to run out there and slide Tom Cruise risky business style. Oh, this is going to be a big 5 wides, I think.
I wonder,
Oh,
was there
is
bat in it? There is a signal coming from the umpire. I think it's going to be given as wides, but is there a deflection on this? Can we get a look at the replay?
It just climbs and kind of bends away from the keeper. It swings after the stumps. Just look at it go.
Whoop. Yeah, spot on the money.
Doesn't get the whole dive out there, Baljinder. Yeah, so 14 for 8.
Is that the lowest score in?
It was. And then I was pretty sure, we were all like, so the lowest scores in order from when we started doing this regularly in 2020. I remember, I'll even give you that blow by blow. This is going to be another ball that pulls up. You just got to start pumping the brakes a little bit before you reach the ball. I think that Osama Mahmood knows that. Another 2. Power doing well to restrict here in the power play. So it was 40 by Baggy Blues in Hungary originally. Then it went to 35. Then it went to 34. Then it went to, then around that time, I think it went to 30. But then that 14 happened. 14 for 8. Not even bowled out. But they just were like vultures around the bat. You can't criticise the intent of these guys and how much they want to win for their team.
What we also got, Vinny, was a bit of a close-up of Safiullah's moustache.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my. Yeah.
Okay.
On comes, I think it's going to be Bakhtiar Tarakel. As it could be an external injury, is it?
Yeah. Maybe. The lines are saying, Why is he getting a sub? Yeah, but here we go.
Oh,
We've
yes.
been talking moustaches this morning.
Oh, yes.
Safiat Ullah he's proper
Vinny.
bush ranger style from where I come from. He'd have the hat with the corks.
Well, God, he belongs in the Wild West, doesn't he? You can see him riding a horse. Oh, he's even having a stroke of it. Now, I have to say, I know they listen to us, but how they found him so quickly, the Spring Media team. Where did you get these guys from? They are dynamos.
I actually think Spring Productions, they grow their staff in a lab, and they have just kind of found the gene for TV brilliance. Anyway, it's going to be the last ball of the power play, 30 for 2.
Well, Vinny, I'm calling it now. I know it's only my second day here.
All right, what are you going to say?
That's got to be the best moustache I've ever seen across the European Cricket Network series.
That's right up there.
Safiat Ullah. Oh.
Yeah.
What about in the chat? What do people think in the chat? Have they seen a better moustache than that as we get to the end?
I think you're onto something there.
Of the power play, 31 for 2. Vinny, oh look, I like a man crush. Safiat Ullah is the one for me.
All right, well guess what? He's yours. Yeah, 77 walking sticks. Maybe we'll have to get Lenny walking down. Maybe we could interview him actually and ask him how he looks after it.
Oh,
how about the second half though? 47 in the first half. They go 83 in the second half. So those splits are a really good way to kind of see, did they accelerate? Did they decelerate? What happened?
And 224 run overs in there to power that. He's got to. I know there's such a thing as a beard oil. I don't really use it that much myself. But is there a moustache oil? Is it the same?
Must be.
Got to be the same.
Must be. He would know all the secrets. Anyway, so you know we're
Ullah.
talking lower scores.
Sorry, yes.
So 14 for 8. That held up for about 2 months. And then a new team, Gozo. So Gozo is the North Island of Malta.
Yes.
Their first ever ECS match. They got drawn to play the basically best team in the country, Super Kings. Best team at the time. As we see the start of the fourth over. It starts with a dot. They got bowled out for 6. Super Kings put 200 on the board.
Oh, it was
Gozo.
It wasn't even batting first.
They were bowled out in 4.3 overs. Ashik Bishnoi took 6 for 3.
That's going to be very marginal.
Oh,
And the two batters are at the same end. Well, it is going to be a no ball, but you can have a run out on a no ball. It would have been a run out if the throw went to the bowler's end, but it went to the keeper. Clearly a no ball. Yeah, clipping the green. And look at this. Yes, no, wait. Sorry.
Eye contact. See, no eye contact. Just watch the way it's 27 Prakash. He looks away, turns away, gives his partner the cold shoulder, but it all works out fine.
The funny thing is, Vin, if it direct hit at the keeper's end, he would have been safe. Two of them might have been safe. Here's the free hit. And very tight to that guideline again.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because you can kind of get it deck in from almost hitting it for it not to be a wide. Although that one, for me, grabbed a bit of the line. So I wonder if we'll get those hash marks extended to the crease like we normally have them sometime soon. Because that's where we normally judge the wides, at the popping crease.
Better line this time. It's pumped down the ground.
Can I tell you something about Gozo, though? This is very European cricket series. So you might go, okay, Gozo, they're a few years off winning a game. The very next day, they won their first game.
Look at that.
Yeah, Sweet United.
6 all out.
Yeah, 6
to
all
victory.
out one day. And this is what's going to happen when you have thousands and thousands of matches. You're going to get these outliers that are quite incredible stories.
Well, we saw that also with the Isle of Man, didn't we? Bowled out for
10.
10, and then they'd beaten Austria, who were at the T20 World Cup qualifier.
Definitely. And that morning when they were bowled out for 6, I was actually off for the morning. I was renting a scooter in Malta, and I was checking the score. I turned on, it said target 201. I said, well, that's not great. I think they were 2 for 2 or something at that stage. And then I turned on again in 5 minutes after inside the papers, and it just said next game 55 minutes. And I was like, what's happened here? Where did they go?
Well, the greatest gap of all time, potentially, in ECN history, as this is going to be a boundary. It flicks the rope and runs away for 4, just squirting off the turf.
Yeah, you mentioned how it can be kind of slick to have a bit of water on the surface. We've seen more 4s than I thought we were going to get in this series. I thought we'd see more 6s than 4s. Let me see my theory, if my theory's right. Up to the end of day, at the end of day 2, we've had 204 6s and 92 4s. So I said we'd have 2 6s for every 4. And so far, I'm right. I like being right. Last ball of the over.
Could use the feet down the track. Won't be a single. Get us to the end of the 4th, 39 for 2. Is that a trend, Vinny, that holds up consistently across?
No, what it is, it's an indicator of how fast the outfield is. So if I was to bring up Czechia. That was a super fast outfield. So these ones that are basically faster outfields, more fours, less ones. Okay, sixes are sixes, same size boundary. So depending on, certain countries are batting heavy, their batting is strong and they're bowling across the board. You can see it go up, you can see it go down. Depends on the pitch as well, obviously. But yeah, so I keep track of a couple of stats. One's called, everyone knows the run rate, right? The run rate's pretty obvious. There's runs per over. But I track a couple of metrics. Maximo rate, which is average sixes per 10 overs. So in an average 10 over innings, how many sixes are you going to get? Now here, over the first 2 days, it's 12.3. So an average innings has 12 sixes, which is basically, yes, more than 1 and over. That's a lot. The average Maximo rate, normally you'd see it around maybe 7 or 8.
So this is higher?
This is higher. So the bigger hitters here in Switzerland, and I kind of expected that. This pitch doesn't offer that much for the bowlers.
Gotcha.
They can kind of just keep slamming them. The ball is flying at altitude. But the fours rate is the amount of fours per 10 overs. So to give you a comparison, in Czechia, the Maximo rate was 5.7, so a little bit light on. But the fours rate was through the roof. 11 fours per 10 over innings. And because the outfield's a lot faster, here we're getting basically half of that, 5.5 fours per 10 overs.
So it's a Maximo fest here in Switzerland.
Yeah, so literally it's the outfield. And we see some crazy outfields where they bounce all over the place and even balls hit straight at fielders. I don't think there's any fielder in the world that will stop some of these because the last bounce might just take off over your shoulder.
Yep.
You see balls bouncing over people's heads. But that's the beauty of European cricket, it's the variety. So I like the variety. I embrace it.
Also shows how blessed we are here in this particular venue and facility in Switzerland. This one's off the wicket, will be given as a no ball. The free hit incoming. I know it's a football ground, the reserve team ground here for St. Gallen FC, but it's just kept in immaculate shape.
Yeah, it's really good. And they
Keep
were
it
mowing the
beautifully.
lawn again this morning. They only mowed it 2 days ago, but you can actually see from beyond the road where they haven't mown how much the grass actually has grown only in 2 days.
Yeah, quite an effort from the ground staff. As this free hit soars into the sky. Remember, this won't be out even if it's caught, and they think of running the second, and they don't.
Makes me think of more entertaining moments I've seen on free hits. We had one that was caught that basically everyone forgot it was a free hit. They threw the ball to the umpire who just took it. The batters walked off, and we tried to work out what to do. It was caught at long on. Eventually, because they didn't run, we just gave it a dot.
That's probably the correct decision, to
See
be
it
honest.
all. But they would have run, but it kind of ran, and it almost crossed. But then they just walked off. So we're like, okay. To be honest, the last ball of day one was the free hit that everyone forgot, and they needed 12 off the last ball. There was a no ball 6.
Brilliant.
And then it was 4 to tie 6 to win. It was LBW given out. I didn't even realise the time because it was the end of the game anyway, and then it kind of occurred to us about 5 minutes later.
Slapped down the ground. Maximo, much needed one. The required run rate had just got up to 16.5 per over. And the sixes continue to reign here in St. Gallen.
Yeah, it just gives him a little bit of length to get under, doesn't he? And you said you've been impressed with the hitting through the line and through the offside, and I tend to agree with you. That's one reason that I think we're seeing more sixes is because batters are hitting a bit more correctly than some other series where maybe they're not quite as technically proficient and there's a lot more hacking across the line.
Yeah, had a few messages last night, particularly about that innings from Arif Sanger.
Sanger mania.
Oh, how's that missed? And the keeper ends up watching it by. It's going to be given as a bye. That would surely have been one he should have stopped.
Yeah, I heard something. I thought they had a little inside edge, but Baljindo, I did call him the scarecrow the other night with his technique where he stays very still.
Well, it really is.
So it does take us to the end of the 5th over. And so it's 50 for 2 after 5. So 50 in the first half. They're going to need 81 in the second half. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Andrew Leonard here with me. And yeah, we're loving the interactivity as well. Keep the questions coming in.
Yeah,
ECS
please do.
European Cricket Network.
Yeah, great to be with you. And I think for me, second game, catching my breath, Vinny said, the best commentators in the world may only last a day and a half. I've got to outlast that if I can.
Yeah, I think he can. He'll at least make it to day 3.
Could
Anyway,
be a chance put down. Oh, good tumbling effort. Osama Mahmood. I will agree with you, Vin, as well, because when I was explaining to some of the big guns, the Ian Bishops, the Pommy and Bangwas, those guys I was working with down at the Cricket World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe last month, and they heard that I was doing all 100 overs in a pathway event, they said they thought I was joking.
Yeah. Was that on your own, or did you have some help?
Well,
Yeah,
the initial days it was a solo.
Yeah.
But then in recent times, oh yes, rocks back. The off stump, Prakash is gone. Rahimi with the second ball of his second over, the hairband in tow, strikes. Big moment in the match.
Yeah, and maybe that'll work out better for the Lions on this chase. Sometimes it just doesn't happen. It wasn't happening for Prakash, really. But Aminullah Rahimi, looks like when he holds back a little bit, just cuts back, hits the top of off. You can see that the batter loses his composure, loses his shape, tried to make that a bit more drivable by coming down the wicket. But that's a decent breakthrough as well for Power, who, for me, they're on top in this game, 51 for 3.
Yeah, they really are. In comes the big man, Saravana Kumar Subramani. Yeah, Vinny, you talk about all the different formats we have of cricket now. One thing I am certain of, if you hit the top of off, I generally don't think it's a bad length.
Definitely, we talk about it all the time.
Doesn't matter what style of bowler you are.
Yep.
Left arm over, right arm, wherever you're going, if you're hitting the top of off, that's generally a pretty good area.
Definitely, and especially in the first half of an innings here in the 10 over format. I think later in the innings, if you've got guys that are confident, the ball maybe not doing quite as much, then
you got to get fuller.
Good batters, yeah. It's interesting. What's a good length can become what's known as the slot, you know. But it's the same length. But yeah, for me, at this stage of the innings, especially to a batter that's not really looking that confident, it's a good place to be, and that's exactly where Rahimi was that time.
Yeah, keep it simple. KISS. I won't add what the last S means, but keep it simple in whatever format of the game you're playing. You'll generally go better than worse.
Keep it simply simple. Anyway, Subramani, he's a big unit. He's coming out at number 5.
Well, they're going to need something to get going, because right now the required run rate is in trouble of moving towards that danger zone that you've talked about. The point of no return, you described it as yesterday. The equation is 79 to win off 27 deliveries at about 17.5 per over.
And Ganesh Char, the captain, again, just not getting going. He's under run ball as well. So, I had a question from Sudhir. Why are there so many no balls when the pitch has a little less width? Yeah, thinking it's just a little less width. I think, obviously, it's being enforced very rigidly. I just think, yeah, literally, it's because of what you just said. It's a little difference, but it makes a big difference.
Not out of the middle of the bat, will just be a single. I've got a theory on this, Vin.
Okay.
To answer that question to Sudhir. And it reminds me of my days in some very, very, very basic indoor facilities in Ireland, which were really cramped in, squeezed into the side of sports halls. When you had a thinner net.
Yeah, yeah. Ones where you can play a cut shot and hit your bat on the end.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
I felt as a bowler, as a leg spinner that I was, my accuracy became worse. It's purely mental. We play maybe the most mental sport there is.
True.
Maybe except golf, because we have an act and then a break and play. Then an act, then a break and play, and repeats. You've got all the time in your head now as a bowler to think. And it's amazing what the mind can do.
It's a really good point you made there. Here's Rahimi, last ball of his over.
No timing at all. We'll close out the 6th over, 54 for 3.
So that's probably the top length as well, and they can only get it for 1. So they really are going to have to get rocketing here. 19 and over required from here on in. Lions not staring down 0-3 at the start of this series. Yeah, I know. Well, I was actually a bowler until I was 18, and then I transitioned to being a wicket keeper, which I felt that was my special skill, I suppose, in the end.
That explains it, Finn.
Yeah.
All keepers a little bit mad.
Yeah, and also people ask me what the difference is between wicket keeping and commentating, and I was known as kind of a bit of a freakish keeper that was a tail ender in Australia. That's another story. They said, what's the difference between keeping and commentating? I said, when I'm commentating, I'm talking less. But
you're out of the proper wicket keeping clock then.
Yeah, but I know that when I was bowling badly or when I was low on confidence, the pitch seemed about 35 metres long, and I just felt when I had no zip or anything like that. And I kind of, what you talk about is, it's kind of a bit mental as well. It's less of a target to aim at.
This one is clubbed down the ground. Good power, and not quite 6. Going to be 4. Just one bounce. The long off is very wide. That would have gone to a conventional long off, but instead it's 4 to the total.
Yeah, so because they don't have a deep point, deep cover long off, they kind of hedging their bets a bit with that long off. I'm a bit more of a fan of pinching your long on, long off straight and trying to get them to work together as a bit of a team, a bit of a straight barrier. But yeah, you have that big gap straight down the ground, which is a fairly safe shot. Nice shot by Subramani.
Repeats the dose this time. It's going to go all the way. It's a Maximo. Well fielded too. Out by one of the crew in the deep. And Subramani maybe just showing there's still life in this chase.
That's Shub, who has come straight from the Portugal Night Series. And he's in charge of the player area. And Shub is known for his poor fielding. And even that was a fumble that hit his back foot. He's dropped more catches. And the other thing is he's always going for them. You know, he'll be normally between the two teams out. You obviously are known for taking a hanger. And to be fair, he has caught a couple of good ones. But also he's dropped some shockers.
Dropped. That should have been taken. It was really a simple chance. It's Aminullah Rahimi who's bowled so nicely, who gets the stare of death from Mahmood.
Sometimes I commentate about 2 seconds early, and that's what happened. I just said drop some shockers in the next ball. Really, from Rahimi drops a shocker. No easy catches in this condition.
Oh, we've got the classic. This the fielder switch.
And he even turned down the high five, tagging the fielder that was coming the other way, which is Asadullah Saeed.
That's always insult to injury when you're in the field. And the captain or the bowler says, we've got to switch you out. This goes a long way up. It's going to be another chance, but long off this time. Who shows how it's done. Abdullah Rana takes the simplest of catches, and the Lions, they're tailing away. They're in awful trouble here. Power CC looking for a third win.
Change is as good as a holiday. It's the same batter because they didn't run on that drop catch. So this over's got 4-6 dot wicket. Just went over the head of Saeed in the infield, and simple catch for Abdullah Rana, who's a national player. He's a guy that hit the last ball of the day against France for 4 in the recent Valletta Cup. In his first innings playing for Switzerland, he was the hero, needing 2 to win. He hit a boundary. But unfortunately for the batter there, Subramani did hit a couple, but wasn't able to sustain the attack.
Well, here's Osama Mushwani to the crease. No cap on, and what I'm going to describe as a go faster stripe in the haircut as well. Can he get anything going? He's going to need to go very fast indeed. Tries to. But a big swing and a miss to start with, back of a length from Mahmood.
The things you remember, so you know how we talk, sometimes we see fielders getting moved after the misfield drop catch. One player, Lovepreet Singh from Janjul in Italy, he dropped catches in 5 different positions in the 1 10-over innings.
Well, you get all the records here on the ECL network, don't you? Fumbled in the deep, and that means that Mushwani wants a second, but Shah just turned his back at him. He needs to get going.
That was back in 2021. I still remember his number, 50, because wherever he went, the ball went with him. Anyway, so we're 7 overs in here at 65 for 4. And just filling everyone in about where we're at. So right now we are in Switzerland, and next stop is Dresden. So I'm actually sitting out Dresden. Rico and Charlie will be there. But right here, we're not too far away from the start. About 20 minutes away from the Power, who are going to go back-to-back this morning. They're taking on the Zurich Crickets, who may be a bit unlucky to walk away without a point on day one, as Nick Henderson will be leading them. I know you really like Khalid Niazi, the young spinner.
Yeah, I liked him a lot. Vinny, tell me about these fantasy points. You've talked to me about records.
Yeah.
Poor old Farhad Momand is -4. Have you ever seen worse than that? People get into serious negatives?
Yeah, not serious negatives, but
it's a duck, is
happen.
it?
You do get 4 points just for getting picked in the team.
And then what, you minus points for a duck, is it?
A duck. Sometimes if your economy rate is above a certain amount, or if your strike rate, if you face at least 5 balls. So it's quite, quite complex. But
harsh but fair again.
You'd be hoping you end up in the positives.
I got you.
So it's still early for the Crickets. Anyway, that game's coming up, like I said, in around about 20 minutes.
Osama Mushwani's had a helmet run on as he feels as though there's just an extra yard of pace from Osama Mahmood, who went for 15 in the first over. Now, can the Lions pull something out of the bag? They need 22 runs per over. And they are going to need a monstrous over in one of them to have any chance. 66 to win off 18. If they're going to do something, it needs to be now. And Shah, really, in particular, the captain, who's stranded at the non-striker's end, needs to get moving. Short, wide, left alone. Not given as a wide, Vinny.
Yeah, hurting to have dot balls at this stage. And yeah, the Lions, I think this is out of sight, but still you need to get as close as you can because their best chance might be on net run rate if it's a crowded middle of the table. Of course, 5 teams will get the opportunity in this tournament for the first time.
Big swing and a miss, and really losing his shape horribly. Needs to probably stay in line a little bit more and make sure he makes contact. 2 dot balls. This game is going maybe inexorably in the direction of the Power CC. You can only see it going one way. I think they're going to be okay for time as well. 7.5 minutes remain to bowl 10 deliveries. Should do that comfortably too. It's the leg cutter. Will be given as a wide down the leg side. So something for the Lions.
Yeah, something. But I remember when we were talking a little bit when I was bowling, when I was growing up. I got the opportunity to be a net bowler for the Sri Lankan team when they were touring in the late 90s, in 1999, as an 18-year-old. And that was awesome. And one of the things I had to do, so I was kind of also just like a helper, and did some bowling at some great players like Joe Warden, Aravinda De Silva, and Ranatunga, and all these guys. That was in the phase where the Sri Lankans treated net sessions a bit like they treated the power plays in those days, and there were a lot of lost balls. But also, they said, can you go down and just, this spinner's going to bowl a few at you, and just throw them back if you can. And it was Murali. So that was great. I got to try and pick it when he started to develop his Dusra, when he also was experimenting with a bit of leg spin as well.
Yeah, he used to bowl quite a few leg breaks at one point.
So that was pretty fun. It was difficult. it was really difficult. But, yeah, great experience.
Complete magician, wasn't he? Muralitharan, the highest test wicket taker of all time. This one's finally made contact with, but it goes nowhere. And the bowler is going to take the simplest of caught and bowl chances. Osama Mahmood gets good reward for what's been an excellent over. And for his namesake, Osama Mushwani, he just couldn't get anything going at all. He's dismissed for just 1. And the Lions, well, they're needing snookers. They're needing a miracle from here.
Yeah, it's just not happening. And I do think more often than not you'll see 130 stand up. You don't see that many chases above it. We see a few. It's kind of once you get 140, falls away pretty quickly. How many chases you see in that range? And then 150, it's very rare. As we see the sun come out for the first time today, well, that's a sign perhaps that the weather's moved on. I do see a bit of blue sky in the distance as well. So I had a question for you, Lenny. From the first innings, but I said I'd ask it during this innings. This has just worked away. They'll get a single, maybe a second. Not going to do it, but a good throw might have him in trouble. In fact, the directive was going to see him marching back towards the pavilion.
You do feel a little bit for the Lions. No sign of Senthil Lakshmanan yet. Direct hit would have been gone for all money. Love the commitment with the dive.
It's actually probably a better way to slide your bat by diving if you can be bothered, because when you just plonk it in at an angle, it might just stick. But yeah, the question was from Sada, and it was asking you, Lenny, what is your favourite cricketing memory? So maybe you can tell us that after this ball, which is a swing and a miss. End of the 8th over. It is 69 for 5. Sprung that one on you there.
Yeah, you really have.
It can be playing, it can be commentating, it can be just watching cricket.
Well, look, I think
you could give us a few if you want.
I think commentating's easy. Certainly, I think that Nepal run of 11 wins from 12 in Kathmandu, which was crowned in just the most ludicrous game of cricket I've ever seen against the UAE, where they needed to chase over 300 to win and get to Zimbabwe and complete the turnaround. Everyone was worried about them losing ODI status.
Was that their highest inning score in ODIs?
They'd never made more than 300.
Yeah, I remember.
And hilariously, they actually won the game without scoring more than 300 because the UAE took 4 hours and 10 minutes to bowl 44 overs, and it literally got so dark we couldn't continue. Now, luckily, Nepal were ahead on Duckworth Lewis, but they'd probably spent, I reckon, 38 of the 44 overs being behind on Duckworth Lewis, if not more.
Wow.
As Ran is going to bowl his second over, the penultimate of the chase. It was a game that was so insane I can't even describe. We had quite a basic production, so we had no talk back or ability to communicate with the match officials. So I had the utterly surreal scenario of having to guess whether or not the game was over, purely from what the umpires were doing with us 80, 90 yards away.
Yeah, and in the dark. And
really the thing that kind of tipped it towards the direction that we ended up calling it right, as this one won't carry too long on, was that the Nepali players were celebrating and sprinted onto the pitch. So I think the words I used were the crowd or the players think they're going to Zimbabwe, because we didn't know for certain.
Yeah.
We knew they were ahead on DLS by 6 runs at the time, as this is going to be a no ball off the pitch and a free hit incoming. A bye will be run as well. But we didn't know. And actually, as I finished the call and utter euphoria and chaos was sparked, I then had to sprint out of the commentary box, leave my co-commentator Paresh Lahani there to run over to Graham LeBroy, the match referee, and say, Graham, Graham, have they definitely won? Is it over? As the free hit goes nowhere. Graham said, yes, it's done. We won't get back out, because I didn't know was it bad light just for the moment.
Yeah.
And then I had to jog back across.
Typically, nighttime is a sign that the light's only going to get worse.
Usually, but you never know. And you then sometimes have these weird scenarios where the umpires go back out for an over or a ball. As this is, again, not really timed and not going to carry. Poor old Lions have got nothing going. So commentating's easy. Playing, maybe we'll have to wait till game 2. Too many moments to mention. Usually pretty ludicrous ones.
Yeah, but that's all part of the bargain, isn't it? And that's part of the fun as well.
When you bowl leg spin, mate, you have great days, and then you've got days where you go for plenty. End of the 9th over, 75 for 5. Poor old Zurich Lions, they just have never really got into this chase, Finn.
Yeah, it's just been one of those innings. And he had the old Johnny Bairstow special, but the batter using the novel tactic of just turning around and getting back in his crease. He beat the clock as well, so that's the end of 9. It's 75 for 5 after 9. Hello to Luke as well, who's watching from Belgium. Nice to see you in the chat. Yeah, just seeing the schedule this year, mentioning no Belgium, France, or the Dutch series not able to be played this year. Yeah, that's the way it is. There's many, many reasons behind the scenes why the schedule is how it is. We're kind of at a stage now, because we're doing 2-week series. It requires a certain amount of sides to be available. So we used to do 1-week series. Yep. So logistically, that's very difficult to keep moving every week. So we used to do series with as few as 5 teams. And I suppose just to make it work, there's that requirement from our side. This is hit straight, and the fielder is not going to get there. Maximo Sharp is basically seen it all, but right now he's seeing his team a long way behind, but he does get that one pretty well, up out of the screws and gets it away for 6.
Yeah, a bit more like it. It'll be too little too late, but remember, every run will count towards net run rate, so even if they can close this gap with a massive final over, it could end up aiding their cause as the competition moves forward. 50 off 5 balls, even here. Nothing possible.
So there's a whole bunch of things that have to be sorted if you're going to host a European Cricket Series. Ground availability, team availability, player availability. Mostly those are the things that need to be ticked off if we can host one.
This goes a long way up into the sky. In comes Osama Mahmood, puts it down. Well, maybe just the only thing that the Power CC would like to tidy up from today's poor performance. That's 2 drops, Vinny, both of them on the easyometer, if you will. Very much catchable. This was, a 3 out of 10 difficulty. Should have been taken.
Yeah, but if you're going to drop a catch, now's not a bad time.
Yeah.
Don't waste them. 48 off 4.
Save them. Save them.
That's right. So these are the issues that we're grappling with. And also we're getting to the stage where we can't even get everywhere we want to go in the 1 year. Now, we love being in Belgium. They play a certain type of cricket that we call Belgium ball, because they are crazy how attacking they are in Belgium. So yeah, Belgium ball hashtag was in the chat all the time last year. I think someone just sneaks in. France is another one, not quite ready. We don't have the structures in place to do France, but we are planning it for next year. Netherlands, we've had some great series there, but their cricket season is so packed so tight.
Yep.
To put away a 2-day window is tough, but we do see a lot of the Dutch players around ECN anyway, even though we won't have a series there this year.
Where would you be looking at potentially in France as we see Ricky Rachet get the celebration? That's the Jatinder Singh thigh slap coming out, definite.
That's why you see a fair bit of the Punjabi celebration. It's like a Kabaddi origin, that celebration. 83 for 6 as this game.
Where would you see yourselves going in France? Is there potential?
There's a ground in Dreux, which is about, I think, just a little bit, an hour or 2 out of Paris.
Okay.
But we know from obviously seeing Dreux at the club win the ECL, the Champions League cricket. That means they automatically qualify for next year's ECL, and it means the France get 2 teams. They're the only team that have 2 teams next year because the defending champions, they automatically qualify.
Amazing.
And the domestic champions from this year, or the runners-up if it is draw, they will also qualify. So yeah, wanting to get everywhere, can't be everywhere at the moment, as this might be a bye if they're watching. They're too busy asking for the wide. As Kankula swings and misses, and Razak just asking, is that the end of the game?
Well,
Just for argument's sake, we'll have a look.
Slightly surreal end. Surely could
Tell
have
you
been
what,
given as a wide, but I
umpires-
think the umpire said enough's enough.
Bit chilly out there, so we're going to get back in. So the final score here,
47 runs, Vin.
not really a thriller. That'll happen, but I am still thrilled by that moustache. And Saeed is a player. Don't worry, you'll see him as well.
Safiat Ullah, we're going to see him again.
Safiat Ullah.
I'm getting double Safiat
He's
Ullah
there.
action.
He's listed 5.
Get him in the fantasy team, Vin.
Yeah,
Get him in.
Match is coming up. It should start. Actually, it'll be a 5-minute delay. So actually, we will be getting going exactly in 15 minutes. As maybe you can take us through the highlights and wrap up this game, Lenny. In
Will
the end,
do, Vin.
Power just too strong.
Yeah, really not a chase that ever got going. As soon as Ankush Lal was dismissed, which was this one that was caught down at deep third, that was the end of that. He's already scored a 75 in this competition off just 30 balls. And then the wickets, they started to tumble. Akash Wadwa, he very briefly shone before he was cleaned up by Farid Ahmed. The sheer lack of boundaries in this innings was the thing that stood out for me. Just the 4 Maximos and 5 fours. That was one of the big hits. Poor old Kanik Shah, even though he made 26 off 26, could just never get going. That was the end of Ashwin Prakash, just 5 off 8 for him. And what about the big man? Well, he got the long levers out briefly, 2 boundaries for him. Saravana Kumar Subramani, who showed the power that he possesses before he holed out to long off. And great delight we're seeing in the background right now. Paris CC celebrating heartily. They have strolled, coasted, cruised home to victory. That was the final wicket to fall. It was a very limp chase indeed from the Zurich Lions. They've come up 47 runs short. And in a 10-over contest, as every game of this European Cricket Series Switzerland will be played as, that is a big margin of victory, and that's with 14 extras too. The 5 no balls with the 5 free hits, 6 wides alongside. All they could get to was 83 for 6. The only moments of joy, 20 for Akash Wadwa and 26 for Kanik Shah. And as we take a look at the bowling figures, they'll come up on your screen now. The tunes rolling out. A wicket for every one of the 6 bowlers used. Good efforts from them. Only one going on an economy rate of over 10. That was Asad Mahmood. The pick of them for me, well, it had to be Abdullah Rana. 2 overs, 1 for 11. Good efforts from him. So that's going to get us to the end of the coverage of game number 1 of the day. Game number 11 in total. The good news, though, as always, we've got plenty more action to come. 5 games a day, every single day. We are here in Switzerland during the group stages. A 47-run victory for the Paris CC, beating the Zurich Lions really quite comfortably. We'll be back with you with all the action in the next game, as we're also going to see the Paris CC in action once again. Can they back it up? Can they make it 2 wins inside a morning, as they'll be taking on the Zurich Crickets? Action's going to get going in about 10 minutes time. We there with you with every single ball, and we'll see you then.
Here we are with St. Gallen Cricket Club at Mount Sentis, the highest mountain in East Switzerland with a height of 2,500 meters, looking over 4 different countries. What an unusual place to play cricket.
Hello and welcome back to St. Gallen. Wasn't that a great video showing you a very, very special part of the country there? 2.5 kilometres elevation and looking over 4 different countries. There's not too many places in the world you can say that. It is a very special, very interesting place to play cricket. And we're thrilled to be here. Sun has poked out its head a little bit in the second innings of that game, but unfortunately the sun not shining on the Lions. They went down pretty heavily in the first game of the day. Now we're going to see Power CC, who did win the first game. They are going to take on the Zurich Crickets. Now I do have some news from the coin toss. The Crickets, they've won the toss. They've elected to field, so could be a bit of a risk. I suppose they will know what they have to do in this match because they'll know exactly how much they have to chase. But Power CC, I called it like an ugly 120, turned out to be 130, which turned out to be enough. And yeah, so far throughout this series, we're kind of seeing that 13 and over as par. Whether it stays up there, I'm not so sure. But I think the Crickets, they're a team, they still do not have a win in ECN cricket. We did see them back in 2020. But, every game's one game closer, I'm sure, for them. Looking at the two teams, Power CC, we know that the Mahmoods are always key. Abdullah Rana, handy all-rounder for them. Got good hitters all the way down to 6 and probably even further. If you look at the performance of some of their lower order, I've got to say, in that first game, it was actually a player coming down at number 8, Farid Ahmed, who stole the show 36 off 12. Zurich Crickets, well, they could certainly use some runs from somewhere, but Nurkan Ahmadi looks like a guy, he can swing the bat. Got to say, I know that Andrew Leonard was really impressed with Khalid Niazi in his spin yesterday in what turned out to be a very, very short match, as they were kind of blown away in a 5-over contest. So you're almost ready to go here. And I want to offer a warm welcome once again to all of our wonderful viewers watching on Fancode in the subcontinent. I know we get big numbers there. Also, hello to everyone watching on our YouTube channel, Eastern European Cricket Network, and we're on Swiss Sport TV. I have heard, actually, the local TV station's going to be down today, and they want to do a story on the European Cricket Series being here in St. Gallen, so I'm looking forward to meeting them. And by luck, because I didn't know they were coming, I've got the St. Gallen green on, and we'll actually see St. Gallen, the host club, here for the first time in the third match of the day. So, yes, I'm looking forward to that. Anyway, almost time to go. And it's going to be Fahad Momand to get us going. Osama Mahmood ready to face up. Andrew Leonard joins me for the first ball. It's shaping up for a good contest here. Zurich Cricket still without a win. Could this be the game they break through?
Well, they've got to find a way to get winning. I think if you go, let's say, no wins from 3, particularly no from 4, with the top 5 advancing to the playoffs, you need to turn things around.
Now, it's going to be a wicket first ball because he's off the... Oh, he's going to be dropped. Well, 5 fielders gather around that in the end. It's the Bermuda Pentagon. And is that Niazi? Crosses the pitch. I thought of everyone to catch it. He was low down the pecking order, but he called it. He went past the bowler, and he held it for a second, just popped out. There go the sunglasses. There goes the ball. There goes the chance. Just remember that, because Osama Mahmood is dropped off the very first ball of the game.
Well, you could make a case that of the 5 fielders that could have caught that, he had the hardest route to get to it. He actually had to come across the wicket. It was coming at a difficult angle. I just felt that any one of the fielders coming in, or indeed the bowler himself, I think if Momand was a little bit stronger, he would have just roared into the sky and said, "That's mine, I'm going to take that." But instead, a drop catch from the very first delivery of match number 12. How costly will it be?
Oh, pop back and almost straight back to Momand. He bustles through. He does look like he's got a hairstyle you could grow vegetables in, but he's also a very handy left armour.
Well, I just think with that strip of the Zurich Crickets that they're wearing, which has such shades of that Brazilian away top from USA 94. I think he's like Bebeto, isn't he? There's a little bit of Bebeto to him, that great striker for Brazil.
Pull shot just gets over mid-wicket. And that's Firdausi Rahimi that dives in, provides the stop.
We saw this yesterday, Vin, where after, if you're just joining us, maybe switch on the coverage for the first time this morning, we did play through some pretty constant drizzle in the morning game, but then as the surface dried, just for about 15 or 20 minutes, it got more difficult. It almost got too paced for a while.
True. Yeah, that's a good observation. Mahmood, lucky to still be there. Now he's going to go to the skies again. Right, 2 balls, 2 chances, and 2 drops. As that time is Mirwais Barakzai. This was a more difficult one. And this would have been run out, and they might get an overthrow. They will. This is ECS. Here comes another overthrow. 3. Any advances? We'll stick with 3. And you are now in the European Cricket Series, Andrew Leonard.
Oh, Vinny, it's all happening here. The overthrows, they decide to come back for the second. The throw comes in. The bowler doesn't fancy it. I don't know how they've got 3 here. And he shouldn't have just been dismissed once. He should have been dismissed twice. Hasanama Mahmood. Fielders flying everywhere. It's an action-packed start. This is a bit more like my adjectives for yesterday. Chaos, carnage. It was all happening in the first game yesterday, and maybe they've saved it for game 2 today. 5 runs from the opening over, but that doesn't tell the tale, Vinny.
No, it doesn't. But yeah, double overthrow is something I'd never really seen in my life before being here on ECN. As you see some blue sky, and now having a look at this. This is the supercomputer. Now I know I sprung this on you earlier. This is the bat versus ball wall, and it predicts. Like basically, you remember those computers that sent the man to the moon in like the 60s?
Yep.
This is like 6 of them tied together. They put in the data, and this is what it's telling you. Power are going to score 76. Now, here's what I'm worried about with the supercomputer. We think sometimes it has a few. It stays up a bit late because it's been undercounting lately. And for me, 76. I don't think so. But it does feed in the data from 2020, where their average run rate was 9.9.
Okay.
And so I think that, but the cricket's 50. It's a bit rough.
50 a bit rough, but also if you look at I think it was the average runs conceded by the crickets was 170 or something like that. How are they predicting 70 for the power? Well, maybe they know better than us. Just 5 runs in the first over.
Sometimes it's right though. Humans can't decide. Can't really grasp the brilliance of the supercomputer as yet.
Zazo to get things going here.
Yeah, but I mean,
to the full toss.
This is why sometimes it's freakish. You know how they say like a wrong clock is right twice a day. A stop clock is right twice a day. Occasionally it'll just nail it. So what you wait for a low-scoring thriller here.
Well, if we get 76 all out versus 50 for 8, my hat's off to the supercomputer. But I can't see it happening, Vin.
Yeah, so it can be. Well, it is an indicator. We developed it because people are always asking things like, who will win? Who is favourite? These are questions we get approximately 10 million times per match. So now we're trying to tell you. You can see Power CC, their favourites. And well, tell you what, Mahmood, he was giving more chances in the power play than I've ever seen. It's 3rd time unlucky for him. He gets castled by Zazay, and that's a big hitter gone. Mahmood just looks out of touch at the moment. It's 5 for 1.
And the 2 happiest men in that cricket's team who are giving the hugs all around are those that drop the catches. One of them, Khalid Niazi, the other, Mirwais Barakzai, and a Swiss shoved the bat in frustration. Good movement through the air.
Yeah.
Lovely seam presentation. So he's got it to curve back in, and maybe a kiss of delight.
Yeah, he's
off to the deep.
It's definitely swung about a stump and a half. You know, it's an excellent piece of bowling. And to get good players, you're going to have to bowl good deliveries, you know, if you want to remove them. And part of that is moving the ball off the straight. That's exactly what Zazay does there. What a good breakthrough that is. We saw Power, though. They kind of, I would say, snuck their way to 130. There was nothing sneaky about the ending, but they were able to continue to score an acceptable rate despite losing wickets. So that was a hallmark of their first innings of the day.
Yeah, and they were in early trouble. It's going to be Faraz Virk in at number 3. 2 massive overs late in the innings in the morning's game. 2 24-run overs that powered them quite literally to live up to their name, to that 130.
This is pulled away and it jumps over it. Should just be a single regardless, so it probably doesn't cost him an extra run. This is Faraz Virk, who's coming in at number 3. He's off the mark immediately. Abdullah Rana is out there. Mentioned that he recently made his debut in T20 international cricket for Switzerland in the Valletta Cup. And they've still got Hasan Mahmood, the captain, up their sleeve, batting 4. I'd consider maybe just a straight swap of the Mahmoods. Just stick Assad at the top, give Osama a breather, get him to come in, maybe slightly different situation. Osama does like to open though. Flicked away, almost another catch. Rana 1 off 5 in the crickets. You know that they've had trouble keeping teams quiet, but right now they're keeping a very good batting lineup. Almost silent in the power play. 6 in the first 10 balls of the game.
This is definitely shades of this morning's contest where the Power chose to bat first. This time they're inserted.
This one would have been LBW if he didn't hit it, but he did hit it, and he'll get 1.5. Luckily, he's turned back, even though they probably would have gotten away with it because the throw wasn't particularly great from the outfield.
You're just having a look at Abdullah Rana's initial T20 I's 4 appearances, 8 wickets in those 4 games. So 39 years young and very much enjoying his ascension to international cricket. So good to see that decision from the ICC, giving every single member that fits really any criteria full T20I status. So those games all go in the books, Vin.
It's been a game changer, really. All right, well, I think we're going to have our first Maximo here because Vic does go up and under and whacks it. Maximo, power is on, Lenny.
Yeah, good strike. Much more like it. And it was just a bit too full, wasn't it? Not that length that would hit the top of off stump, but instead too full into the slot. Helped away handsomely all the way for 6. As it gets us to the end of the second over, the score 13 for 1. See the fielders talking about it there. Here's a look at the standings updated after this morning's contest. The Power CC, they have a chance to power their way to the top of the table if they can win this morning's contest, make it 2-2. They will be the first side to get to 8 points, and we'll see St. Gallen CC come in and make their bow today as well. Looking forward to seeing the home team in action here on their home turf.
Well, that's a classic shot. That's biting back into him. Technically, that's a very good shot from Rana. You can see why he is at the top. Maximo, back-to-back 6s across overs for Power. That was pretty as a picture. Roman does, I think, get that where he wants it. It was swinging back in from outside the off stump. It's kind of the opposite to the ball that got Mahmood that swung into him. This is a left-hander ball into a right-hander, but a very different response as it was driven handsomely down the ground. Just the length slightly, a little bit shorter, cut away, and despite the outfield being a bit slow today, it still runs away for 4. So front foot, back foot, Rana doing it all and finally getting moving.
Well, pinpoint accuracy too, Vin. It nearly goes into the heart of the Swiss cross as part of the banner here. Look at this. You can see him batting in the Swiss helmet, very nearly right into the bullseye. Love to see that. We saw an Afghan cricket board helmet yesterday. Today we see the Swiss national team one in action, and it's just so good to see sunshine, a little bit less cold. Hopefully the day is going to heat up as the action heats up here at ECS Switzerland.
Another nice looking drive, very correct. Yeah, so this is very European cricket series. You can see, if you couldn't really describe it to someone if they hadn't seen it. Think about what we've seen in the first 2.5 overs. We've seen like at least 2 drop catches, double overthrows on one ball. We've seen a couple of the best looking straight drives you'd ever hope to see. But this one isn't quite off the middle, but still gets plenty of it. Inside out, runs away from the fielder. Maybe a sign that the outfield is quickening up a little bit as the sun's out to dry it. But Rana has escaped the clutches of the crickets in the third over, and he's up to 16, scores up to 27.
Yeah, another good looking stroke, Vinny. It's a strange field, probably one that you may have seen a lot more than I will with that. It's hard to describe. He's not a deep extra cover. He's not really a long off. He's a wide long off in place and then a very straight mid off at the edge of the circle.
This is a little bit short. This time it's on the pool. Well, in Australia, we swim between the flags. That one goes between the flags. Maximo. And just when you thought the power play was all crickets, it's the power that gets turned on in the third over. It goes magical, and there's still 1 ball to go.
It did go straight between the flags. It's going to give you a story, Vinny, at the end of this over. You're going to love this one. It's a ludicrous story. Not just the Bondi Beach analogy, but you asked me about some of my favourite cricket moments. I'll give you one of my worst ones in a moment.
Okay.
And it involves cricket with 2 flags involved.
I'm a little bit
confused.
But I'm sure all will become clear. Keeper up to the stumps. This goes straight to that man. He's gone. Well, there you go. We wondered why he's there. Now you know. And Norkanamati takes the catch. Had to be strong above his head. He robs Rana of a Maximo, and they do get something out of the third over after all. Rana gone for 22 into 3. It's 33 for 2.
Well, the remarkable fielding position does the job. It's a wide, long off. And that area that we've seen hit through very powerfully. He could not have picked him out any better if he tried. And like you said, strong hands up above his head from Norkanamati, who's been one of the stars of the bat so far for the Zurich Crickets. And lovely touching scenes. Norkanamati even goes over to pat the batter on his back as he trudges off. Good innings. It came in quick time, and it's got the score now 33 for 2 at the end of 3.
Rana at one point, he was like 1 off 6 or something like that, and then just absolutely cracked the next few. Okay, tell me your flag-related cricket story.
This is
I'm
next level.
Okay.
I tell this to other people, and they're really impressed by it, and they also think it's not possible because we've heard of 6 sixes and over, we've heard of 36. Now you've got these records of overs in the 40s.
We've had 45, but
all kind of lunacy. But this was all the way back in the year 2001. It was my first year at Hampshire County Cricket Club, where I was on the staff as part of their academy. So we're going to see a leg spinner fittingly come into the attack, Khalid Niazi, with his little leg breaks, which have impressed me. And that was why I was signed as a young leg spinner for Hampshire.
Hit back down. Now they do have almost the Southern Cross with the 3 outfielders, including that guy who's really straight, does the fielding on that occasion. Okay.
So I got hit for 41 runs in an over, Vin.
Congratulations.
Didn't bowl any extras either.
All right. Can I work it out then?
Well, the flag,
41 no extras.
The flags was the clue. 2001. Also, you'd need to be a real badger to go deep into the memory tank.
In a strange cricket format?
Yes.
Okay, well, I've got my guess.
Tell me. 2 runs to the total here.
I once played a variation called Super Max cricket where there was a zone where you get double for hitting down the ground. So you get hit for 12 back over your head.
Spot on the money. It was called Cricket Max, it was innovated by Martin Crowe, the late great Martin Crowe.
Of course.
And he put out, in essence, if you can imagine, 2 goalposts, basically in between long on and long off. 4s became 8s and 6s became 12s if you got it directly in between those flags or goalposts.
So there are probably some iterations of this. Well, you can have a go down the ground, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to keep his feet as he ran towards it. We've seen him do some good things here, Gokul Chetty. But this wasn't really his own fault. I think it took a little bit of side spin on him, which just threw him off. And then they do get a boundary. Poor Niazi has to wear that one.
It's that drying outfield again. But yeah, so not only did I go for 41, I got a wicket in the over as well.
So I've got a question because I think there were different iterations, if you like.
Yep.
And they were tweaking it. And this was the cricket's big search for a third format.
And it was all before T20,
yes. So we've mentioned this a couple of times after doing so many games, and most of my stories have been heard, but I have mentioned this before, that cricket was kind of searching for a third format, a shorter format. Now we're into kind of a 4th format with a 10 over.
Yep.
And we're constantly, for all the gimmicks and things you might try, what has actually worked is just a proportionately shorter version of essentially the same game.
Correct.
And not many things are different. So it's a 20 over game, so 50 over game without the boring middle 30 overs. A 10 over game is a 20 over game without the boring middle 10 overs.
Yeah.
And you can just kind of take it to extremes. It's funny now that we here at ECS, when we do T20s, we call it a longer form. And we actually do.
Which no one ever could have imagined 20 years ago.
In Europe, I mean, with T20 nationals, well bowled by Niazi, rips across, not handled cleanly.
Lovely bowling.
He's a good bowler, you're right. Tell you what, you don't get too much expression out of him with those big sunglasses. Looked like he's playing the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas with those. I couldn't even see how he reacted after the misfield went for 4. Anyway, 40 for 2 after 4. So what I was going to say is the max cricket I played, there weren't just flags on the boundary, but also there were cones, and it basically was like a trapezoid. So it kind of went to about where the 30-yard circle was. So even hits down the ground, that was called the max zone. So it wasn't quite a square because it kind of angled in towards the pitch, but think of it as a square down the ground. Anything in there was double. So if you hit a 1 down the ground there, you'd actually
got
get
two.
2. And if you hit a 2 down the ground, you get 4. Obviously, then you'd have 8s and 12s. So was that the case for you, or did you just have the flags on the boundary?
It was just so I think Cricket Max was very slightly different. I heard of that version in Australia, and then Martin Crowe. I think there was a few other slightly different rules in terms of power plays and the like. But
they were tinkering with it.
Yeah, they were tinkering, and the big thing with Cricket Max was it was 2 10-over innings. He wanted like a mini test match in the day, so both sides did bat twice.
We did that as well, I think. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, and it's going to be muscled down to the ground by Faraz Veric Maximo, and the power, despite losing a couple of wickets, they are still powering on. This is by the Crickets. So 10th over time. Let's see if we do get the bowl that's not a hat trick. I have a feeling that we won't, because the Zai's coming back, and he took 1 for 8. To be fair, he had a case to bowl the second over at the time. They didn't use him, and so first in, best dressed, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit harsh on Nurkan Ahmadi. He'll have to wait for a European Cricket Network hat trick. Maybe he'll have another chance.
I've got a question for you, because again, you've seen a lot of things. First up, though, let's have a look at the first ball of the 10th. In fact, let's not. We had a bowler take 3 wickets off 3 balls, but the third one was stumped off a wide. Is that a hat trick or not?
Oh, it's got to be a hat trick. Doesn't matter if there's a run conceded.
All right, in the air, and the fielder comes around and takes the catch, and this one will count. Baljinder swings away a 6 to 1, and then he's done. As Zai comes up, in a way, he completes the hat trick at that end. If you want to, think in the old-fashioned sense of different ends, different bowlers. But anyway, it's an 8th wicket.
Khalid Niazi gets his name on a proper catch, but not quite as difficult as the previous one, which was an excellent effort off the free hit. He's a good athlete, isn't he? He's a good cricketer, one to keep your eyes on. Don't know how easily you can catapult yourself into national team selection, but I can think of worse options.
And also depends on eligibility.
Of course,
a lot of these players we'll see may not be eligible because they haven't lived in the country long enough. But yeah, I think he might have just flashed a little thumbs up to Ahmadi, who's still on a hat trick and will be forever as far as this game's
forevermore.
concerned. So here's the thing. I remember reading in Wisden, sorry to nerd it up, that hat trick can't contain any wides or no balls.
Oh, not
and I
buying
think
that.
Normally it's like you can't go wicket, no ball, wicket.
Of course.
Yeah,
I totally agree with that. That's not a hat trick.
But anyway, here's why, in the end, we didn't put it on the list. Because the extra... by the way, there's no way it was wide. It was in by heaps. I mean, I couldn't even believe it until I read it on the scorecard. Looks like we're back. We're back across the world on all the platforms. And we're just talking about the hat-trick that wasn't. In Romania, actually. Cosmin Zavoiu, he's a native Romanian player. Didn't play cricket until he was 32. Took it up on the advice of his dentist.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
Of course he did. Why wouldn't he?
Football that had too many injuries. So is that okay? How about try this? And the extra ball in the over gave him his 5-for. So he is on the Hall of Fame for a 5-for. Down the leg side. I tell you what, there's a few things around this ground. We've seen some bikes. I think we're going to lose. We just spotted, or you just spotted, a horse and buggy.
A little chariot on the back of the horse. We've also seen a little bit of traffic, much higher volume traffic today than yesterday, with it being the non-national day. It was a bank holiday yesterday. Another wide signal to Zaze. Just lost his radar completely. But plenty of walking traffic by on that top hill, and so many curious bystanders getting their first taste of action. We were talking, whilst we were off air briefly there, just about the 100 as well.
Yes.
Great to see last night that I was able to get that in my TV. I think quite a lot of people here in Switzerland can get the BBC Two platforms.
Yeah.
And that's great to see cricket on terrestrial television here. Not just the 100, but also this European Cricket Network.
Of course, on Swiss Sport TV. So many things we want to get through here. We'll have to leave a few for the second innings. Myad is just making a very good observation in the chat that the Cricket's conceded 167 off 9.5 overs yesterday, but they've held this very strong power batting lineup to 96 here with 3 balls remaining. And make that 2 balls remaining. One of the all-time great swings from Razak. But yeah, that's the nature of this game. You know, you're up, you're down. One of the things with the players just keep their emotions fairly stable. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Don't get too down. You know, some things are in your control, some things aren't. And you learn to kind of just, the good teams just never get too far removed emotionally from the centre. This will be a leg by. One ball to come. Finally on the 100, that's another format. And we were talking formats. But to me, it's not actually that different. It's just a 20-over game with 5 ball overs with a couple of funky conditions. You know, like that's what it is. It's like it or not like it.
I have to say, I still don't get the TV graphics.
Yeah.
I don't understand them.
Yeah, they're trying to make it different, but they're not that different. You bowl 2 overs in a row. Anyway, it's going to be game over. Well, not game over, innings over here. As Rahimi flicks a full toss away, Zazar. He had a good start to the 10th, didn't he? He looked like they made the right call, but he's a little bit off for the rest of the 10th over. In fact, the Power bring up the 100 with the last ball of the innings. 103 for 8 will be the final score. I think the Crickets, they'll be very happy with where they're at. They were a bit unlucky not to secure a win back in 2020. This must be their best chance yet, I think. 104 for victory.
Yeah, really. Definitely in the contest. I think they'll be the happier of the two sides. That was the first wicket blown off with a kiss towards the sidelines as the wickets fell pretty regularly, to be honest with you. The Zora Crickets putting in probably their best performance of the 2 days so far. We saw them in action yesterday too. As also saw some big blows, that one going through the flags, which sparked a Cricket Max discussion with us here, and a very good catch, well judged by Norkan Ahmadi, who had an all-action day in that funny fielding position down. Wide long off, also a fumble or two in the field. Poor old Chetty lost his feet this time, but made up for it moments later with a good catch held down at long on. And certainly the pick of the bowlers for me by a distance. He's only a youngster, Khaled Niazi, the young leg spinner, 2 for 14, including that stumping, which was part of a very, very impressive keeping performance from the captain, Nicholas Henderson. It all ended though with a Maximo, as Rahimi got one over the rope to drive RCC to 103 for 8. Will it be enough? I'm not so sure. I make the Crickets the favourites despite what the supercomputer was saying. Let's take a look at the batting and the bowling card. Here's a look at the batting. The run rate 10.3 per over. Plenty of batters got to double figures, 4 of them, but no one could make more than Faraz Virks. 27 off 13. He had the best strike rate too, over 200, alongside Azatullah Syed, who struck at 242, but there was a few tricky innings there. Osama Mahmood, he could have been out 3 times in 4 balls, dropped twice before he was cleaned up by Zaze. And for the bowling figures, which we'll come on to now in a moment, wickets fell regularly, didn't they, throughout the innings. It was 2 apiece for Zaze, the pick of the bowlers Niazi. Norkan Ahmadi, he'll have to wait eternally for that hat-trick, taking 2 wickets from his final 2 deliveries, having been hit for a 6 and a 4, and a wicket too for Tarakil Amaman. So that means at the halfway stage of this match number 12, it's our second of 5 games as always of the day. It's the mid-morning clash, the Para CC. They're going to have it all to do to defend a total that we feel is a touch under par. But for the Crickets, they'll lead 104 for win. Don't go too far. We'll see you in just a few moments' time. So, a very warm welcome back to this wonderful facility here. We're part of the St. Gallen FC football complex. In fact, not just the one main stadium there across to our left that you can see in the background that has about 18,000 seats, but also we've got this beautiful reserve pitch here. There's the main ground up at the top left of your picture, and then behind us we're commentating basically almost from a bird's eye view down the ground up in the main grandstand here. Probably about, I don't know, maybe 1,500, 2,000 seats here at the reserve ground, and out the back you can see some of those seats there. There's about 12 or 14 football fields. Remarkable facility. Always impressed every country I travel to, the quality of the sporting facilities that are on offer. You're joining us for game number 12 of this European Cricket Series Switzerland exhibition of festival of cricket that is going to be hosted throughout here in St. Gallen, a beautiful town not far from the lakeside, about 10 minutes away. A beautiful, historic, picturesque old town, and we're on what is game day number 3 of this European Cricket Series return to Switzerland. First time back here after a 3-year gap. Some of that, of course, COVID enforced, but great to be back for the chase. As Zurich Crickets are going to need 104 to win, and they get a little bit of a freebie to start. Aminullah Rahimi, excuse me, correction, get that right. It will be Abdullah Rana to open the bowling, with Noorkhan Ahmadi, who made such an impact yesterday in 2 little cameos. He's actually been thrown up the order to open the batting alongside Sahil Tarakil. And he really only knows one way, does Noorkhan Ahmadi. That one signalled as a wide, just right on the guideline. And that one going the way of the batter. I think that's a pretty good decision. Flashing blade to almost scimitard away by Ahmadi. No contact made. And a big in-swinger, beautifully bowled. Good skills, as we've seen from so many of the bowlers. Ahmadi won't get off the mark yet, as it's left a bit of a mark on his thigh guard, or maybe his inner thigh guard. Adjusting his protective equipment. The Crickets will need about 10 and over. Just a fraction more than that. And they will be hoping that they can show their quality, winless thus far. The power. CC, remember, if they can win, they will move top of the table alone and top of the standings, making them the first team to get to 4 wins to 8 points. They've got 6 thus far, just the 1 loss from their 4 matches. This is their 5th game already. The power front loading their schedule. As this one again, no real timing, comes off an inside edge and onto the thigh pad, and will get first runs off the bat, although only just. We've seen so many near direct hits, not many affected at all yesterday. But for the Zurich Crickets, a real opportunity. They can sense it, they will know this is a chance. And remember, with just 3 overs of a power play where 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle, this has to be the time to cash in, surely. And that's going to help. Not off the bat, but they won't mind that. 5 free runs. Sparks. Loud applause from the team dugout, and so nice to see this ground bathed in sunshine after what was an incredibly challenging first, well, really 2 days and morning of rain, where somehow we only had 1 game shortened and 1 loss to the conditions, thanks to the efforts of everyone involved, putting in such hard work. And now this ground looks a picture. As that is going to be a wide again. Rana's radar, well, it's all off. He's getting good movement both into the right-hander, and this time away. And it is Noorkhan Ahmadi again batting in the trademark Afghan Cricket Board helmet. Stylish cover drive. That would have been fitting of that Afghan national side. Out to my favourite man, Safiatullah, who's got the wide-brimmed white hat on and maybe the best moustache on show anywhere, not just in the European Cricket Series for Switzerland, maybe anywhere in Switzerland. Andrew Leonard here to guide you through all the action. Do get in touch if you're watching on YouTube. As this goes, well, quite simply miles into the sky. This could be an extraordinary catch from Farhad Maman, but in the end he doesn't even get there. It was almost like Bambi on ice, just paddling around, trying to understand where it went. And in the end, even if the throw came in with a direct hit, it wouldn't have affected the run out. So 2 runs will go to the total to close out the first over. There's our golden ball counter. 75 matches now without a golden ball. I've already said to Vinny Sandu, who I'm going to bid a very good morning to now, that we're surely going to get one during my 10 days here in Switzerland.
I hope so. Honestly, hope you do. 75 matches is the golden ball. We're getting up into the 80s. That's the kind of average matches per golden ball. So we're getting to a kind of average amount of time without a golden ball. But, well, you'll never be the same again once you've commentated a golden ball. Do you know what happened to the last golden ball we had? I don't think I told you. So the last golden ball we had was just over a week ago. It was not last Saturday, but the Saturday before. And you know how the golden ball works. You need 2 to win. If you don't get 2, you lose. Oh, that's pacey and wide. And that's not a good combination because that's 5 free runs to the batting team.
For the second time already, it's just gone like a banana. He's struggling to control the swing. What we've seen with all the rain about was wet balls, so it made it very difficult to get that scale of swing. This time it hoops, and hoops too far down the leg side. The second 5 wides of the over.
Great start by the Crickets. That was assisted by Rana, of course. Last ball of the over. Oh, no ball. And look at Amadi. He has to be dragged to the other end because he wants face free hit. And so just have a look at this. He was, tell you what, he almost needed to get the hook to get him down there because.
Come on, Norcan.
Yeah. And he says, you know what? You know, I'm actually. All right. All right. What goes around comes around anyway. Tarek, he'll get a chance. Yeah, this is a free hit, so it won't be out. Be 4 runs off the bat, but 20 to the total off the first over. Yeah. Very ECS. It's 20 without loss after 1.
So tell me more about that golden ball, Vin.
So if you don't know how golden ball works, it's simple. There's 1 extra ball bowled to the team batting second. Anyone can face it as long as they haven't been out in the innings, and anyone can bowl it.
As long as they haven't been out.
Yeah,
in the innings. Okay.
So if you're out, too bad. So it kind of rewards bowling teams that take more wickets. So
Gotcha.
You're kind of limited to, you can choose who faces, but you can't use someone.
So it could in theory be numbers 10 and 11 at the crease.
Could even be just number 11 with somebody running, because if you're all out, you've only got 1 guy.
Gotcha.
And that has happened a couple of times.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you just have someone else as a non-striker. But I've never seen one like this. Interestingly, we've had 48 golden balls. Not 1 wide or no ball has been bowled. This is in the air, and this ball, it never touches the ground from the moment it leaves the bowler's hand. Osama Mahmood. Well, there's been wickets and wicket chances galore whenever he's been involved in this game. And there's the first wicket. It's 20 for 1.
And it's Asad Mahmood that takes the catch. A wicket crafted by the Mahmoods. Yeah, it always goes to show. I think the low full toss isn't a bad delivery. It's certainly better than a rank long hop. And that was chipped up, and really I think he's going to be disappointed with that. Sahil Tarakil. Just 4 runs off the bat so far, even though 20 is on the board. And in comes the new man, Firdoz Rahimi, who'll be in at number 3.
Yeah, so it'd be a bit annoyed to get out like that. I think Tarek Hill just punched it straight. It came via Mahmood. It went to a Mahmood. But, yeah, so this golden ball, 2 to win. 1's not enough for the batting team. Simple. So it can't be a retie. Abhimanyu Singh, the United captain, came out. He hit it. It kind of went in between 2 outfielders. It seemed for sure he'd get 2. All right. And then ball comes back in. And I'm not puzzled very often. When my eyes went back to the centre, probably fine. Let's just hope that bat was the right side of the line. Let's check it out in the replay.
Well, finally a direct hit comes in, and good fielding after a difficult moment. I think it's Farhad. That's a Momand, isn't it?
It's a rocket arm. Let's just keep an eye on where this bat plonks down. Yeah, just in time. And it was a bit of an awkward one. Look how far his hand's down the handle, but he plonks it just in time. That's not in the textbook.
That is not the technique to run well between the wickets. Very nearly, very costly too.
I like the route he took, though, middle stump to middle stump, because that's the shortest possible distance. And artificial pitch.
Straight down the wicket, that's okay.
I think on an artificial pitch is not a big deal. Straight down the ground, and 6. Maximo! Amadi breaks out. Osama Mahmood hits straight back over his head.
Yeah, really good strike. We've seen quite a bit from Norkan Amadi so far. He's been the one Crickets batter who's looked like going to get that strike rate really moving and motoring. 22 off 6 in one of his innings yesterday. And his first Maximo today.
Oh, that's high-ish. It's a fall-down pull. It's going to be 4. And I think this could be a no ball as well. We'll wait for the signal. He is kind of half a step out of his crease. For me, it's kind of boring. But I mean, I know he's got slight bent leg, but it is very high. Yeah, I wonder what the call is here.
No, the umpire's giving him away with it thus far. I don't know if we're going to have it referred.
Yeah, I suppose he maybe gives up his right to the benefit of the doubt by getting out of his crease about a metre. More often than not, they get called. So, rolling off cutter. Finally, I get to tell you what happened to this golden ball. Gets hit between two outfielders. When the ball comes back, I see what looks like the guy who hit it not coming back for a second run, or that he hasn't tried. How could that happen? But then the replay, we realised when he went to touch his bat, he didn't quite get his bat over the line, and it would have been a one short. Yeah. This is it.
So they were kind of ruined either way.
So, and then the throw came in. It got fumbled by the keeper. 31 for 1, by the way, in this game after 2 overs. Got fumbled by the keeper, and he would have made too easily, except the striker hit the ball, went to the non-striker's end, turned, actually ran 2-3 metres back, stopped, had to turn again back and touch the bat again because he hadn't touched correctly, and that cost him the valuable metres in the end. Even with the fumble by the keeper, he was about 2 metres run out, and so the batting team lost the game only because of that.
I just can't believe you've had, what did you say,
48.
48 golden balls and never a no ball or a wide.
Never a no ball or a wide.
What does happen in that case?
So it's 2 off 1, and it just works out. If you bowl a wide, for example, now the batting team needs 1 off 1.
Gotcha.
And if they don't score, then they lose.
And if they bowl another wide, of course, that would be that.
That's it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I keep thinking it'll happen one day. But we have had a ball, I think, that would have been a wide in Milan, but it was hit. And it turns out it was only hit to the infield. And the batting team lost. Interestingly, the golden ball count early on, it was 5-0 to the batters. And everyone's saying, oh, it's too easy.
It's too easy.
But now it's actually swung the other way. And batters have only won 19 out of 48. It's been 19 batting wins, 29. And after 20, it was 10-10. So
that's a pretty good
still
result.
Still to see.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what led to that. The creation of that. This is in the air. Is it going to get over the fielder? It does. Maximo Amadi. Well, here's a guy. He's 3 years older than we saw him last time. He was only able to score 43 runs in the 6 matches, but he looks a more complete player this time around. Takes on the fielder and wins.
Yeah, 22 off 6 batting at number 3 yesterday in that first outing. Then he was promoted up the order to open. He made 42 off 19 with 7 boundaries in yesterday's innings. You sense that if Amadi is still there, even something like the 6th or 7th over, the Crickets are going to have victory and spring what would be a big upset, because the Power CC have been one of the form teams of the tournament thus far, Vinny. Great stuff from the Crickets. They're riding on the back of some brilliant leg spin bowling from Khalid Niazi and some power-packed hitting from Norkan Ahmadi.
Yeah, powering against the power. This is driven and it finds a gap. Probably pulls up for me. Now going to come back for 2, so that's good. Hustle by Amadi to get back for a couple. Just go back to the golden ball for a second. You know, the idea came from one particular game.
Okay.
And it's a very famous game, 2019 World Cup final, where the batter had to come, needed a 2. 1 wasn't good enough. And I remember sitting thinking, this has been like 50-50 here.
It really
is,
a 50-50.
Yeah.
You can't call it either way. It's a great shape.
And it literally, this is probably a wide because it bounces past the stumps. If the keeper fumbles that, Butler's the keeper. If he fumbles it, they lose the World Cup.
Correct.
If he takes it, they win the World Cup. And I just love that kind of pressure. I think this one bounces onto the stumps.
The World Cup literally in the hands of that one moment.
And that's what the golden. And the other thing about a golden ball, as opposed to Super Over, I mean, Super Over, we don't really have time to do that because of the schedule as well. Super Overs can take 20 minutes sometimes, including the changeovers. Anyway, this is up straight over the infielder's head. A long chase, but successful chase for Vierk. Once again, we'll get another 2.
I really like it for this format, but equally, I think at the same time, I think the Super Over is perfect for T20Os.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And ODIs, of course.
Again, you've got more of a box to work with time-wise. You know, we have this 2-hour schedule. But one thing, here's a negative of Super Overs. in my opinion. And like I say, different formats, different solutions. But super overs can fizzle out sometimes.
They can, yeah.
You know, so we had the one in when the Netherlands were playing the West Indies. Well, no, don't get me wrong, it was exciting. It went 30. But then it took about 2 minutes to work out that they were going to lose. Anyways, going upstairs this time.
Pretty rare case, Logan Van
Yeah,
Beek.
yeah, but I mean,
What a cricketer
you
as
do
well.
get some that fizzle, you know.
Yeah.
And for me, what I love about, so it's not really negative, it's just something that can happen. What I love about the golden ball is there's this moment, and you have to experience it, right? But there's this moment where everyone is tense at once.
Yep.
Everyone is tense at once. The players, the viewers, the batters. It is, this is it.
Yeah, it's a good
Maybe we
idea.
haven't had a wide or no ball yet, but you have that moment. You guarantee last ball finish, and you've already had a last ball finish to get there in the first place. End of the power play here, 43 for 1. Cricket's tracking well, so that's probably the unique thing that you just have to experience the feeling, the shared
intensity,
anxiety around the ground.
I just find it remarkable that with 48 deliveries, certainly we'd be averaging more than a wide or a no ball every 8 overs here.
Yeah.
Where the 48 deliveries is 8 overs of cricket.
Sure.
And we're probably averaging a decent bit more than that.
Tell you what, if
we haven't had one wide or no ball,
we have one here though,
it's going to be my fault.
If we have one here, the rate that it's going with the pitch. Having said that, you do get to choose the bowler. So that was the only adjustment we made after I think the batting team won the first 5. There was some
at that point. It was the bowler who just bowled, was it?
It was the bowler just bowled.
But now you can just pick.
You can pick. So and now I'm really thinking whether that.
I think that's good.
I think people were just kind of reacting. This is going to get away from the field. It's going to be 4. He runs right past it, takes a right turn at Albuquerque, does Aminullah Rahimi, and the cricket's just with the run of the game at the moment. Thick edge, could have got anywhere, ended up going around the fielder for 4.
Well, Vinny, you won't have seen it on your screen, but the reaction from every other Power CC fielder, one of dismay, one of utter distraught, because every run is going to count here. And as you can see, the difference between the two teams right now is 14 runs. And, of course, Power had lost more wickets. Rahimi getting into the act with his first boundary. And the wides have been absolute killers thus far.
Definitely Power, a good side, but just not playing to their potential at the moment. Nor Kanamati that's out there, by the way. Talking about him a moment ago. Also saw him as part of the national team at the ECC last year for the Swiss national team. Of course, ECC's coming up again, so I'm sure he'd love to push for selection again. This is hit very straight, but there's a very straight fielder, so it's just a single. Yeah, so there were some thoughts on maybe we need to make it 3 runs. It's small sample size. You can flip a coin 5 times and get 5 heads. It doesn't mean the coin's not fair. So, I mean, even now, the proof's in the pudding. We don't see them that often. On average, maybe every 3 weeks you'll get one. Sometimes they get together once we had 2 in 3 games. Whoa, reversage. Okay, well, this will be the most remarkable dismissal you've seen in a while, because Amadi switches. He flat bats a pull, so it's a reverse flat bat, which goes the same direction as a normal flat bat. It's taken by a fielder straight down the ground. You put all those things together, it's something I think you'll only see in the European Cricket Series, and you've seen it right here, Lenny. The result's a wicket.
How well has he hit this? With the wrong hand. He's gone full switch. It gets it out of the screws, but not enough. And it's a simple catch in the end for Abdullah Rana. Why, oh why, when you can smash it out of the ground right-handed, do you need to do it left-handed?
I mean, extra points for degree of difficulty there. I mean, he's caught at a very straight reverse long off, but he's going to have to go. So the cricket's, it's hard to believe they've never won a cricket match on ECN. And would probably have been a little bit more careful than that. But hey, these players, they like to express themselves. 49 for 2.
Yeah, he's gone for 22 off 14. Good impact, but you just felt everything was going the cricket's way. The required run rate, it dipped as low as it's been. It's just 8.4 per over, which in a 10-over contest is very, very manageable. 55 to win off 39 now with the fall of that wicket. I'm not sure it was needed. I know he would have looked a millionaire if he'd got it down over the head of that man for a Maximo, but I just wonder, was that required? And maybe that game management, that lack of winning habit for the crickets kicking in for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to judge them too harshly, because those first 6 losses out of the 8 were 3 years ago, but still, that was a remarkable shot if that had gone over the fielder. Yazzie, new batter, comes out at 4. Has to whack one over mid-wicket.
But again, it just changes the game, doesn't it? Wickets change contests, and everything was going the Cricket's way. They'd had the gift of, I think it's the current running count is 18 extras in just the fourth over. You wouldn't want 18 extras in a 10-over innings, let alone in 4 overs. So they've been given all these gifts, and they've just left a window open now.
Swings back, but not quite enough. I don't think it gets the pads. That'll be called a wide. Remember that Power did keep the Lions to 83 in the first innings of the day. And yeah, we know that 1 wicket can change things very quickly, especially when it's the guy that's been doing the damage. Not going to hit 22 or 14. And you've got Rahimi there. He's 7. He's only faced 4 balls. You've got Niazi. Just faced the 1. There's an off-cutter. And I think it just sneaks in. 50's come up by the way for Zurich Crickets.
Yeah, nice skills from the big fast bowler Osama Mahmood. It's always tough, I think, as well, Vinny, playing 2 games back to back, you know, straight in. The intensity of 10-over cricket was something we were talking about in this morning's session. So to back it up and make it 2 wins consecutives is going to be difficult. That's going to go all the way, Vinny. Big hit, much more like it, and it's Niazi. He doesn't just bowl leg spin, he bats well too.
Yeah, and so this is kind of what he tried first ball, but got nothing but fresh air. This time, another kind of off-cutter, I think, not as dramatic as the one that he threw outside the off stump, but yeah, gets the treatment. End of the over, 56 for 2. Let's see how they're tracking on the run rate Worms, and I think they're going to be ahead despite a couple of wickets. The question is, can they stay ahead? You'd imagine so, but we know that Power, they can strangle batting teams. We saw them do it to the Lions in the first game of the day.
Yeah, much more pace-heavy team, though, aren't they? You look at the Zurich Cricket's success in that first innings. It was really driven by the spinners. 3 of them, I think 5 overs of spin bowled in total. And we're going to see Farid Ahmed come in now with some right arm around the wicket.
Punches straight at the fielder. It's your man there, and he throws around the keeper. 1 brings 2. Time to tweak the moustache. Well, double or nothing stuff. Rahimi gets 2 runs.
Vinny, I don't know if I put the mockers on him. What did he get? A duck and
he did
at a misfield, and now he's giving away an overthrow. He's still resplendent in my eyes, Vinny. I don't mind.
Yeah, you know, he can pretty much do what he wants. We know that. It's glistening in the sunshine. How nice does this ground look in the sunshine as well?
I love it.
It's incredible.
Absolutely love it. And fair play to St. Gallen FC for accommodating the cricket club here. Brilliant to see.
All right, just hangs up. A little deflection cut, uppercut, 4 runs. Rahimi getting going. And those crickets, they're making noise. This is a team, they've been waiting 3 years to taste a victory, and they can smell it at the moment.
Well, Vinny, they are pumped up, aren't they, to say the least. Look at the roars from the bench. Smiles aplenty. I love the way they play their cricket, and they are enjoying every single second of this European Cricket Series on their feet. They can't sit down.
Yeah, they will not be sitting down. This is hit hard. Bit of work for the fielder, but he's a very good fielder, Abdullah Rana. Straight down the ground, very straight. Long on. Yeah, you know, with that straight switch hit, pounded ball, sometimes it makes me think, you know, the difference between genius and insanity is all in the outcome. I mean, if that is probably 1 centimetre closer to the middle of the bat at 6.
Well, Vinny, you're spot on. And one thing that I try to do as a commentator, and also it sometimes frustrates me when I'm watching cricket.
Hit and dropped. That was on the fingertips of Saeed, who couldn't get it on the second opportunity either. Niazi gets a life on 6.
I try to steer away from results-based thinking. You try to do a little bit more of deeper analysis. So this stroke here, could you see what he was trying to do? He was trying to go inside out, over extra cover. It wasn't a great ball. It was a wide delivery. It was there to be hit. So I don't mind that intent. If that's caught, you'll hear some commentators go, terrible shot.
Yeah.
Not the case.
Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. I have the same philosophy. This might be a wide, too far outside the off stump. Because, and even when I was playing, because I played indoor cricket for Australia, which is a slightly different sport, but, you know, it's fast, it's very skillful in its own way, and it has the same kind of cricket-based skills. But and situations is what I'm talking about. So run chases, things like this, playing the percentages, assessing and readjusting your goals, things like that. But we were always being told, concentrate on the process. Let the outcome take care of itself. So, you know, you just need to get the process right. You need to get your decisions right. And sometimes you have bad outcomes. That doesn't mean it was a bad decision. So, yeah, I agree, Lenny. This is hit straight down the ground. But, yeah, look how straight Abdullah Rana is. And he's there exactly for a ball hit like that.
And that's one thing I've really enjoyed about Brendan McCullum taking over as the test match coach for England. He's just embodied and embraced that. Don't think there's ever been less fear of failure in English cricket. It's almost always been a fear of failure under the Kiwi. They're much, much better to watch now.
I will make a comment in a second about that. This one is a little bit late on, but who cares, because it's still 6. I'm pretty sure this has got all the way. Maximo, as this is a ball which is not, I think, originally intended to go in this direction, makes a late adjustment, and the Crickets, they're still well ahead in this game. It's 72 for 2 at the end of 5 overs, and just having a look at some of the numbers here. We've got this statistical information. Big thanks to Ravi for putting this together in the background. You can see this is the day-by-day run rates. It was just a 5-day series back in 2020.
Big difference, Vin.
9.9 back then.
Big difference.
13.4 so far. Yesterday, your first day was 144 pace.
Well, you can almost see the entrance of the Irishman, can't you?
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to keep crescendoing up, Vinny.
Everyone keen to impress. And yeah, 144 pace. I think we had our fastest scoring day was in the 15s.
Wow.
It was what we called the Barcelona Bash late last year, which was at the
baseball stadium.
Yeah,
was
baseball
it?
stadium in Barcelona on a similar type of pitch. Oh, too short. That has gone miles and miles. Niazi puts it near the bank. Maximo, Crickets closing in on what looks like their first victory ever on the European Cricket Network. What a shot.
Well, I've got my favourite player out there. He's rapidly turning into it, Khalid Niazi, and maybe the Crickets could be turning into my favourite team. He can't just bowl really impressive leg spin, he bats too. And I'll tell you something, Vinny, these Crickets, they're about to explode. They're aptly named. They love their cricket.
Here's the comeback ball, slightly better, slightly fuller. Can't get it off the square. So it was I think, in the low 15s, our highest ever daily run rate. It was smashed in Hungary recently. You know those highest chasers had 2 of the top 3? I think that was 17.2 and over average run rate. So 172 par.
Wow.
And that's in internationals as well. That was in Hungary at the GB Oval in Södliget. I've been there. Unfortunately, I was doing the Valletta Cup, so I couldn't make it to Hungary. That's a pretty interesting ground as well.
Wow.
It also has one end called the bikini end because there's some houses that border it and it has a swimming pool at one side.
So what about the other end of the spectrum? Probably not something you track overly, but have you had many maidens in this 10 over cricket?
We've had a guy take none for none off 2 overs. We have maidens all the time. We've probably had a handful of people that have conceded 0 off 2 overs. The none for none sticks out because it was a guy that bowled 17 overs before he took his first wicket. But Jamie Batten, also known as the Bulgarian Express, has it come back. It's 81 for 2 off 6 overs here. Just bowled 12 balls in a row that would play to missed out outside the off stump pretty much.
In the right area.
And so we've had a few kind of 2 for nones. It doesn't happen very often. Maidens, I wouldn't say frequent, but we actually sometimes track maidens. And we've had, I think the most maidens in a series has been 8. So it can happen.
Can happen.
Also, you might be down to 10th over. You're losing by 50. You've got a guy that's too good for a number 11 and he just can't score.
Don't think there was many maidens that week in Hungary.
No. No. And that
also
also
average. Remember, average 17.
Not in the international, but 2 days before on finals day, we had the most runs ever to win off a last over. Oh wow! This is going to be another 4. This one not really intended from Rahimi. I don't think there's any way the Crickets are going to mess this up. They've batted well, but they've also had their fair slice of luck in this innings. It's helped them along. Make sure there's no real time to get nervous.
And you got to remember they went down to 2 pretty heavy defeats yesterday. Their net run rate is all at kilter, so if they can get a boost here, if they could maybe try and go bang, bang, bang and end this very quickly. Rahimi and Niazi, well, they've combined so effectively. That would help get their net run rate back towards equal.
This is well struck. So I've got a good one for you, and then we'll come back here because I know it's a big moment for the Crickets. Because it looks like they'll be closing in on their first victory here in ECN cricket.
We might get a pitch invasion here from them, Vin. They're bubbling up.
Yeah. Well, they're banging the dugout pretty hard.
I was wondering what that noise was. I thought that was your knees on the desk.
So listen to this for a finish. Oh, no ball. So it's going to be a free hit coming up. It was 36 to win off 6 balls. This is in the bronze match.
Okay.
And Royal Tigers, they're kind of the incumbent. They've won every series. They got had a shock loss in the semi, so they're playing for bronze against United Chalad Budapest. And United Chalad Budapest need 36 off 6.
So you're thinking no chance.
Okay, wait for it. And the most runs we'd had before that, for a long time the record was 23. I think it had gone up to 26 off last over to win a match. 36, but guess what? Clock ran out. 31 now. All right, we've got Ashrith Daraparetti who's on
the
strike.
5-run penalty.
5-run penalties. Now it's 31 off 6, right? Then Daraparetti, who's just recently qualified to play for Hungary, he just went absolutely berserk. I'll tell you what happened the last over. Wow. Speaking of sixes, this one is a possible banker. Trying to pay the banker, almost, but pretty good as the Crickets close in. That one gets him into the 90s. Maximo Crickets making some noise.
Oh, this is a beautiful shot as well. Just a very elegant trot down the crease. And they are never going to forget this moment, are they, Vinny? The Crickets on the verge of their first ever victory here in European cricket. 10 to win off 20 balls. They're going to do this with plenty of time to spare.
I better hurry this up, what I'm saying. But so Daraparetti in the last over, he went 6-6 wide, 6-6-6. They win with 1 ball to spare. 31 off the last over.
Wow.
All right, this one won't be a boundary. Means we might see an 8th over. Yeah, but how about that? And I tell you what, there's a bit of feeling between those two teams as well. So let's just say the celebrations were quite animated. He was rushed. Don't you tell me the 3rd place playoff doesn't mean anything. So they did get a medal. All right, so this is in the air. It won't carry. This partnership 47 off 22 as we get to the end of the 7th over. And the score is 96 for 2. Let's have a look at what's coming up. I'm a little bit excited. And the Suns come out, and the hosts are going to come out. St. Gallen are going to make their entry into the series. They're playing the Zurich Lions, who are without a win. And if they were to lose this, if they're not in trouble already, they're in even more trouble. But St. Gallen, let's see if they can get their tournament off to a good start. Ali Abbas, the captain, you know him very well.
Very well. He's my main man.
And so, yeah, St. Gallen, they were 2-4 in the previous series, so they didn't make the finals. They finished 6th. I think that didn't really give a very good indication of how much talent they do have in their lineup. That game should be starting in 30 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Okay, let's get ready for over number 8. I feel it could be the last over of this game. And this is in the air. It will be dropped for 6. And Abdul Rana, who's one of the safest pairs of hands you'd ever hope to have in that position, he just completely botched it, bounces off his shoulder and goes for a maximo.
Well, a little leg break from Tarakil. It should have been taken. He should have had a wicket from his first ball, but instead, a little bit like the rest of the Paris EC, they're running out of gas, aren't they? And they're going to be going down to defeat here.
Yeah, this will tie the scores. But yeah, I tell you what, the Crickets, they are all on their feet. They're ready, I think, to they're ready to make some noise. 103, 103. It's not a thriller, but it will be thrilling for the Crickets. You can see 3 long years they've had to wait. Probably the longest distance between a team appearing in the European Cricket Series and actually winning a game, and you're about to see it happen. Everyone comes in, but I don't think we're going to get 16 dot balls in a row. All right, here we go.
Crickets. Go on.
Oh, that'll be nah, don't take that one. It's like when Muhammad Ali had a punch ready to go, but Foreman was already going down. Just hold on. We can do it. We can do it in a better way than that.
Just one man out, long off. Everyone else is in, squeezing on the single. 1 to win.
And this is in the air, and this will do it. The Crickets will get a single, and they win their first ever European Cricket Series match. Over 3 years since their first appearance, and they do it in style over a very powerful Power CC. The final score here in match 12, it's Zurich Crickets, it's 104 in the 8th over, chasing down the Power CC 103.
Well, sensational efforts from Firdoz Rahimi, 30 off 16, and Khalid Niazi, 29 off 14. That's what we've got to look forward to. That's only around the corner, less than 30 minutes away for the action in game number 3. St. Gallen will take on the Zurich Lions, who are yet to taste victory. But here in game 2, we've seen a cracker. And the Crickets, I have to say, Vinny, they have deserved every moment of that victory that they've waited 3 long years for. Look at the joy, delirium here in St. Gallen.
And the thing is, this European Cricket Series is all about stories. You know, the the path that these guys have taken. There's so many different ways people have gotten here, but they're just loving the fact that they get to go out there, put their skills on show to the world. The cricket, like I say, have been waiting a while. Power, I think the extras let him down. I think at times the catching let him down. A few too many Gundy balls as well. This was probably the most extraordinary moment of the innings. It's still probably my shot of the day, even though it brings about the dismissal of Amadi. But I mean, they're going to play fearless cricket. Okay, occasionally it'll cross over into reckless. And really, the wicket didn't slow them down too much because they still had batters there to finish things off.
And Niazi, he dealt in maximums. 4 6s he hit. Rahimi, just the 1 but 3 4s, including that streaky edge. That was maybe the most stylish of the lot. Very nearly up onto the bank, which is a solid 80-85 metres away. This could have been a wicket for Tariq El, but instead it was dropped over the rope, and that summed up Power CC's second game of the day. They were so good in the morning contest, making it their 3rd win, but they've gone down to their 2nd defeat, and they've gone down to a heavy one too. The Crickets taking the win by 8 wickets.
Yeah,
14 balls to spare.
Had a tough day net run rate wise as well yesterday, but the Crickets, they'll play twice more before the end of the day. They'll take on the Lions, they'll take on St Gallen later. They turn the power off here. Amadi 22 off 14, and he himself and Tarakil, the two batters to be dismissed, but nicely finished off in the end as we saw them cruise to victory in the 8th over. Shout out to Rahimi and Niazi who put on that partnership. 2 wickets to Osama Mahmood, but nothing really went to plan, and those extras are a real hindrance. 21 extras in the end. And the innings didn't even go 8 overs. So we'll have a break. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes, taking you into the 3rd match. And St Gallen, the hosts, well, the sun's out, the hosts are out. They'll be on the park after this break. And we'll see if the Lions can make a bit of a recovery and without a win so far in the series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, here with Andrew Leonard. We'll see you after this break for more European Cricket Series.
And after a long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
So a very, very warm welcome along for game number 3. And I use the word warm because the sun is out and finally the temperatures are heating up after a really strange first couple of days of weather. We are all set for this game between the next two contestants. And it is Zurich Lions taking on St. Gallen. Let's go and find out what happened a little earlier at the coin toss.
Your call. Heads is called. It is tails.
We bowl first.
So after a little bit of thought, it is going to be a bowl first decision from Kanik Shah, the Zurich Lions captain. They win the toss, choose to bowl or choose to field first, depending upon which way you like to put it. And here's a look at the fancy dashboard. St. Gallen making their entry into this year's tournament, which they're of course hosting here in the beautiful reserve team football ground. We're out the back of the main stadium, beautiful 18,000 seater up to our left, and 54 days to go to that Euros of cricket. Really looking forward to following all that action from afar in due course. Andrew Leonard here with you. I'll guide you through plenty of this game to start with, and lovely to see. Might see if we can get a look at this at the end of the first over. Good crowd in, I think, with St. Gallen coming into action for the first time in the competition. Lots of friends and family have made their way into the grandstand. We're all set for this latest game. It's game number 13 of the contest, and it's going to be the captain to get things going with the ball, Kanik Shah, alongside the two opening batters. We've got opening things up Hekmat Koyajani, get that pronounced correctly in due course, as Sher Mohammed, the keeper batter, will be at the non-strikers end. And we saw the captain there at the toss, the grand old man, 28 years since he left Sialkot back in his native Pakistan, Ali Abbas. He'll probably come in the middle order. Here we go, game 13. An aggressive start from St. Gallen, decked out, looking beautiful in their light green, almost a lime green. And that's why Vinny Sandhu, I think, has gone with his all green suit today. I'm not sure I'll ever look as stylish as that man. He's having a little bit of a break. And I'll guide you through this, the third game of the day. Match number 13 in total. St. Gallen Cricket Club, beautifully named in this beautiful part of the world. I'm so looking forward to better weather after what has been a really tricky start. Two fielders outside the circle, long on, deep mid-wicket in place. As this thuds into what is the back foot, and oh, this will have been close. Suspect the little floater probably just angling down the leg side. Yeah, actually going to miss leg stump by a long way on second reflection. But great to have you with us. Do let us know where you're watching from. Looking forward to hearing from you guys in the YouTube chat, and hope you're enjoying the action. This day number 3. It's going to be 11 back-to-back days of group stage action. As I think if he'd let that bounce, it would have been a no ball. It was very wide indeed, and still he catches it. And lovely to hear from Dave, who's one of the main moderators on the channel. He says, tonight I'll be playing violin for a tribute to Sinead O'Connor. I'm not sure if that's even anything to do with me, but being an Irishman, I really am grateful for that big appeal. Oh yes, finger goes up. A point of delight and a clap of the hands to go with it. It's Canick Shah who strikes. It's the back pad, I think, here. He's taking a long walk across his stumps. Oh, well, LBW decisions, they don't come any easier than that. That is, to use some Cockney rhyming slang, salmon trout. That is out. And the left-hander, who was very aggressive to start with, he's been trapped, LBW. The back leg definitely going on to cannon into what, probably middle stump, you'd suspect. Decisions don't get much easier than that. So Salman Kajani, he is gone. And it will bring the number 3 to the crease. Senegal Safi, the home crowd, silence. Definitely the biggest crowd we've seen in the tournament thus far. This is going to be Mohsin Raza at number 3, in fact. A little slower ball. These cutters from Shah have been very effective. They really have. Senegal Safi will see down the order. Apologies for that. Mohsin Raza, it is at 3. Really much more like it. It feels a bit more like August all of a sudden. It hasn't felt like August for much of the last few days. Short wide edge. Oh, he's got 2 in the over. Shah is single-handedly roaring the Lions onto success. It was short, it was wide, it was there to be hit. And oh, they've taken a while to come into this competition. The Lions yet to pick up a win. And as St. Gallen, they're making their curtain call entering the tournament. You can see it was short wide, a definite edge. You can always tell when the batter looks behind with that guilty look. He knows, so too did the umpire. And Canick Shah, well, he's got 2. Great delight for the Lions. And they maybe are going to find a win if they can continue this bowling form. End of the first over, it's 2 for 2. And if you just go, that's the main Kaiban Park there. We'll actually get a look at the field. Lovely look at the field. It's such a great facility, this. So here is the second over. It's going to be bowled by Stahil Joshi. Well, the Lions, could they turn things around in a big way? A lovely shot there, didn't we, of this incredible sporting facility. Obviously the one that hits the headlines is the 18,000-seater stadium, but lovely little 1,500 seat grandstand that we're commentating out of here in the reserve ground. And we're going to have the first maximum. Goes all the way over those St. Gallen host city boundary advertising hoardings. It's a big hit, much more like it for St. Gallen, and some joy to the home crowd. Definitely the best crowd we've had in. They're getting involved. Yes. This one's cut away, nicely played. He's got a good piece of that. It runs away across the outfield, and actually cannons very nearly into one of our cameras out there. And that's going to be a boundary 4, much more conventionally correct cricket stroke, isn't it? But equally effective. 10 runs in 2 balls, and suddenly there's the fans I was talking about. They're a little bit shielded by those railings, but definitely the biggest crowd of the tournament. I reckon we've got 60 or 80 fans in enjoying the action, and no surprise with the hometown club making their curtain call, taking their bow in this year's ECS Switzerland. This is hit down the ground, well judged I think by Canick Shah. He wasn't going to be able to affect the catch, so he's happy just to watch his footing, stay right inside the rope, and be happy to keep it to a single. 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle at the moment. The Lions are going with 2 of them in the deep on the leg side, but just as I say that, it's going to change. In fact, still have 2 out in the leg, but they are going to slightly rotate. Long on will come up into the circle, very straight mid on, and then the 2 men in the deep will be deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg. And that's where the fielder that just changed the deep square leg will come in and keep that to just a single. Flying start for the Lions with Kanit Shah doing the damage, picking up those 2 wickets in the first over. Great to see fans in though, love that. I'm going to hold Vinny Sandhu to his word. I'm going to see how many of those football fans on Sunday he can drag across, come in and enjoy the action. Remember, we got 5 games every day here, so you could come early to the football or come after. As that's helped around the corner. Good shot. A little bit of Caribbean calypso flair in that from Sher Mohammed, the keeper batter. Just gets up. Look at this, the swivel pull with 1 leg flung into the air. Lovely stroke to end that second over. Score 18 for 2. Yeah, great to have you with us, and do want to thank you for all your comments. I love that from Dave telling me that he's in France, and just so nice to hear that tribute to Sinead O'Connor. Very, very special woman that we sadly lost far too early. Nothing compares to you. He's going to play out tonight on his violin. I'd love to hear that. We saw tributes all around the world to a woman who had much more than an impact just with her singing on Irish culture, Irish identity, and she's going to be much lost. Okay, 2 bowled, 18 for 2. Here comes the off spinner, who I have to say he's battled a little bit. Like some of the spinners, they'll be grateful for the rain to have disappeared, as Prakash will bowl these little off spinning darts. That's not the right line, is it? But he's managed to pick up a wicket. Oh, an excellent piece of work by the keeper. I thought the finger's gone up here. Clearly a brilliant catch. Keep your eyes on the umpire. Just wonder if we can roll that on. It is indeed going to be given out. At first the finger went up and then looked across to the square leg. I'm not sure why the square leg umpire was needed. What a catch. A wonderful piece of work from Safraz Ahmed. And definitely not the best delivery. And I think it's maybe just flicked somewhere towards the handle of the bat. That's what the umpire is indicating. We'll get the replay here now. Oh, it might have been off the thigh pad. I think that's clearly what poor old Ali Abbas was saying. He hasn't gone near it, so maybe he's on the tail end of a difficult decision. Might have flicked the thigh pad there, but what a catch. You've got to give credit to the keeper, Safraz Ahmed, who's taken that down the leg side. And St. Gallen CC, we were so excited to get into action. Oh, we're just looking down in front of us. Poor old Ali Abbas. He cannot believe it. That sadly is cricket. He's having a long think about things down there. Credit to him. He took the decision in good heart and trudged off. The man that has Chachu on the back, meaning the uncle of cricket here in St. Gallen, one of the founders of this club here, he's gone. As the new batter, Hyder Khan, will get off the mark immediately with something of a miscued single. I do feel sorry for Ali Abbas there. He's done so much work, hasn't he, in terms of helping pull this event together alongside the ECN team too. Such a proud man with the way in which this cricket club has developed here in St. Gallen. But sadly, he has to go. And a misfield, almost the London Bridge opening up straight between the legs, I reckon. Will allow a couple for a swift running Sher Mohammed, who only just gets there. Just for a moment it looked as though he might not have. And good teamwork though. It's Nazib Safi who does that. Follow-up work, bullet arm, direct hit. Oh, may well have been gone. Always difficult though to affect those direct hits with the slight raise of the mat. I think that's going to be close to a no ball. Looked very marginal to be flirting with the green covering. This will be the angle that will tell us. No, good decision. It was inside. Umpire's much better placed than you or I As this one beats the outside edge, a lack of turn. That's a good line, actually. If he's going to bowl these little almost straight breaks is what I'd describe them as. He is imparting off spin, but they're generally just skidding on with the arm and getting a bit of bounce. That's a good line. Very difficult to do anything to it, and he's unlucky not to get a wicket. They'll trudge through for the single. It's been all the Zurich Lions thus far. And the hosts have a lot to do from here at the end of the power play. It's 23 for 3, and maybe, just maybe, the perfect time to welcome my co-commentator back with me, Vinny Sandhu. Great to see you again, Vin, and lovely to see. We were introduced down during the lunch break there. We've got local media coming along and the biggest crowd of the tournament thus far.
Yeah, we do. And the sun's come out. Everyone's come out. So, yeah, nice to have everyone back with us, of course. Slightly extended break after that early finish. What a story. The Crickets, they are buzzing. Crickets don't buzz, they chirp, don't they? They're chirping right now. I ran into a couple of them across the back of the grandstand. But, yeah, and also great to see St Gallen out there, the host club for this tournament. Yeah, I'd say it. I also thought that skipper Ali Abbas was a bit rough. Maybe we'll have a look at the bruise later, and then we'll make our decision. But anyway, it's a great take by the keeper. I think that never have too much time between the deflection and the catch.
Oh, so nearly a fourth wicket.
And he's missed an easy one. I mean, not easy, but it's between the batter and the bat. But this is straight over middle stump and really should have been stumped.
Subramani, yeah, sometimes, I know this sounds contradictory, sometimes when they're that straight, a keeper would almost prefer one just outside the off stump because he knows that it can't deflect the stumps and the stumps can distract. The bounce from Subramani took it over the middle stump and the keeper just couldn't affect what would have been a certain stumping. And this studs into the pad, angling down, and a good decision from the umpire who just sways that way to show where it was going to miss.
Yeah, it's a real skill as a keeper, and I was a bit of an up to the stump specialist, so that's why everyone's got a slightly different technique. But down the leg side's really tough because you're blinded, but the next toughest one, it's when it goes between the batter and the stumps, or even between the misses the inside edge.
Yeah, and often it can be a lack of turn to a spinner. So obviously Subramani here is trying to bowl leg breaks, but we've tended to see, particularly when it was a bit wetter than it is now, it's just skidding on.
Yeah.
So
he's sliding in. He's a fake leggy.
Yeah.
He's just drifting.
He's the classic.
Yeah, but it's effective. Muhammad, 18 off 8, faces up.
This studs into the pad now. Well, that one for me was certainly closer. Maybe height being the issue, but he came across his stumps.
I'm giving this. Watch it. I think it's in front of off. I don't think it's going over the top. I don't think it's going around.
They haven't appealed.
They were not interested. Oh.
Well, that for me. Hitting middle, what, 3/4 of the way up?
Yeah.
Extraordinary. No appeal from Subramani.
Not greedy.
This one chipped down the ground. Going to be 6. Probably not quite out of the middle of the bat, and a fairly extravagant 6 signalled. A bit of a lunge in that 6 too. Love that.
We've had 2 let-offs in this over so far. Subramani, I like his bowling. I like the natural curve that he gets. But, yeah, he cost himself there.
Didn't appeal. You've got to appeal. Make the umpire make a decision. Always keep it respectful. Always make sure you inquire to the appeal. Don't celeb appeal, the one that's been trending on social media. Maybe with Stuart Broad retired.
Probably one good reason.
We'll see a few less of those, yeah. But no, Hasaranga was doing it ad nauseum down in Zimbabwe. I think he ended up getting a code of conduct from it. It was ridiculous. Yeah. He just hit the pad and run off.
Give the umpire some respect. That's their only job, to make decisions.
It's actually in the laws.
Yeah.
To get an LBW decision, you have to appeal to the umpire.
That's right.
And if there is no appeal, like in that case, the umpire cannot give it out.
That's exactly right.
Unique aspect of our sport, isn't it?
Yeah, and other sports, they think that we're crazy for that.
But we're the only sport to have laws and not rules. Oh dear. A fumble out in the deep is going to cost a boundary. It's Ashwin Prakash out there, fresh from his bowling effort, not able to cut it off.
Yeah, so I also think we're a bit precious that we call them laws. I think rugby has laws. Because I think if you break laws... But I still think it's a bit silly. This is unpopular opinion because everyone loves that we have laws of the game. But if you break a law, you should go to jail. Like if you front foot no ball, imagine the coppers come round your house saying you've breached law 26.1 and we're taking you in. You know what I mean? It is just a game.
It's not the level 1 code of conduct.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I think it's probably a relic of the era where the sport came
That's
from.
true, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's very
and
true.
the reality is, I'll check now, but you're spot on. I didn't actually know that World Rugby has laws of the game as
Yeah.
opposed to rules like
But again,
football or
both
baseball or whatever.
Where do they originate? You see? So,
Yeah.
but it is funny because in baseball, which I played a lot as well, there's just the umpire makes the decision based on what they see. And it's not even like, you know, because we appeal, it means you can withdraw your appeal, right?
Correct.
So, for example, for some reason...
I wish somebody had withdrawn an appeal this summer, but we're not getting into that because we'll end up getting we'll go blown miles off course.
If it's the one that I think you're talking about, I think you have to agree to disagree on that one.
That's fine. And that's the thing I love about cricket. We can all have different viewpoints, not the way I would have played the game. First drafted, Vinny, 1744. That's how long ago the laws of cricket.
And they were very different.
Smoked away. Man out there, not going to matter. Goes over and indeed wide of him too. And Hyder Khan, who's battled 3 off 7 up to that point, gets the full toss that he would have wanted and smokes it for 6.
Yeah, shot. Yeah, it's probably top of the pad height by the time it reaches him, but he knew exactly what to do with it, Arun Khan. Yeah, so, like for baseball, for example, once I was playing a game where for some reason the guy thought it was a foul ball, it wasn't. He carried his bat to first base, got there, and then he was called out because apparently if you carry your bat to first base, there's an obscure rule that you're automatically out, right? Yes, this is in the air and it should be gone, it will be gone. So it's going to be a 6 and out. St. Gallen, just when you thought they were galloping away, they lose a 4th wicket, 40 for 4.
And this guy, Kanik Shah, the captain of Zurich Lions, he's just constantly changing his pace. Everything's a cutter, a slower ball, and it's the lack of pace, the dearth of pace that is causing the damage. It's Kushal Kohli who takes the catch. Nice and simply at short third. And that means that Shah has 3 wickets, 3 of the 4 to fall. It'll bring out Mohammad Jafar. Correction, I get that right. It'll bring out Sanagal Safi to the crease at number 6. And he's got that backwards baseball cap on underneath the helmet that a few of the players have enjoyed.
Because in European cricket, sometimes not everyone will have a helmet. This is another thing, which is just even getting cricket equipment in a continental country. So this is why, that's one way of just getting the helmet to fit a bit tighter. Because, of course, we want it to be comfortable. I think it's really important that we see batters wearing helmets, and most of the time we do.
Cleans him up. He's got 4 for. This is quite something. Extraordinary stroke from his very first ball, and maybe a kiss of a little memento. Special moment for Shah. Could he end up with 5?
Yeah, just plays all around this one, doesn't he? Just popped. I think he wasn't expecting it to come off so slow. It's deadly accurate from Kanish. The skipper is on the verge of a 5-fer. Well, it didn't really work for Safi, but he's willing to give it away. There's Derek for company. Not the start to the European Cricket Series that he wanted.
Quack, quack, off he goes. The Golden Duck. I love that. Real throwback to my youth. Seeing what was a very basic graphic back in the late 80s, early 90s. That first came from, I think it was the Channel 9 wide world of sports coverage. So we had an attempt, or a possible attempt at a hat-trick in the morning game, but it never happened because he didn't finish his second over. Could we see the 23rd hat-trick in total?
Something we don't see very often as well. He's on a 5-fer. He's got 4 wickets. So we had 16 of those as well. And remember, this is a 10-over game where the most balls you can bowl is 12.
So getting 5 for his good
and we've
going.
had 16 5-wicket hauls. In fact, we've had several 6-wicket hauls. We've never had a 7. Here's a hat-trick ball for Shah.
Swung into the deep, but it's going to fall safely. It'll be a boundary. Won't be the maximum that you said you've seen plenty of hat-trick balls go for. But that pace was read a bit better. Again, it's that little sort of cutter. They're wobbly, knuckly balls, something like that.
Yeah, but how's the cojones on the batter there to just say, all right, no, it's a hat-trick ball. I'm just going to play my game. I'm going to smash it. And you're going to love this as well. You know what you're going to see? Ahmed Zai is batting with his hands the other way around on the bat, and he smashes the first ball for 4.
Well, that is a great spot, and I hope the word I'm going to use is okay. In Ireland, as this one swung away for 4, we call that cack-handed, the reverse hand, and it's used in hurling, our national sport.
Yes, yeah, and I'm a bit of a hurling fan, actually. You might not know that about me, but I'm a big GAA fan. Love my Gaelic football, love my hurling. End of the 5th over. It's 48 for 5. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Andrew Leonard. I'm in the green, and yeah, it has a bit of an Irish, you might call it the Irish grip. That's actually probably what we should call it.
Yeah, the Irish grip. We like that.
I normally call him the cross-handed bandit here because that was a proper cross-handed bandit shot first up. We've seen some guys do it and do it really well. Probably seen 6 to 7 guys bat that way here in the European Cricket Series. Again, Bet you didn't
Where
expect
else
I
would
was
you-
going to say that.
I did not expect to see that
Yeah.
at any point this week. That is, just to run you through it, that is the way you will hit a hurl.
Yeah.
Both ways. They actually hit it left and right
Yeah.
hand, if that makes sense. So
Exactly.
you're in cricket and in golf, if you're right-handed, your top hand, your left hand will be above the other one, and that will then be your bottom hand. Your right will make up your bottom hand. So I'll hold them up so you can see it.
Yeah.
In hurling, it's the other way around, just like this man here.
In another sport, floorball, that's pretty common as well. Floorball's like a version of ice hockey without ice, where you play with a plastic ball but similar sort of sticks. And so a lot of countries where guys come home from floorball, they actually teach them to bat the opposite hand because they're naturally used to having the hands that way around in the bat. Anyway, this is up and is out of here. Maximo! 6 starts through the bag. That actually brings up the 50 for St. Gallen.
And he's striking pretty effectively. I know he's at the non-strikers end, but he's got 8 off 2. This, though, is Sher Mohammed. Gets more than enough of it. The long-on fielder knew his fate immediately. Extraordinary reverse-handed batting.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to seeing the rest of this Ahmedzai innings.
So I originally was calling it the wrong way around, but I've started calling it the other way around only because I've seen some quite incredible striking. And I've seen guys that can hit the ball around the field doing it.
Into different areas, I suspect, as well.
You know, I'll tell you one thing, and to be honest, I've never seen a left-hand cross-hander, which is, yeah, you see the grip there. You see he's got the right hand on the as the bottom hand.
Well, it's very confusing. It's almost a mirror upside down. But he does get a good piece of it.
Here's what I found when I've seen these guys. They are super strong through point. If they get a bit of width, you know one where you kind of throw your hands at, it's like they get some sort of unnatural, illegal bat speed, and they can zing it over point. But we haven't really seen anything bowled to him there yet.
It really brings me back as well to, I told you yesterday, Vinny, I come from a coaching background too. And one of the main roles I did, it was actually my job prior to starting with Cricket Ireland. I was a cricket development officer for South Dublin County Council, where we were given funding to go in and introduce new sports to what are called CODAN areas, County of Dublin areas of need. So maybe socially and economically deprived areas who wouldn't have experienced many sports. He's going to get 4 more here, again into that unorthodox area with that reverse-handed grip. And because a lot of the kids that you would have introduced cricket to for the first time would have played hurling, but they never would have played cricket, they immediately would have held the bat the wrong way. And quite often, we're talking quick cricket sets here.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Plastic bats and plastic balls, they'd be hitting the balls out of the park. And I'd say, that's not the way you hold a cricket bat.
But maybe it is.
Exactly.
Maybe we're all wrong. Anyway, but then this is the end of the over, by the way, and it's a decent one from Prakash, though he does end up going for 18 in total in the spell. 6 overs down, it's 61 for 5. Just going back to that, so same thing. I mean, in Prague we were last, same sort of thing. Kids coming from this floorball background. The coach would generally say, "Okay, we'll keep your hands that way, but we're just going to teach you to bat left-handed."
Correct.
You know? So so you don't have the hands crossed anymore. I still think there's some drawbacks. One thing for me is that technically it's hard to bat with a straight bat. So a good Yorker or middle stump, I think, a lot of the time can be a bit of a tough one to counter if you've got that grip.
Also, I think if the ball is really slow through the air, like that last one, how are you getting the additional pace onto it? It's interesting you said they'll be powerful square the wicket, but if they have to go straight down the ground, might be tricky. Fascinated to see how he goes throughout this competition now, and great credit to him for just sticking with the way that he knows. Musa Ahmedzai, this one angled down and really a poor delivery. That's the problem with these little straight breaks from Subramani. If he gets the line wrong, it's going to be 4 every time with no fine leg in place.
Yeah, and just an easy swing away outside the front hip and turned on nicely by Sher Mohammed. Yeah, so I had a bit of time in Sweden. There's a guy, the original guy, his name is Isanol Waffa, and he plays his cricket for Kristianstad in Sweden, the south of Sweden. What a team. They had 11 guys. They played 9 games straight. Got 500 Ks to be there. It's about 300 miles.
There wasn't a flick of the pad, so we'll be given as a wide.
They had to play 9 games in like 4 days because we bunched all their games together. They ended up making it into the finals. It was crazy. But Waffa was their captain. Very talented cricketer. But I tried to. I watched him. I'm saying, how is this guy hitting the ball so hard? What are the actual advantages of this?
Well, that is monstrous. Very nearly going to be a banker, but because of the angle it's gone down towards the corner flag instead. Mohammed, well, he's been really impressive. He's got St. Gallen out of a big bit of bother.
They just keep swinging, don't they? St. Gallen have gotten up over that 110 pace now. Yeah, so my theory is that if your dominant hand is on the top of the bat, then if that's the one that's more powerful, the other hand's just long for the ride. So imagine if you were swinging an axe, for example. If you hold it right at the end of the axe, you can get more speed on it, right? And so if you put your dominant hand towards the end of the bat, I think that's where sometimes they just get this ridiculous bat speed where I've seen these guys hit the ball a mile. Not always, but sometimes. And I love the unusual chance here, but I won't get a run out here. Yeah,
much better line and good running this time. It will bring our reverse-handed, our hurler, our Irish grip onto strike.
Irish grip with you here. I like Irish grip. Irish grip's good. Although I know that sometimes
it almost sounds derogatory. It's not.
That's what I mean.
It's actually complimentary.
Get a bit touchy with that.
No, we
right?
don't.
Like Irish.
We
swing,
laugh about it.
Say that.
We've had it for 800 years. We're okay.
It's in the laws now. Say Irish swing. We'll probably go to the slammer for 6 months.
Not
With good
at
behaviour.
all. No. We'll take that in good heart. Like we take everything in life.
Anyway,
we've given the world so much. Sure. Big swing and a miss. It's so interesting to watch. It looks like a switch in mirror. I don't know how to describe it, Vin.
Yeah, he's a cross-hander. I like it. Other things in the European Cricket Series that I've run into, bearing in mind I've commentated over 7,000 players now. Commentated over 7,000
Good numbers,
players,
Vin.
Right? So you're going to get some freakish talents in there. Here's the next ball, Zubramani. You see, can go offside as well. Just punches that to cover point for one. For example, I'll tell you some of the things I've seen. A guy bowling right arm heat, and then for no reason in particular, just bowling left arm heat off the same run, bowling wheels. And I had to just quickly do a double take and say, hold on, am I seeing this right? Just quickly, we'll come back to that in a second, but the ECC is rapidly approaching. We're 54 days away at the moment. We've got 6 groups of 5. Each group consists of 10 matches, and then 4 finals matches. So just the winner of the group final will make it through to the championship week, which is in week 4. Netherlands 11 will be waiting for them there, as well as the 5 other group winners. And that will be starting in just under 8 weeks. Anyway, we're going to start the 8th over with a bang. That's the roofer.
The first roofer.
Impact, Letty. That was coming our way.
Well, the first roofer of the day. We had plenty of them yesterday, didn't we? And it was just tossed up into the eye line and all the way, bang. And it's 50 for Mohammed. It's come off just 18 deliveries. He acknowledges his teammates who roar to the heavens. 5 sixes, including that roofer to finish. We've had bankers, we've had roofers. The first roofer of the day. He likes that mid-on region, Vin.
Need to put the roof on the wagon wheel. I think
there's space for it.
I think if we could get the roof on there, then that would be good. Yeah, so I've seen that. What else have I seen? Recently, we had a guy playing his first game of hardball cricket in the European Cricket Series. He hit 100, and then for no particular reason, he just started batting the other way around and cracked an off drive. Okay, it was only one.
Love that.
And just looked.
They can do anything
punched
here.
a proper left-handed off drive in his first game of hardball cricket ever.
And speaking of the community watching on, great to hear all your comments. Just want to get to a couple of them quickly, Vin. Squeeze a few in. Bibek Pakaral, who's watching on, or Pokral even from Nepal, says, big fan. Love you, Andrew. Great to hear from you. Dandavad, that's very kind indeed. I think we get more and more Nepali fans the more I do of this European Cricket Network stuff. And that's going to be juggled and put down by Kanakula. But I did want to get to one comment. I hope you're not going to give out about this one.
I know what you're going to say.
I like this one.
Beef.
Jawad goes, at Vinny, is it necessary to be bold to be a commentator on the ECN network? I'll speak on my behalf. The answer is yes, but not for you, Vin.
Doesn't hurt. I'll tell you who might have an issue with that. I'll tell you. Rico, Corey, and Charlie. They're both very hirsute individuals.
You're not angry, you're just disappointed.
No, I haven't ever had more hair than this in the last few years. Anyway, this is going up and it's going away as well. Maximo St. Gallen fighting back after losing half their batting lineup. They look set to put 120 on the board, especially if this partnership lasts.
Yeah, remarkable effort. And yeah, Wayne getting in the banter too. He says maybe it's compulsory so the headphones will fit better. That's not a bad shape. So there's a lovely cozy fit for me.
Do you want to talk about just ECN commentator things? If you are in the cube, let's say the sun's hitting you from one side, you will get a headphone tan. Have you had headphone tans before?
No, I haven't. I do get glasses tan. I like glasses tan.
You can get a headphone tan. So, and perfectly. And yeah.
I've picked the right event to come to here in the
So
grandstand.
we're in the grandstand. You're safe this time around. Just ECN commentator thinks.
This one's hit into the leg side. It'll just be a single. Great partnership this. It's rescued St. Gallen from all sorts of trouble. They were 40 for 5, remember, and somehow they've battled back. The slip there from Musa Ahmedzai, our reverse-handed, our Irish gripped batter, is not too costly. Keep a single. He's got 15 off 8. This time he gets a bit of fortune. There's 2 noises. What's the umpire going to signal? I think it's definitely flicked something. Now, was it the inside edge or was it the keeper's gloves?
I think it was the bottom of the bat.
Giving us runs.
Yeah, for me, it scratches the bottom of the bat. And it's a really, you almost put it down as a chance. Not an easy one. He's just a little bit slow to move because it doesn't really take a significant deflection. Like I said, between the batter and the stumps, tough to take. This will be a great view of it, actually. You see that, yeah, maybe the bottom corner of the bat. Anyway, next one is just a dot ball. 50 partnership comes up for the 6th wicket. Well, you know, in Finding Nemo, how Dory's always saying, just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Well, sometimes I think in ECS cricket, you just got to keep swinging. Just keep swinging. It's worked for St. Gallen.
And that works all the way. Brace for impact again. That is the first ever and maybe the biggest reverse-handed 6 that I've ever seen. An almighty strike all the way onto the roof. What a noise it made too.
How you like that? How you like that? That's not the wrong way. That's his way. And that is a reverse-handed roofer to finish the 8th over. That's one reason I'm glad you're here, because you have to see it to believe
I think you've got to make a note of that. I know you keep notes of your highlights.
Yeah.
The reverse-handed roofer, ball 7.6. Oh my.
It's
what a
going
strike.
in. And don't forget, you can always follow us on our social media at European Cricket. But what a finish to the over. 96 for 5 after 8.
Could that be the play of the day? I think for me, there was only one option yesterday, the 110-metre job over the roof. But the reverse-handed roofer, with that Irish grip, absolutely love it. And what a fight back from St. Gallen. They were in all sorts of trouble.
This is where everyone's yet to bat starts practicing. Getting their hands the wrong way or the other way around, I should say.
Modern coaching, they talk a lot about your method as opposed to there being a correct technique. Whatever your method is that works for you to get your outcomes. Happy days. He's striking it over 200. The partnership's worth 56 off 20, and it has quite literally changed the game. As the runs are going to continue to flow, it's an area where if you stray down the leg side, you're always going to be punished. Joshi goes for 6. I'll say one thing, Vinny. Kanik Shah, the captain, well, he must be tearing his hair out. He's got 4 for his other bowlers not backing him up.
Yeah, that's right. It was not a good ball at all. Just go back to Musa, who's batting cross-handed. I like the cap he's wearing as well. We did see him in 2020, but only briefly. His highest score was 2, and he made 3 runs in 6 matches. And so maybe that's just didn't get too much of an opportunity.
Vinny, he's had 3 years. Practice, he's had 3 years to hone this technique in the nets, and he's got it down. That was one of the bigger hits of the entire series thus far.
Quite amazing.
Cannoned into the roof. And tries to repeat the dose, this time Mohammed, but it should be taken. That deep extra cover, deep kind of wide long off position has been a popular one, and it's been effective too, as Joshi does get some respite as Mohammed's gone for a cracking inning. 66 he made, strike rate exactly 300.
Yeah, nicely held out there by Ashwin Prakash. It was just in the right place at the right time. It's the wicket they needed. It's kind of after the horse has bolted though, isn't it? Because as we say, it all happens in the 9th. St. Gallen brought the 100 up, and that breaks that partnership of 62. And a very nice hand from Sher Mohammed. He had more partners than the quarterback at the box social, really. Ended up with Ahmedzai, put something together. Now Mohammed Jaffa will get an opportunity. But yeah, what a nice moment for Sher.
Yeah, he got a really good ovation, not just from his teammates, but from the good little home crowd that is, without doubt, the biggest of the week. I reckon we've got close to 100 fans down in that main grandstand there. And also, great to have some of the local media coming along to maybe experience cricket for the first time. This is what the ECN does. It exposes people to the sport that may never have had the opportunity to see it.
What it's all about. We're on terrestrial TV here. We've got Swiss TV doing a story on us today. Really exciting. And I'm feeling so excited for Sher Mohammed. It's his first ever game on the network, and he's cracked 50.
Amazing.
And he cracked 66 off 22. It's not bad.
Well, that's the stuff of dreams. He'll have gone to bed last night hoping for that. In comes Mohammed Jaffer. New man to the crease as this one's sliced away. I think Ahmedzai is awfully keen to get the strike after that big 6 he hit onto the roof.
I will say this series has been great. We've had a lot of action. We've been a little bit low on last over or last 2 overs chaos. And I think partly it's because the field is so true. Like normally when the overthrow count
Stuff
is
kicks
up,
in, yeah.
you know, I just think it's a little bit easy to back up here. I won't say that disappoints me, but I just
Also haven't really have kind of a final ball finish yet. Surely we're going to get one
Yeah,
today.
yeah,
We've had some close
true.
games, but not
in a
right
sense
down
we
to
did.
the
I
last
think the last night before you came, where they almost got 12 off the last ball because there was a no ball 6.
A direct hit is going to be given as not out, and they won't go upstairs to the third umpire. You can see the umpire in a good position there.
I'm worried.
And I think just because he gets the foot down, he's fine. Good decision.
Yeah, in slow-mo, I was a bit worried that he might not have got that foot down in time. It's a tough one. Like I said, sliding the bat on the grass isn't particularly easy. Normally in a turf situation, you have a number of pitches either side where the surface is super hard, so it's easy to slide your bat. Here, not so easy. We've seen many victims of the dreaded bat plug, especially at the Cardamore Oval.
Yeah, difficult one that, isn't it? Running just off the artificial mat. No real timing for Jaffer yet, but maybe that's the best possible result. Get Ahmedzai on strike for the moment. They won't take on the second. 120 looks like it's on the cards, Vin. Will it be enough for St. Gallen? Great fight back either way.
I was going to say another ugly 120, but not really ugly when you think about the partnership of 62. That was nice. So that's the key. Don't waste balls in this format. They're fine for time as well, so that's nice work from the Lions. They get in with a couple of minutes to spare.
I do love that shot, that wide shot they give us sometimes in the almost in the shadows of that main stadium. But this, to be honest, is a stadium in itself that would fit many.
I'm just looking at this. I think
sides.
maybe we've still got a ball to go in this over because Joshy is going to get the ball back. So I think the umpires might have just miscounted there. But again, it's team effort. So, hey, clock is still ticking. I'm pretty confident.
I think that's the second time this has happened this innings as well.
Fast game's a good game, but you still got to bowl the 6 balls in the over. Call us traditionalists, but
counting is
we're
difficult.
sticking to it. Anyway,
Not easy. Last ball of Joshy's spell now.
He's the real last ball of the night.
Helped towards the man. Critically for St. Gallen, Ahmedzai will keep the strike. I don't think that's a bad result. He doesn't look happy with himself, but he'll have 6 balls to do some damage with that reverse-handed style. 9 have now been bowled. It's 106 for 6.
And being in a team when you've got like some sort of freakish superpower, like whacking 6s cross-handed, you make yourself really popular with your teammates. You can hear every time he hits the ball, they're yelling. They don't care really where it goes. 4 for 15. Kanishk Shah did a really good job, didn't he, the captain? Didn't quite get the 5 up, but best figures we've seen so far in the series. Then wicket apiece for Joshi and Prakash. But yeah, just being that kind of, being something different where your teammates who are probably very good players as well, especially if this happens at high levels, they're like, wow, like, how are you doing
How do you do that?
How are you doing that?
How is it possible? Nazib Safi to bowl the final over. You might have just seen in the bottom left of your screen there as well that the Swiss TV correspondent who is bringing or collecting probably some background footage for his news report. That's really exciting to see that in the national news tonight.
Yeah, so I just think that's going to be great. There's more exposure, more people finding out about cricket. Like I say, I think people from developed cricket countries watch ECS for a certain reason. There we go. And
good looking camera he's got too.
Very Inception.
Yeah.
And the camera shooting the camera. And imagine if he was shooting a camera. But yeah, that's good lens on ours. We're just showing off how big our lens is.
We know how big ours is. How big is yours?
For me, people from cricket playing countries and people that are from less developed cricket playing countries, they kind of enjoy ECS for slightly different reasons. Still very, very valid reason. But first, let's go to Safi, 6 bowler, bowling here in the 10th.
Oh my, has he got enough of this? Just about. It hung almost agonisingly over the head of long on, but it's another maximum, and he gets even more. Ahmedzai, the story of the day for me.
Yeah, how about that one? And they need to check this ball for a flat side because that came down on the concrete and it came down from a big height. It went up, it went down, it was 6. And Ahmedzai, 31 of 14. Just finishing what I was saying there. I think for people from cricket playing countries that might have watched a lot of cricket, they'll realise how unique and crazy European cricket is. And it's super entertaining, right? Anyway, here's Safi with a comeback ball. Not a good one.
You have
But
to
then
reload that one wide.
people that are new to the sport, so people maybe coming down today watching for the first time, casual watchers, people that have stumbled on it, and we've had plenty, to them, it's just entertaining full stop. They don't have a comparison point. So
Correct,
this is cricket. And some of them, to be fair, and I love all the performances, they're like, what's a 2020 franchise game? And they go, well, it's a bit slow, isn't it? So I think it's just...
Well, probably just as well they're not watching a test match there.
Yeah, well, that's it. But you know, a lot of them do go on to... some like the long format, some don't, and that's fine. But what I like is cricket is versatile enough to be different things to different people. I think it's a very special thing about the sport.
Couldn't agree more. And for me, it's a numbers game. The more people you introduce to any format of the game, the more likelihood you have of hooking them, hopefully, for life. Ahmedzai gets this one out of the screws. I think it's another roofer because there's an impact off something. That is his third maximum. He is sensational. Awesome, Ahmedzai.
Oh, and how does he get the hands through the ball there? Sends Shrewd running cover. Even the umpire's enjoying this. Look at this. He's really getting into the action.
He's got his body coach lunges out. Yeah.
Carreras. I think the umpire should have to signal that with his hands crossed as well, if you're going to be completely fair. 119 now with 3 balls to come.
This one's helped around the corner. He's going to be desperate to get back on strike, but it's cleanly fielded. So, good intent. I like that. He might get an overthrow. Should do that every ball.
Thing is, that's one thing because it is easier to field on this field compared to others. I mean, normally that's an automatic go for 2.
And see what happens.
See what happens. But it hasn't been as much of that, partly because I think the fielding's been too good and we've just been suicidal. So he still hopefully can get back for the last ball, unless Jaffa can put this one out of the stadium. Ooh. See, I'd be running there as well. So it gets quite strategic at the end. And that's something, because we have so many matches, and some of these guys, some have played over 100 matches now on ECN.
Yep.
They are completely selfless. They will not worry about getting run off the last ball. They're not worried about statistics. They're just worried about, well, are we going to get that extra run that might win us the game?
And they're attuned to that exactly. As this one's clubbed down the ground. He's not going to get the strike back, Ahmedzai, because Jaffer gets his first boundary. Couple of bounces over the rope. What a fight back from St. Gallen.
Yes, a bit short, sat up, really. It was so slow, he could have almost gone and fetched it before it reached the halfway point of the pitch. And then Jaffa says, yeah, don't you worry, I've got this one covered. So 125 has a lot in common with the power innings, first innings of the day, even though very different weather conditions. But they ended up managing 130 despite a few stumbles along the way. They just found a way to keep those boundaries coming when it mattered and had a very good finish.
This 5th, 6th bowler combination, though, Vinny, being really costly. The 2 overs combined have gone for 35 with 1 ball to go. And he's going to get out of his spell. They won't even attempt to run the ball. It'll be a dot ball to finish. In fact, Ahmedzai just walks off.
Yeah, having said that, Ahmedzai protects his average life. He just turns around and starts walking. But anyway, St. Gallen, pretty good from where they were. Don't forget, at one point they were 40 for 5 just before the halfway point. They will end up with 125 for 6 on their return to the European Cricket Series. First time we've seen them since 2020. 2-4 record then. Right now, they've batted themselves into contention against a Lions side that are desperate to get on the board here in ECS 23.
Yeah, really topsy-turvy innings. It was all about one man at the start. Kenny Shah, the captain of the Zurich Lions, who bowled a double wicket opening over to put his side right on top. Good tumbling catch held there by the keeper behind, Safraz Ahmed. And everything was going the Lions' way, including that decision, which probably might have been a little bit harsh on the grand old statesman of Swiss cricket, Ali Abbas, who was one of the co-founders of this club. But then the runs started to come. It was Haroon Khan who pongoed one out of the ground before he was dismissed too by Kenny Shah, caught by Kushik Kohli before Shah rounded out the best bowling figures of this week so far with a 4th wicket. He finished with 4 for 15, the star of the show. But then the Maximos started to rain. Sher Mohammed made an awesome, inspired 66 from just 22 deliveries, 4 4s and 7 6s. But then it was all about this man, my star of the day, Musa Ahmedzai, getting the reverse hands out. That's right, he holds the bat. You can call it the wrong way around if you want, but just a different way to every other cricketer in the world. And somehow, I'm still not quite sure how, even though I saw it, he was able to hit a strike rate of 223, 3 6s and 3 4s. Stunning stuff from Musa. Awesome Ahmedzai, that's what I'm going to call him. A star in the making. Reverse-handed batting, who would have thought it? It still goes on the roof. That's the scorecard, 125 for 6. a run rate of 12.5 runs per over, and they came in good time after that horror start at 1 point 2 for 2 at another 40 for 5, but they battled back the home side on their home pitch to post a very competitive 125. There's the bowling figures. Kenny Cha, the star of the show, with 4 for 15 from his 2 overs, and also Snehal Joshi and Ashwin Prakash with a wicket apiece. But that 5th, 6th bowler combination really, really costly. It's ended up costing 35, and it means that at the halfway stage of this, in fact it's the halfway point of the day, isn't it, because it's match number 3 of the day, match number 13 in total, the Zurich Lions are going to need 126 to win. We'll be back with you with every ball of the chase. Can St. Gallen start with a win, or will the Lions pick up their first win of the competition? You'll find out with us live in just a few moments time, as the score at the halfway stage, 125 for 6. Well, here we are, the halfway stage of today. Day number 3 of 11 days of the group stages. 55 games in total. And we're halfway through match 13, which means we're halfway through the 3rd day of action here, and the sun has come out in a big way. My Swiss insider, who assured me earlier that we would have 27 degrees and glorious sunshine in the afternoon, was spot on the money. If you were here for the morning game enjoying the coverage, you won't quite believe what you're seeing, because we played through what I can only describe as very consistent and heavy drizzle in the first game, but that feels a world away now, and we're all set for what is going to be a marvellous afternoon of action. Just about 1:40 p.m. local time here in Switzerland. We're in the beautiful eastern part of the country. I'm going to find it hard to get across just how stunning St. Gallen is. It is a beautiful part of the world, and it's a picture-perfect little town with the most sensational hospitality. We've been really well looked after thus far. We're here for the European Cricket League, the European Cricket Series for Switzerland, and we're just about a fifth of the way, in fact almost exactly a fifth of the way through the group games. We're on day number 3. We're going to have 11 days of group stage action, and we're exactly halfway through today's action. And what that means, we're going to have an inaugural winner of today's contest, because neither of these sides have got a victory yet. St. Gallen, who are making their first appearance in the competition, and the Zurich Lions, who have gone down to 3 defeats thus far, are going to need 126 from 60 deliveries. It's 10 over cricket, and to get it going, it's going to be the reverse-handed batter to come in and bowl some left-arm seam. Here he is, Musa Ahmedzai. Starts with a full toss, which is hit into the leg side, and will be a couple of runs for Ankush Lal, who has maybe been the one Zurich Lions batter to really stand up thus far. He made a sparkling innings of 75 off just 30 balls yesterday, but you'd have to think that maybe, just maybe, could be proved wrong, of course. We often are up here. Maybe St. Gallen slight favourites with the runs on the board. 125, just a fraction above par, maybe 120 we reckon. Something in that vicinity's par, although the average run rate yesterday sparked up over 13. So it is going to be an all-action chase, that's for sure. Just 3 runs from the first 2 balls. As Ahmedzai bowls that one right into the slot. It just was a lovely length to hit. All Prakash had to do was throw his hands through it. He gets off the mark in style. A lovely flowing drive. Slightly aerial, yes, but I think he's played that very much intentionally, and that gives a boundary, 4 runs into the offside. Inside edge is going to save any potential LBW decision. You can see the captain there, the grand old man himself, Ali Abbas, coming straight over to his young left arm quick, telling him, that's the line, I like that line, keep going there. Keep your eyes on that required run rate too, about 12.75 per over. Don't want that to push up towards 15 or 16, and in fact if you want, if you can, you certainly want to try and bring that down. Good angle this from Ahmedzai. Not much room for error, not much margin for error if you can't quite get it right. Great to see the beautiful ground here, bathed in sunshine. This one's punched down the ground. Now he's got a good piece of it. The outfield's run quickly. The dive. Oh, we're going to have a boundary check here, because I wonder, has Senegal Safi done all the hard work, got the stop out, but not done enough? Well, this is going to be very, very marginal. Oh, I'm glad I'm not the 3rd umpire here. I think that might be clean. He might get away with that. Very, very tight. I think maybe, just maybe, he's going to get away with it. So it'll be 2 runs to the total instead of 4. And that means 9 have come off the first over. The Zurich Lions, 9 for none. Okay, so let's take a look now. 76 matches is the count. As I welcome back the main man, Mr. Maximo Vinny. We've got
Philadelphia 76ers.
Well,
Here we are.
We've got the cameras on us,
We
not
do.
just our own cam here with the Swiss TV crew. Are we going to give them a golden ball to welcome them to this wonderful sport of ours?
Well, that would be a great initiation, wouldn't it? But I got to say that these two teams, for me, not too much between them. Lions desperate for a win. This first one. How's this for a little bit of swagger from the keeper as well?
Yeah, Hekmat Kajiani will get that right this time. Again, left arm around the wicket. And that short wide could well have been hit, but he's on the hop and nice from the keeper.
Yeah, Matthias Hoopy, our special guest as well here. He's president of FC St. Gallen. Also, very experienced TV moderator and host, sports journalist. And Matthias actually has agreed to toss the coin in the next game.
Oh, looking forward to that.
Man of many skills and many hats.
Okay, you're going to be out there with him, surely. Come on.
Rob Kemming has been coaching him in the coin tosses. so
We're teaching him how to do it.
So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Anyway, right now it's
Carved
Prakash
away.
and Kogiani's come out. Hasn't quite found the range yet. I mean, that one was a little bit straight, a little bit shorter though, and this time nicely executed cut gets it down.
Still surprised by these left arm seamers who seem to have a yard of pace too. Kogiani alongside Ahmedzai insisting upon coming around the wicket. Just think that over the wicket, particularly with the new ball angle, is the more natural one. The one you'd expect more often.
And it's more of a late in the innings when you're rolling your fingers kind of a tactic.
Yeah, this one's worked into the leg side. It'll just be a single.
So often I see bowlers turning to this if plan A doesn't work. So your typical left armer will swing it down the line from around the wicket, so from over the wicket, and we'll straighten it kind of left to right on your screen. But if the movement's not happening for one reason or another, sometimes they'll switch. But a lot of bowlers just going straight for this.
Oh dear.
That's just a little bit high, a little bit outside, and you can bet your bottom dollar that's a no ball and a free hit on the way.
Yeah, good decision. Clearly a no ball because it's gone so far over the waist high. Standing position of the batter, you'll see it pretty clear here. Maybe over the head height, actually.
Yeah, everyone wants their camera time. You're not meant to bowl at the camera. And Kogiani.
Free hit incoming here from Kogiani. And he'll have to reload. It's going to be signalled as a wide.
Remember St. Gallen, though, it's their first game in the tournament, so you can certainly understand some of their bowlers. You know, it's not like there's things like nets, for example, in a lot of these countries. I know Switzerland will have a few sets, but they can't practice as easily and as frequently as some other cricketers around the world.
Cleans him up, won't be out. Good delivery. Remember, the free hit rolls over. We could have had a big moment there. It's the perfect angle, isn't it?
Try explaining
look at the stumps. Smashed to smithereens.
Try explaining that to somebody that is just trying to follow the game for the first time as well, and you'll get a quizzical look.
So the aim of the bowler is to hit these stumps, but in this instance,
it's almost like the batter gets a get out of jail free card and he can just pull it up.
Good way to describe it, actually. We've got a few Monopoly references.
Doesn't work really on run outs.
Vinny? Yeah, very welcome along to the coverage. They do remember to drop us a message in the chat if you're watching on YouTube Live. We always keep an eye on there, and great to hear from everyone. Suman, Nanu, Abdul, Robel, all enjoying the action from all around the world. But just tell us where you're watching from. Always fascinated to know. Bit of an appeal. And it could be a run out. Oh, how's he missed? Vinny Sandhu, surely.
Well,
10-pin bowling.
I'll tell you what's gone on here. Batters panic on LBW appeals. We can see it's not out, but he goes and takes the run that's not there. And then he's missed this from about 2 meters. Then he's always booted the stumps in frustration. And that's a classic.
Oh, Vinny.
I call it it's a PR. It's a panic run. You know, when you get hit in the pads, you're trying to act cool. Like you're not concerned about.
He missed?
You're trying to act cool.
He's 4 yards out.
Yeah.
He's underarming it.
Probably not going to quite crack the top 10 worst misses, but it's close.
It's in there.
It's in there.
The thing I liked, though, I almost wish he'd followed it through. Well, that would have been probably against the spirit. He almost imitated Michael Holding, didn't he? Remember Holding kicking the stumps out?
So I think he was thinking Michael Holding when he was loading up the kick. Anyway, started the third over. Prakash is going to rub salt in to the St. Gallen wounds as he starts the third with a boundary.
Yeah, nicely steered away. This is a good cricket stroke, this. Just opens the face in it, and he's clearly picked the gap for me. Gets it behind square in the offside, and we'll run away towards that Cricket Switzerland logo for 4. Yeah, the incident we're referring to there, if you don't know what we're talking about, Michael Holding in a test match down in New Zealand in the 1970s, kicking a stump out right of middle stump, I believe. This is flashed away, going to be 4 more. Runs starting to come for the Lions, a bit more like it. It was after an LBW decision was turned down, and such was his fury. And there's an iconic photograph of it with his leg almost up towards his head and the stump cartwheeling out of the ground. They
were such an exciting team to watch. Now, that was a little bit before my time, but I did catch the tail end of the West Indies dynasty in the late 80s, early 90s. But it's probably not even the worst thing I can think of. They were naughty boys sometimes. The one for me, I won't name names, but running into the umpire on purpose in New Zealand. I don't know if you know that one, but yeah, not great. Still, they did a lot of great things for the game. Miss Senegal Safi just lifted up over point. This will probably get to the rope, and it does. So Prakash is able to get into the 20s. He's done most of the scoring so far. The Lions, a little bit hard to believe they're without a win so far in this series. They've played some good cricket. They get 4 more to the total here, despite Haida Khan throwing himself at that ball. Just wasn't in time. Safi with a comeback ball. Better one. Does it get over the fielder? It does, and he's kind of tight on the one there. He was right in the circle, might have had a play on that. That's Ali Abbas, the captain. Yeah, so do you remember that one? I think it was around 1980. One of the New Zealand umpires turned down a decision, and then the West Indies bowler ran into him on purpose on his next ball, and he
don't remember that
him.
One. Sounds to me.
It's 40 plus years ago, so I don't want to name and shame anybody.
If I was guessing, I might be wrong, as this one's clubbed into the leg side. Will be 4. Runs away across the turf. Sounds to me like an Andy Roberts. No?
It's not.
Wouldn't have been a Malcolm Marshall.
I'm not going to say who was.
No way it was a Malcolm
Marshall.
Marshall.
I don't want to make any enemies here, but yeah, it's...
That would have been my second guess, I have to say.
I have to say. You won't. I'm going to show you this. You will not believe what you're about to see here. No, I'll cover you here. This is beauty. Oh, that's one thing. That's what you were talking about first. Anyway, last ball of power play coming up.
Death.
So probably a wide, straight over. In fact, it's called no ball.
I can't think of too many better voices that we've been blessed with in the history of our game than Michael Holdings. And there is that iconic photo, just talking about it.
Might have hit.
What was the umpire's name?
1%.
Fred Goodall, was it?
Yeah. It's called for a back foot no ball. That's right. It's called for a back foot no ball, which was actually a correct call, by the way.
Down the ground, chance long on. He just pulls out of it at the last second. Wasn't easy for Kagiani.
It's bad, isn't it?
Haven't seen that. I've seen the stump, but I've never seen that.
End of the power play, and the score is 35.
Did he go no ball again?
Loss.
I think he should have gone no ball again.
I think he's had no shoulder. But anyway, we're into the power play. They're pretty much on the pace so far. And let's see if they can keep it up. Lions, they're a team that are too good to be 0-4, aren't they? That's what they're staring down if they don't pull off this chase of 126.
Yeah, and lots of messages in the chat. Matthew Hodgson saying loves the West Indies. Who doesn't? They've inspired just so many people to get involved in our great sport.
What would you get for that these days? I think you probably got like a stern talking to, and then straight back into it.
6 months, I reckon. Although,
and the rest.
Again, a certain Bangladeshi player who may remain nameless.
12 months for sandpaper. More than that.
I hear you. That's going to be a no ball, is it? Yeah. Don't think it's gone past the stumps before it's bounced, so clearly would have been off the pitch.
Yeah. And so Ahmed Zai comes back. Let's check it out here. Oh, actually.
Maybe could have been a wide instead of a no ball, but the free hit's been signalled. And that's what it is. It's capitalised upon. Inside out over extra cover, and look who nearly does the fielding.
Yeah, look at this. That's Mates Huppi down there who's doing some good work. And maybe Roger was around there as well. Was that Roger?
Yeah, that's what I meant. I meant Roger.
He's
just about to get his TV time.
Galaxy of stars here at the moment. So
just about to do an interview, isn't he, for Swiss TV? In his best German Swiss, I reckon.
Yeah. He knows how to speak it because that's what he speaks. Anyway, this is going to be to the left of the field. It's got a lot to do. That's going to go for 4. So Lions got all the momentum here as we head into the middle overs. And St. Gallen still yet to take a wicket in this innings. And remember some of the chances they've had, including that 99 times out of 100, 99.9 times out of 100 run out that they missed.
Yeah, a few comments coming in. Someone talking about the Chapel underarm ball. It was always going to come up, wasn't it? But yeah, great to see The CEO of European Cricket, Roger, here with us, enjoying the action in his native Switzerland, of course. As this one's angled down the leg side, given as a wide.
Let's put that to the chat then, okay? Biggest cricket controversies.
Oh, plenty of them.
Throw them in there.
Let's
not skirt around the big issues, Lenny.
It's literally in the dictionary.
Yeah.
That's just not cricket.
Yeah.
Because cricket is meant to be played to a certain standard. This one beats the outside edge. An appeal from the keeper and also from the short third fielder, but nothing from Ahmedzai, because Ahmedzai knew that the batter hadn't hit it.
Didn't I tell you that I've been reading this book called Never a Gentleman's Game? In fact, maybe I haven't brought this up in the last couple of days, but it was a recommendation from Damien Fleming. Just is driven back past the bowler to a fairly straight fielder. That'll just be single. And you know how we had this idea in the good old days, everything was hunky-dory and everyone was playing and clapping each other and patting each other about? Whew. So it's called Never a Gentleman's Game, and it tracks the period from the early, what we now know as Test cricket, 1870s, late 1870s, first Australian and English touring sides, all the way up to World War I. It's amazing. It's amazing. If you thought the Bairstow Carey thing was something, what about WG Grace?
Oh, I've heard all the stories,
Just giving a little wink, saying, yeah, you can go get out of your crease, and then running the guy out, which caused an argument. Riot at the SCG, where the English players had to essentially take up a position behind the stumps in case they had to use them as weapons as the crowd came on. It was so not what we think of it now.
Well, Bodyline, probably the biggest one of all time then in the 20s. I suppose it looked
early 30s.
Early 30s, sorry. Even the big thing then for me is the game has always evolved, but it's had a great spirit to it. And I know you almost get in trouble for saying I love the spirit of cricket these days. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's a preamble to our laws. It's there in black and white.
100%.
And there is, whatever everyone else's interpretation of it, it's there for all to see. And it's really about respect for your opponents, for the match officials, for everyone involved in the sport that we love. And I think on the whole, generally it's really well followed. And that's why we see incidents that do maybe, whether they are or are not crossing the line, can be up for interpretation and up to people's guidance. But we do generally see a pretty good conduct across our sport. In fact, just that Ireland team that's now under Paul Sterling that was in Scotland, I'm not just saying this because I'm an Irishman, but it really stuck with me in the final game there. Now, I know qualification wasn't on the line, but winning the tournament was very much on the line. And not once but twice did they turn down what would, by the laws, very much have been runs that they could have taken. One ricocheted off the bat, and the other time the non-striker felt as though he'd accidentally impeded Michael Lease, the bowler. Both of those margins could have actually won them the game. They lost by 7. And as we get to the end of the fourth, it's 51 for none. I love the spirit of cricket.
And I agree. It's an intangible, but it's such a part of the fabric of the game. So I'm not saying it doesn't exist. All I'm saying is that sometimes people have this idea that, this is the end of the spirit of cricket when something
the
happens.
Good old
that's
days.
A big, the good old days. All I'm saying is, it was fiery back in the day as well. I do give you this, and I'm all about spirit of cricket, of course. Cricket is special. It's why we do it as part of our life. Might have slipped on the side of the pitch here. It went really wide of the crease, and some bowlers, particularly front-on bowlers, their front foot is a bit wider than. No, it wasn't that. Then their back foot, I was going to say. Yeah, but it's just funny how we tend to think of, we have this idea of history. We weren't there. And so this is a quite detailed, researched account.
Very good.
And I'm still reading it, but it's great. It's great.
Well, look, ultimately the other thing about cricket, I know we're in what you're calling, it's really the fastest format here, 10 over cricket. We're getting 5 games in the day. We're still here the whole day, Vinny.
Yeah.
So when you spend so much time doing something, as cricketers do, you're always going to get, I think, more moments of kind of hard to describe interest. We see a no ball signaled and the free hit will come from the next delivery. Definitely not finding his way just now, Hyder Khan.
Again, it was well off. But yeah, these incidents, a lot of them are, people have different ideas of what it is, spirit of cricket. So this is what's interesting. So I'll give you an example. We had Riaz Afridi, who's a Czech national player, refused a run out yesterday when the batter slipped over. Right? This is a free hit, and it actually hits the boundary disc, and it slows it down enough to stop it going for 4. Just another thing we'll see. Now we might have a run out, and we won't. The throw holds up in the grass. Watch this. This is a bit of a bullseye here. You should get extra points for hitting the disc.
Yeah, but right off the toe end, the cue end of the bat, wasn't it?
He refused a run out, But the batter, he already had the ball in his hands and was pretty much a metre away from the stumps when the guy fell over. But, and there's another one I'll tell you. What would you do? What would you do? Up in the air. This is going to be spinning towards the fielder, so he should cut it off. He does. I've got to say, I'm loving the St. Gallen Power Ranger style outfit as well. So if the two batters ran into each other, on a quick single, so one that it's a run out chance anyway, the batters ran into each other, they fall. Do you take the run out or not? No fielders involved.
Massive. Oh, that's big. Right out of the screws. Not quite a banker, but certainly enough to get it for 6. And the Lions, where has this form come from?
Yeah, I mean, that's right out of the middle. And Ankush, who somehow survived a run out where the bowler effectively had about 4 stumps to aim at. He has survived, and now perhaps he thrives. He was 5 off 7 before that ball. So maybe that's the shot that gets him going. Still on track, run rate wise. This one's up, and that one's going to go as well. Back to back Maximos as Ankush rolls the dice and comes up double sixes.
Well, he may be 38 years young or about to turn 38 in just a couple of months' time, but he is showing his very best. That 75 against Vedigan was so impressive, and now he's getting back in the act. Really, it's been Prakash who has dominated the partnership, but Lal and Prakash combining beautifully, and this game is only going one way right now.
Yeah, you're right. They've got all the momentum, the Lions. Mentioned the opportunity that went begging earlier, but that's a long way in the rearview mirror now. Okay, what would you do if the batters ran into each other on a quick single? Would you run them out?
Absolute no-brainer. Couldn't even do it in a million years.
You wouldn't?
Nah, I never would, mate. Look, for me...
You're not a wicket keeper, are you?
No, definitely not a wicket keeper. And look, I've had many incidents like this in Irish club cricket. I think you always want to be able to shake the guy's hand at the end of the match and say, that's the way we play it. We take so much time out of our lives to give to the sport that we love. I think my favourite memories of any of my times playing cricket, they're always usually the ones with the opposition off the pitch after.
That's true.
And just the bonds you make.
I think it's all circumstantial, I think is what I'm saying.
It is
circumstantial. Just a quick look at what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. These are just 4 weeks of the program. So we have our regular ECS and the ECIs. These are 14-day adventures. We're in Switzerland now. We'll be in Dresden in the east of Germany. But look at all that T20 international cricket, both men's and women's coming up as well. Then one coming up next is actually Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I've just been in touch with Rico. He's just a couple of days away from starting that series in Romania.
Lovely.
And that's going to be really great. They've got Greece, Isle of Man, as well as Malta and Romania, all women's sides. And 3 of those sides will be seeing for the first time on ECN.
Lovely to see. Clearly pitching outside leg as Kagiani is going to come back into the attack now. He'll come over the wicket.
So, like, the example I used, batters running into each other. If it was a no-brainer that they were going to run anyway, I wouldn't. But if it was one, like that one, it was going to probably be run out chance anyway. I'm kind of like, that's your fault. You know, if it clashed with a fielder or something, it's a different story, right? Well, he's bowled him. And so Prakash, he has to watch as Lal whacks 2 sixes, but then gets out soon after. At least Ankush gets something in the end. The opening partnership is broken at 70, and maybe the window is open a crack for the hosts.
This is why you bowl left arm over the wicket. It's the angle that all right-handers dislike. The ball angling across and just coming at that awkward angle. You can either bring caught behind into play, bowled, LBW if you get the shape back in as well, or in this case he's chopped on as Lal is dismissed. It will bring about the number 3 coming to the wicket now, Meyer Daftari. Just a window, a small crack in the window for St. Gallen to maybe get back into this contest. Still favours the Lions with 9 wickets in hand, but a couple of good overs with the ball and everything could change. 70 for 1 after 5.2. Yeah, look, for me, Vinny, I think the big thing is, obviously it's circumstantial, but where people get their knickers in a twist, if you will, is when it's applied occasionally or infrequently. So, I'll do it in this case when we're winning by 100 runs.
True.
But when the game's on the line, I won't keep that. And that's where I suppose it's all down to your own interpretation of it. But really, how do you want to be remembered? That's the way.
That's true. Bigger picture. We could always do a Brendan McCullum and do what you like and then just repent after you retire. That's not a bad strategy. Anyway, here's Daftari. He's going to face up
Could be 2 and 2. Juggled and taken. The angle from Cogiani. Get us out there, Vin. Let us tell all these left arm quicks. Bowl over the wicket. The right handers don't like it. Taptari's gone for a golden duck.
Yeah, it took a while for Cogiani to read the room, but how about that? 2 and 2. And a little bit of fielding advice. This is right at the back of the textbook. But if you're going to drop it upwards. And that's exactly what the fielder, Harun Khan, does. And then throws it upwards into light. And 1 becomes 2. St. Gallen, just like we said, working their way back in. There's a golden derrick, and we have another hat-trick opportunity, Lenny.
Well, I think, is it our 5th? Might be maybe our 4th completed one. We should have had 5, but our poor off-spinner in the last game didn't get to close out his opportunity.
Still on a hat-trick.
There's all the hat-tricks thus far.
We're on to page 2. And I love it when there'll be a post, and then it'll get shared around, and people will say, I'll say things like, the 23rd hat-trick of the year, and they'll hear the commentary, and they're like, what? What?
Here we go. Hat-trick ball. Can it be number 23? Not yet. We'll have to wait. It's going to come this week, Finn. I can sense it. Between the 10 days I'm with you, we're going to have a hat-trick and we're going to have a golden ball. I promise you.
Well, promise is a promise then. In fact, we're not going to let you go. You won't be you won't be doing all
I'm going to be hostage.
Imagine that. Okay, how about I say, we'll pay you X lump sum and you have to commentate on the tour until there's a golden ball. Yeah, so you could be day 1, you're out of there like a bandit.
With the greatest kick of all time.
Or we've had a 405 game streak.
42 days later.
Yeah.
Grey beard.
It's about 3 months we went without one last year. 405 games, it was broken in Portugal.
Wow.
I asked people tell us about your cricket controversies. Well, Helix got a recent one. Very recent. Getting a newish ball out of the box after 30 overs. You heard about the replacement ball there in the the Ashes? Yeah.
I don't want to get into the controversies around the Ashes, but I have one thing to say.
Go on.
Okay, we had hundreds of thousands of Australian fans calling the English tour losers. And then they lose the last test to draw the series, and now all of a sudden it's all because the ball was changed.
Yeah.
Ultimately, whatever decisions are made, they're made. Get on with it.
Well,
and this one is bowled him round his legs. Extraordinary. The angle of attack. It's worked the oracle. 3 in the over bin.
Yeah, 3 and 5. Look at this. It just shows too much of the furniture. Tries to wrap. Oh, he's actually edged it onto his own stumps.
Under edge.
Yeah, it's like a reverse edge.
It's almost the V of the bat, isn't it? It's got the can and the ricochet.
Back of the bat. I reckon you're right. But what a weird way to get out. And Kanish Shah, the skipper, it's only a brief appearance, and there's a little bit of the calypso about this one at the moment. Let's try and look at where this hits on the back. So I didn't think it cut back that much. Yeah,
it is
pretty much right off the spine.
It's the V. Every back of the bat is a V. We've seen some batters intentionally play strokes for that now.
Yeah.
Reverse sweeps and sweeps in particular. But all of a sudden, this game has changed. The Lions, they were in cruise control. But St. Gallen, on their home soil, back in it.
Do you know they were developing a 2-sided bat? Have you heard of that? Yeah, I don't know. Seems fine for rowing a boat. I don't know about cricket. Just flip it over. You lose a bit of power.
You mean the paddle?
Yeah, the paddle. How about the mongoose?
That's a paddle.
We've had mongoose out this year.
A mongoose, bit
of
mongoose.
Mongoose.
Wasn't a big fan of it. It just looked a bit naff.
Averaging 0.
Well, that's why.
But I've always wanted to use one. They don't even make them anymore. Do you know that?
Yeah, I think that was one of the greatest marketing ploys of all time.
I still want to use one, and they said this guy knows where to get them custom made. And I'm like, get me out there with the goose.
The goose. Yeah, for those who don't know what we're talking about, it had a shorter blade with more meat behind it, and a longer handle. It looked really odd, I have to say.
Turns out having more bat is kind of good for things like playing shorter deliveries. But yeah, I'm liking the controversies everyone's talking about. Matt talking about the underarm incident. Yeah, I mean, that's a clear one for me. Spirit of the game. Like, as clear as it gets. Where the rules technically allow it, but
just
that's
completely
not cricket.
Completely out of kilter. That's you've used the expression. It's in the Oxford English Dictionary.
Yeah.
It's just not cricket. 53 off 23 now. Game, I think, swinging back towards St. Gallen, but that will be given as a wide.
I do like to typically take a contrarian view just to think.
Just for the sake of it.
You argue something, I'll argue the opposite.
Yeah.
That's why I probably might have made it as a lawyer, but luckily I was a bit too honest.
That doesn't. We were never falling out though, Vin.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's okay.
So I'm not saying it's my view, but pretty clever tactic. Think out of the box. Like, who even thinks of that?
Well, my favourite.
Ahead of his time. Greg Chappell.
My favourite part of that underarm ball, it wasn't.
Bat throw?
No, not that. Not the storm that erupted after. And I don't know if you've seen it. I'm sure giving out how brilliant the commentator and your pedigree is. Richie Benno afterwards, his synopsis of it, straight to camera, in the cream, the off-white, the ivory of the beige. I don't know which one it was, but he was furious.
I can pretty much, I'll paraphrase it. I get the sense of it. It's actually one of the worst things I've ever seen on a cricket field. Good night.
Pretty much was. Oh, he was the greatest, and we'll never have another like him.
It was. I don't normally do impressions, but I was going to say, it's like, it's a captain that panicked. He got his sums wrong, and it's one of the worst things, or most disgraceful things I've seen in a cricket field. Good night.
But like everything with Richie, it was the delivery.
Yeah,
it wasn't necessarily the vocabulary.
Love that man. Who doesn't?
That ability to synopsize so succinctly exactly what probably much of the country was feeling at that exact moment in time, and also then guiding the country. You've a big responsibility as a broadcaster, I feel, to often try and call things correctly and get them the right way. But, well, maybe the greatest to ever hold a mic for me, alongside Tony Cozier.
Tony Cozier? Did we talk about this already?
No.
Tony Cozier.
For me.
My favourite. If I have to really... I mean, it's hard to pick a favourite. It's like children, isn't it? You know,
it's just something for me special about his voice, much like Michael Holden.
100%.
Yeah.
Richardson getting right inside of it. I know. I've never done an impression in 3 years, and you've just got 2 out of me.
There we go.
I don't know what your special power is. If I start saying it's all happening here at the MCG.
It's infectious, mate. That's what it is. Our love of cricket, our shared love of cricket. End of the 7th here, final ball. And this goes into the sky. The keeper's call for it. Could have a collision, though. Oh! Somehow, Mohsin Raz's held on under fierce, intense pressure. Eyeline pressure from Sher Mohammed. And he does get the wicket. This Lions innings, well, it's collapsing.
Yeah, in front of your very eyes. 75 for 4 now. It was a little dab round the corner. It's a bit of a soft dismissal. I think it's all to do with the fact he was kind of happy with the one because he retained the strike, but just mistimed it. And I'm not proud of this, but the European Cricket Series, pound for pound, we have more collisions than anywhere else in world cricket. I thought that was going to be one of them. And then the keeper. The key here is the keeper. If you're not going to catch it in the end, that you need to kind of lurk far enough that you can catch a rebound. And we have also seen that happen a few times. But anyway,
Mohsin Raza did really well.
This game, they were on, and then now they're off. There's only been 6 runs in the last 2 overs, and they've gone from a really good position to well behind in the game, 75 for 4. Now you kind of need 17 and over from here.
4 wickets for just 6 runs, 69 for none at the end of the 5th, and now all of a sudden it's 75 for 4. This game, in classic style, as you've told me, Vin, is turned on a sixpence. That'll be given as a no ball, not as a wide, although we may check that. So a free hit incoming.
I feel this is past the stumps. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's past the stumps. I think they're going to change it to a wide. Again, I mean, the bowler's in up. You can understand him missing that from his vantage point, but normally just quick check to square leg. Again, these things, you hardly ever would see them in mainstream cricket. But we need to have a procedure for this because it happens so often.
I also think, Vin, the other thing for me is the speed with which you're getting those decisions correct.
Yeah.
That's almost as important.
For sure.
As this one smashed down the ground. It's not a free hit, remember, if it's caught... nearly the collision you were just talking about. And luckily, we did have an impact injury yesterday in that exact spot when it burst through his hands through the rain and hit the nose. This time, no damage done, although it is 4 to the total.
Well, not often I yell watch out, but I was pretty close there. And this wouldn't have mattered if they caught it or not. It was all about just trying to keep it in the field of play. Ends up dribbling into the rope.
It would have mattered. It was a wide.
Oh, because they read it. Yes,
it was a catch. That's what I call it as. Yeah, could have been.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Missed opportunity. This one's powered down the ground. Subramani getting that through the offside will just be a single.
Good fielding by Sasi Kumar, who I think is pretty lucky to have 2 unbroken legs still attached to his torso here in the 8th over.
Well, yeah, there's nothing worse than a collision in the field. Probably the most famous one is that Jason Gillespie, Steve Waugh one in Sri Lanka. It's chipped. Oh, taken! I tell you, the Lions, they are collapsing in a heap here, and it's all going the home team's way. And the main man, look at the captain, he's seen it all before. Ali Abbas guiding his troops back into the game.
I had a chat to Ali Abbas at the halftime break, and he's a bit upset about a decision that he felt didn't go his way, but he said, look, I'm not too bothered about that. I'm just all about my boys. And right now, they're doing a great job. How's that? Like shelling peas. Excellently taken there in a kind of pseudo-gully position. You don't see that very often, but it's a fantastic piece of fielding. And now How have they got to this position? The Lions, 81 for 5.
Yeah, really good catch. And that wasn't easy at all. Just check who the fielder was.
It's Kogiani that takes it, and that's another golden duck. Still 3 to come in this over for Safi.
This goes a long way into the sky. It's going to be runs. The question is how many. Oh, we'll count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is
Maximo. And it's a bit of Safi on Safi action. You've been waiting all day for it. And this one, Nazib says, yeah, this is me getting my eye in ECS style. He whacks it over fine leg for 6.
Well, again, we've gone on about it so many times. I know there was a wicket the ball before, a right arm around the wicket, but if you get it a fraction wrong, you don't have a man behind square in the leg side, it's always going to be runs. He comes over the wicket now. And this goes a long way up. It doesn't go long enough. It's the bowler. Juggled and taken! Oh, yes, it's the captain himself, Ali Abbas. He knew the ricochet was a chance. And look at that, he pumps the chest and kisses the badge.
Oh, we're ahead of our time here, aren't we? I mean, we're just talking about rebound, catches, collisions. We're seeing it all. And it's not volleyball because they don't use all 3 touches. But like I said, you need to lurk with intent on these high balls. You don't want to distract the fielder. Bowler calls it straight away. He's actually waiting for it. He knows that if it comes off the top of the fingers, there's every chance that's where it falls. And Ali Abbas gets the assisted catch. And are you loving your time here on ECN?
Mate, how good was that?
Different we're seeing right now.
How good. I think he's 54 years young, isn't he? So he told me his age earlier when he was collecting me a couple of nights ago as I got here. You could almost sense it, couldn't you? The ricochet, the collision was avoided. And Ali Abbas, the captain and co-founder of the St. Gallen CC, somehow gets the ricochet. A belting moment. New man to the crease, Kanakula, hit down the ground. Going to be a single to close out the 8th.
53, but I cannot believe he's 53. Yeah, it's 88 for 6 after 8.
He's from Sialkot in Pakistan. Emigrated to Europe 28 years ago, some time down in Cyprus. And I think it was Ayia Napa, he told me. He was doing some hotel catering management. And now he's here in his home where he's helped to found this club. What a great story that is. I think that one could be clipped up, Vinny. Get it up onto the social media.
We will be. Yeah, so this is what I mean. Like, that would happen maybe once every 3 months, I think, in other televised cricket of this level or better. But then the fact that we were able to kind of call it, we almost called it on the keeper getting a rebound catch. And then that's actually super smart. He calculated where he wanted to be, where the best chance of a rebound was coming. And a lot of those, yeah, they're off the fingertips. So if it's off the fingertips, where do you want to be? Behind the fielder. And that's where he set himself. And smart play. It's not just luck, it's also smart.
Well, the comments are rattling in already. What a catch, everyone's saying. It was the joy, and I love the celebration from Ali Abbas too. Here comes Khan. Oh, that little cutter, the slower ball. I don't know why it's proved so effective on this wicket. It really has.
Now it's dried out a bit. I think the slow ball holds up a little bit. The players are telling me that when there's a little bit of water on the surface, it just kind of skids through.
Yeah, Caddy Shah, wasn't it? The captain of Zurich Lions, bowling it so effectively with 4 wickets. I think it's the way to go. So often is in short form cricket. Pace off. Nearly again. How's that one missed?
Yeah, this is just climbed over, and I mean just climbed over. Straight over middle stump.
Even the ump.
Look how much this goes over by.
Well, we had one kiss the bail yesterday.
Yeah,
just the one bail.
Just
kissed it off.
Kind of blew it over, didn't it? But this cricket is something different. This was run out chance as well, but throws wide. Acrobatic attempt at taking it. But yeah, I'm loving just the ability to be here. There's so many of these things that don't ever even blow up. They potentially could, like that catch could.
It's very hard to know, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
we saw the 7 you sent me went huge.
I see multiple.
7 overthrow. Or sorry, it was the 7 buys. Was it?
Seven buys.
7 buys.
Actually,
loved it.
Technically, it wasn't because it was 3 to win, so it was just 3. But
in the clip, it's 7. In the clip, it's 7.
Well, yeah. And the idea, it actually kept me awake at night as a wicket keeper. The idea that 7 buys was even possible.
Imagine, I don't know the scorecard from the game, but imagine you'd had a clean sheet to that point.
Oh, yeah.
You'd had 0. Final ball of the match. This one, high, handsome all the way. Maywell challenge going up onto the roof. Not quite. But Subramani, is he the last remaining hope? 30 to win off 8 from here.
Yeah, they're going to have to be really good. And I mean, really good. That looks like another one of his balls just kind of pushed out. Wasn't really super pace on. gives him something to get under. A couple more of those make it interesting, make it 18 off 6. Yeah, so I used to be pretty internally competitive with the other wicket keeper. So I would actually basically became playing a game within a game when I was playing grade cricket. My buys against his buys.
When you say the keeper on the other team.
Yeah, keeper on the other team. So within a game, though. Game within a game. So if there was a 4 buys, and say I missed it, I was in the dressing room, someone come in, Vinny, 4 buys.
You'd be
4
like,
buys.
yes.
And I'd be like, you'll tear I tell you what, these days, because that was how part of my trying to keep my standards high.
Good way to do it.
I did have a whole season in grade cricket where I didn't concede a buy. That's one of the things I was known for as well.
One thing we
these days, that seems impossible.
Very difficult. One thing that we were taught on our level 3 coaching course is at 32 and off 8. Big swing and a miss. Can't remember. I think his name is Bruce French. I'm pretty sure it is.
That's a keeper.
Yeah, real coaching of wicket keeping expert, because it's an art within itself. I think much like coaching wrist spin, it's almost different to coaching batting and other kinds of bowling. But one of the things, the biggest message he got across to us from all of the kind of different technical things that he taught us, everything about wicket keeping, this will be just hit for a single, wasn't so much about how to keep, but it was how to love your keepers.
Yeah.
He felt they're the most underappreciated members of any team as we get to the end of the ninth, 97 for 6. And ever since then, every time I coached a team, any time I played in a team, even if they didn't have the best day, I always would have a word with the keeper, and they always appreciated it. I think they're underloved.
I think that keeping is one of those things that looks a lot easier when it's not your job. And Bairstow's getting a fair bit of heat in this series. And, okay, he didn't have a great series. I'll be the first to admit that. But a bit like goalkeepers sometimes in football, they're only noticed when they make a mistake. So if you're not noticed, of course, sometimes you do something outrageously good that everyone will notice. I sometimes had some of my best days keeping where I didn't even take a dismissal. I just felt everything went in
straight
nicely.
in.
Other days I take 6 catches and everyone pat me on the well, that catch, to be honest, didn't really move my feet.
Yeah.
Or this, or maybe it wasn't quite in the middle of the hands and I got away with it. So keepers know. I've actually done it, not a lot because I don't have time anymore, but in the last few years I have done a bit of wicketkeeper coaching. And it's not something you get specialist coaching with very much.
Hyder Khan to bowl the final over, 29 to win. It's veering towards the impossible now. They're going to need 5 consecutive maximums or something special happening with extra deliveries. Yeah. Khan has lots of protection up his sleeve.
It's the Hungary situation we just talked about when they hit 5 sixes off the last 5 balls of the match to win.
Subramani's shown he has potential. Going to need something special. And that will be number 1. I think it could be. Up onto the roof too, well, like ricochets back down off it. That's a big hit. It's got the full lunging 6 out from the umpire too.
Crossbar challenge complete. This one hits the facade of the grandstand. Ali Abbas, the captain, very quick to go over to his bowler, say, look, don't let it throw you. Just don't bowl that ball again, because that sat up, asked to be hit. And Subramani was quick to take up the invitation.
Don't bowl the wayside full toss that goes your 6. If we get a 7 up, that could make things interesting. 23 to win off 4. 4 consecutive 6s needed.
100's up 2.
Oh, is that going to be a no ball? It will certainly be a wide.
For me, Subramani has to face every single ball left in this game, as long as the game's alive. So even if this went away from the keeper, I'm not running a 1.
Marginal, very marginal on the no ball. Given as a wide. And that will make it 22 off 4. 4 6s still needed. Oh, brilliant bowling into the block hole, thuds into the pad. If he could have got his legs to the offside of that, it would have been another wide, but he watched him carefully.
Well, it'll go down as good bowling, but I have another word for that, and that's lucky. Because if the batter had, it's not like he followed him on purpose.
Results-based thinking.
Yeah, that's true.
We talked about earlier.
The batter opened him up by backing away. Now you need
miracles.
7 a ball. Good luck.
And that was well bowled. I think he has watched him, followed the batter straight in, and it squirts away off the inside edge, meaning that St. Gallen and their entry into this year's tournament on their own ground. Look at Ali Abbas. Look at him. He's dragging his side over the line. He's so encouraging to his younger teammates. What a brilliant captain.
Yeah, he really is. And he's a real positive guy. You could see him go to the bowl. Like, man, he looks like, when I was playing in South Africa, we had some very animated traffic controllers that would be at intersections. Anyway, see what kind of cool it can do.
Big swing and a miss, and that's going to be that. Just keep the foot behind the line. St. Gallen are going to start with a win. I'm not quite sure how the Lions remained winless. What a campaign for them. It's all gone wrong.
Still got 6 games to turn it around. I think 6 games at the moment to go. You can hear the noise being made out there. The crowd's loving it. Here's the last ball of match 13.
And that is going to be that, and they won't even run a single, so the margin of victory will end up looking like a very comfortable 20 runs, but that is not the story of this second innings at all. In fact, I can't quite believe the Lions have thrown away that winning position. 69 for none, and all went horribly wrong. Calypso, Collapso, and the Lions, well, they aren't roaring. It's St. Gallen that are.
Yeah, the splits, you said it, 69 in the first half, 36 in the second half. The wickets went down, the run rate went down. The Lions just got a habit of getting close but not getting over the line. Just a reminder that in 20 minutes we'll have the next game, the fourth game of the day. Now, this should be a good one, especially with St. Gallen getting over the line. They're coming off a win, so are the Crickets, because the Crickets, they broke their losing streak in the European Cricket Series. It dated all the way back to 2020, and they looked really good. They're full of confidence. We'll still see the Crickets two more times tonight here on day 3. But first, let's have a look at the start. And really, it was all running the Lions' way. There was one comical missed run out that they might have made a difference. As it was, that was missed, but plenty in the second half weren't. But at this stage, it looked like the Lions had everything under control.
Well, Vinny, it's going to be a highlights package of two halves, because at first it was all about Ankush Lal and particularly Ashwin Prakash. Ashwin Prakash, who hit 7 fours and 1 6 in his innings of 45. Ankush Lal then got into the act before he was cleaned up. In fact, that change of angle from Hekmat Kajiani really changed the game, because 3 wickets in the over, including the juggling catch, it turned it St. Gallen's way.
Well, that was a self-juggle. We'll see another juggle soon. And how unlucky can you be? This is a sign that the Lions just can't catch a break. Off the back of the bat, onto the stumps. In this, we had the keeper lurking. Bit of unwanted assistance was offered. That one was held by Raza, but there'd be more action to come, as this one was almost lights out, hospital pass stuff. It ended up going to the boundary.
Oh, it's not this one. That was a great catch, wasn't it?
How about some of these catches, though, St. Gallen?
Superb.
For me, they kind of win it in the field. I know that sounds crazy with
This
that
is
missed
it.
one out. But yeah, this is the one. And sometimes you've got to be in the right place at the right time.
Oh, Vin, I love that. And look at it, was the delight. 53 years young, off he goes. I told you so. A bit more of the Dennis Taylor finger wag out. And in fairness to Subramani, he fought hard. He did power a couple of big sixes, 20 off 13 for him, but it was never enough. Look at the joy for St. Gallen.
I'll have what he's having, Ali Abbas, because he's off to the races, wasn't he? And just another day in the European Cricket Series.
Magic.
You know, it's funny, that was a match 13. We have a bit of a superstition. Interesting things happen in match 13. We once had the highest run rate in a completed inning, 28. We saw the French beat the English in match 13. We've seen it all, really. And the Lions, such a good start from them, 45 to Prakash. And he got out at a key time. It's cascading of wickets then. Subramani battled hard, but just got the odd one away. Thought he might be able to hit them back into contention. But look at those bowling figures. And Kogiani, you're right. The difference when he changed his angle, he took 3 for 9, 2 wickets for Sanagal Safi and 1 for Harun Khan. But have a look at that collapse. They lose all 6 wickets within 17 runs.
Extraordinary. I think it's 70 for none in the 6th over. After just 5 overs, there was 69 for none. You were only thinking one way, and that was the way of the Zurich Lions. But St. Gallen have turned it all around in a heartbeat. A wonderful ebb and flow to that match. It means that St. Gallen, in their first game, have taken the win by 20 runs in game number 3 of the day. Don't go anywhere too far. We're going to be back with you with all the action very soon, aren't we?
Yeah, just before we go, I tell you, one man that's going to be happy is Matthias Huppi, the St. Gallen president of the football club.
Hey.
He's here. He wanted St. Gallen to get up, and you can actually see him performing the coin toss for the next match when we return in 15 minutes here in the European Cricket Series.
And welcome back to St Gallen. What a beautiful day this has turned out to be. Blue skies and sunshine. The ball's been flying, and I think it's going to keep going that way for the rest of the day. It is day 3, still 2 matches to go here on a wonderful Wednesday of 10 over cricket action. And now we're going to roll into match number 14. St Gallen, the hosts, they're going back to back. They're going to take on the Zurich Crickets. We've got a very special guest. We've got broadcasting royalty with us from here in Switzerland. We've got Matthias Huppi, who is going to toss the coin, and let's see which way it falls. St Gallen against the Crickets here in match 14. Here is the coin toss.
Tails is cool. It is heads. We do bet.
Expertly done by Matthias, and well, he is the president of St Gallen FC, and he tosses the coin nicely for their cricket captain as Ali Abbas calls correctly, and so St Gallen want to bat first in this next game. Certainly didn't really go to plan for the host in that last game early. They lost a few wickets, including the skipper, but some incredible batting down the stretch saw them get to a competitive total. For the Crickets, though, they had lost 8 matches in a row before they cracked their first win. They turned the power off early on in match 12. And I'm sure they'd like to go 2 for 2. So I think this is a really good contest waiting to happen. Big thanks again to Matthias and everyone here in Switzerland that's received us so well. I'm a big fan, and hopefully he's a big fan of what he's about to see here. Match 14 on the way. Andrew Leonard will take you to the first ball with St Gallen winning the toss, and they're going to have a bat.
Oh, not a bad pull shot that either from Vinny Sandhu. And look at one of the men of the moment down there, Ali Abbas, the captain of St Gallen CC. He's talking to Swiss TV now. They've interviewed Vinny Sandhu, and also we had Matthias Huppi out there at the toss, the president of the St Gallen Football Club. I think he's really enjoyed his afternoon thus far. He's been interviewed too for Swiss TV, and also he's critically seen his side, St Gallen, his adopted side, that is, the cricket club aspect of the town, get off to a winning start. How they battled back is quite something. I think we're in for a great contest now. St Gallen 1-0, Zurich Crickets 1-2, picking up their first win today. And we are all set. There's your fancy dashboard. Keep your eyes particularly on Khalid Niazi, who continues to impress me. We clock over now to game 14, would you believe? Well, they fly in, don't they, with this fast format. It is the fastest one. Going to be Farhad Mohammad to open the bowling. Of course, with the teams sometimes playing 2, even 3 games in a day, they often hang around and enjoy the action, and we saw the Zurich Crickets keenly watching their St Gallen opposition, who won the toss. They chose to bat, so it has meant that after an inspired bowling performance, inspired by their 53-year-old captain Ali Abbas, they are finding a way to get off to a winning start. They found a way even. Can they continue and make it 2-0? We're nearly all set now for game 14. It's the 4th game of the day, and in total we are probably just approaching, maybe not quite there yet, the quarter-way stage of the group stages. 55 games we'll have in total. All 11 teams will play 10 games each, and the top 5 will advance to the playoffs, with the winners of this league stages getting a gigantic advantage, because they will advance direct to the grand final. Then second will take on 5th, and third will take on 4th in what in essence will be virtual quarter finals before advancing to then a semi-final to get to the grand final. Here comes Maman bowling to Kajiani, who starts in quite a fashion. It's going to be a Maximo to get things going. A slog sweep off a medium pacer, and St Gallen full of confidence after that comeback, fight back win. What a way to get things going. Nearly over towards the cube where Rob Hemming and the other match officials are all set up. We are seeing action aplenty this afternoon. Big swing and a miss, so action to start with. A 6 slog swept across the line, and also against the shape of the delivery from the left arm pacer Farhad Mohammad, as the Zurich Crickets are looking to make it 2 wins on the day after being winless yesterday. Beats the outside edge, nicely bowled, good line that, just probing away, causing a few problems. Keep your eyes on the non-striker, he impressed me. so much, Sher Mohammed, in his maiden outing here in European Cricket Network action. Made 66 off just 22 deliveries. Not quite sure what we're checking here, but the umpire's keen to just establish what's going on, so I think the clock will pause as well. 40 minutes the sides have to bowl 9 overs, and as long as the final ball of that 9th over is bowled, they won't have any penalty. You can have a 5 or even a 10-run penalty, possibly even a 15, but that would need something extraordinary. I think I might be wrong. I wonder, is there some kind of a glare? First time we've had sunshine, proper sunshine, after 2 really mixed days of weather, and indeed a difficult rainy morning. I wonder, is Kajiani finding it difficult to see the ball? Do we have some kind of a glare off something down here? We see a member of the ground staff down with Ali Abbas. Not quite sure what the hold-up is here. If we can find out, we will tell you. Gonna see if we can show you Ali Abbas here. Just having a chat with one of the ground staff team who might be able to help us with this hold up. There he is, the main man, one of the founders. And you can see here, he's just guiding that member of the ground staff. No idea what the hold up and play was. I'm not even going to guess. But we're all ready to go again. Big swing and a miss. That one's going to be given as a wide, too far outside the off stump. Yeah, just hearing that it was indeed maybe something of a glare off the banner. And it's on the bottom of the main grandstand. Funny, isn't it? We've been battling the rain for 2 days, and now the sun comes out and causes a few problems. But rightly so. Kajiani is told to get on with it, as Momand will continue with his left arm over. Big strike. Oh, yes. Away she goes. That's a 6 on any ground in the world. They may only be 50-metre boundaries. That's gone a lot further than that. Probably an 85-metre hit miles over the rope. Look at that, right out of the screws. Well, he's having no problem seeing it now, Kajiani, is he? And a punch of the glove, St. Gallen, who had a disastrous start in their first game, the previous match. 2 for 2 and 40 for 5. Now, they are showing, if they get off to a flyer, well, what total could they be looking at? Momand is going to change his angle. He's going to come around the wicket, left arm around the wicket now. On this one, has gone a long way into the air. Has it gone far enough? Oh, yes, it has. It's a Maximo, another one. 3 in the over, all to the leg side, almost all equally impressive. This one, maybe a bit more of a top edge, but he got more than enough of it to get 6. And a flying start. 20 runs off just 5 deliveries. At the moment, well, they're on track with the current run rate. 24 and over. End up with 240 if they had another boundary here. I bet if it's a maximum. Flying start from St. Gallen, the home club. It is going to be a boundary. Runs away across the rope, so 24 have come from the first over. That's a particularly good shot. Inside out over extra cover. Zurich Crickets, after picking up their first win, have found themselves in early trouble. Good decision from St. Gallen to win the toss and bat first. And they are looking to cash in a big way. 24 runs coming. In quick time from the very first over. Sets up this innings beautifully well. 54 days to go now to the Euros of cricket. where for a 6-week jamboree, 31 teams will come together just to find the solitary champion. All those initial group stages, I think it's 5 weeks, isn't it? The initial group stages. Ambulance just going by up past the main football stadium. So here is going to get things going. And could be a run-out chance as the non-striker is sent back. You're very welcome along to the coverage today. Do get in touch with us if you are watching the YouTube live comments. It'd be a delight to hear from you. And let us know where you're watching on from. Meyer Patel is saying it's going to be a cracker, this one. KG says taxi to get that ball. That's how big that hit was. Always love hearing from everyone. So Beretti saying 140 plus he feels on the cards. And get in touch. Let us know where you're watching from most crucially. What part of the world are you in? Are you enjoying the action? This one's bowled right into the block hole dugout. Good athletic piece of fielding, but safely gets home for a single. Yeah, it's a funny old game, isn't it? It was Sher Mohammed who did all the damage in the opening contest for St. Gallen. He made 66 off 22. But right now it's all about the left arm quick all-rounder. Bowls good left arm seam as well, Kagiani. As he's now going to come around the wicket. And that looks to be a good angle for Zahir. Just ties up. Right now, you suspect that St. Gallen will be hunting down maybe 140. This one down the ground, going to be a big one. And it's a maximum nearly into the grandstand. Straight as anything. And look at our umpire getting this 16 lunge out. Loving the bit of TV time. You get the arms above the head. Shades of Billy Bowden maybe. Straight as anything. Look at the ball tracking as well by the team. It's a Maximo. Kagiani's lighting up this match 14. And it's got the sunshine pouring down across this beautiful ground. Really like this venue. Described it as a pop-up cricket stadium. I wonder, could St. Gallen FC be tempted to turn it into a permanent one? Imagine that. It's got the right dimensions, I reckon, too. Those lovely banks all the way around it. 6 more. Well, from the moment it left the bat, that does cannon into the grandstand, and the home fans, a good handful of them, 50 or 60 in enjoying the action. This is stunning ball striking. Back-to-back Maximos to end the second. It's 37 for none after 2. So, end of the second, 37 for none. Sensational start. Kagiani scored 34 of them off just 9 balls. Remember, the man who's on 1 off 3 hit a strike rate of 300 just a game ago. And now the umbrellas that were being used yesterday as rain covers are now being used as sunshades. Extraordinary turnabout in the weather. As Barrett Sky is pumped down the ground. All of a sudden, it's another roofer right on top. Another clang. And I think a call for yet another lost ball. Can only imagine how many are up there. I think we're going to have to get the drone out. Find out. Miles onto the roof. Oh, brilliant Yorker dug out. Mohammed does so well to keep that out. I thought the off stump was going to be cannoned into. Current run rate, look at that, over 18 per over. Maybe not just thinking of 130, 140, 150 plus on the minds of the two hometown batters. For the Zurich Crickets, they look a bit shell-shocked. They look as though they thought they'd found their form. They were so enjoying the sunshine and the action from the previous game. But right now they're being carted around this oval. Rare dot ball. Mohammed has been a bit all or nothing so far. Two men in the deep allowed in these first 3 overs of power play. Long off and long on. And that's going to dissect them straight as anything. Great power. 6 more. All or nothing with Mohammed, isn't it? Got a very unique technique. He holds that bat right up at the top of the handle, so he's got long levers as a consequence. And when he gets it out of the middle, it really does not just travel far, but also great velocity. That rocketed off the bat and went very, very flat. The umpire's going to have to inspect the ball because it's cannoned into maybe the sort of pavement area that's down underneath the grandstand here. Indeed, it will be tossed off and they'll have to get a new one. Well, don't want to see the ball. Don't want to see the bill even for the balls for the European Cricket Network team. We've got to find a way to get up on that roof. How many are up there now? I've only been here a day and a half. I reckon I'm seeing at least 15, maybe 20 head onto the roof. Some of them do ricochet back down, but Vinny Sandu was telling me plenty on day 1 too. New ball's been tossed out. The partnership worth 49 off just 16. It's going to be runs, but just one of them this time, as the 50 partnership will come up. He'll get safely home. It's been a sensational start. Really enjoying every minute of the action. The last game. Just 17 balls between these two. 50s come up. And this one's going to be carved away. And they're asking for the no ball. Kagiani acutely aware of the fact that this is going to be given as a no ball. I think we'll see on the side-on replay here. This is a good decision for me, just above waist height as it was coming in. So it's not just going to be 5 runs to the total. It will also be the free hit that will come with it. And right now, everything is going horribly, and I mean horribly wrong for the Zurich Crickets. This is a blitzkrieg of the highest quality. Fire and smashing everywhere. Here's the free hit. Well, this is going to go too, isn't it? 6 more. Oh, the 6s are raining around this ground. The sun has come out in St. Gallen. They're making hay in the sunshine. Right into the slot. The free hit, so he can't worry about losing his wicket. 6 more. What a start. 44 off 11. We could be in for a 12-ball 50 here if he can hit his next one for a Maximo. 2 24-run overs. And at the end of the power play, it's 61 for none. So here we go. It's the man I think is the best young bowler in the Zurich Crickets lineup. It's the leg spinner Khaled Niazi. He's been excellent thus far. We saw his good fantasy numbers because he can bat too. The player of the match in the previous game. And just more of the same. Well, it's raining 6s literally up into the grandstand again. It ricochets off and the lunging 6 is signalled by the umpire. That ball's going to have to be checked too. Nicely bowled, a good flighted leg break, but just stand and deliver stuff. And rather remarkably, Mohammed has basically been 6 or nothing else. 3 6s for him now. Flattered through the air, well bowled, good response. We'll get a dot ball. Good athletic fielding from square leg. Backed up by Farhad Maman means they won't get the single. Oh, this is extraordinary. Maybe one of the most remarkable maximums of the 3 days we've seen so far, because he's hit this off the back foot. Feel for the leg spinner here. It's a nice leg break just back of a length, and somehow, I'm not sure how, Sher Mohammed has just picked it up and got enough of it to get it all the way for 6. This one speared in, going to be right on the rope. Oh, what a catch. Well, it's not going to be out, but it will be run saved. And credit 5 in the bank to Nurkan Ahmadi. He does so well here. He does take the catch, but he knew that if he held on to it, he would have balanced over the rope. It looked like a Maximo all the way. Taken, and little tippy toes inside the rope, clearly clean. Sensational ball striking to start. Projected score is up and around 200 right now. This one hit into the offside, and oh, nearly had a nasty moment there for Farhad Maman, who actually does quite well to get out of the way, but usually the outfield here is generally pretty flat, but that one just bounced up a bit nastily. And Niazi, who's been the pick of the bowlers, even he is being treated with a bit of disdain. That's a bump ball, so won't be given out half an appeal. Just somewhat in amusement from Nawroz Jabbar Akil. And that's the one, the variation he has. We haven't seen the googlier top spinner or flipper or anything like that from Khalid Niazi, but we have seen his variation be the one that he spears in. Look at these towers soaring up into the sky. 75 from just 4 overs. The run rate at the moment, 18.75. Andrew Leonard here with you. I'm delighted to be joined now by Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo himself. You've missed some Maximos.
What did I miss? Because it looks destructive. St. Gallen not really having the problems with losing wickets in the first half like they did last time, it looks like. But yeah, 45 off 12, pretty good going. Do you want to have a guess what our fastest 50 is in balls? I'll give you one ball to think about. Here's Rahimi. Well, good luck hitting that. Gets out the tennis racket and smashes it down to fine leg. And I'm not even sure that has gone for 4. It hasn't. So it pulls up just short. It's definitely a no ball, because if there was such a thing as a double no ball, this would be it.
We nearly had an all-run 3 here. Mohammed was desperate to get back on strike for the free hit.
I exactly was. It's basically, yeah, kind of passive-aggressive running, because they're saying, yeah, I'm pretty sure I would like that free hit on my figures. But Kogiani's 47 within reach of a half century. And so he'll get to do it with the immunity. The immunity cloak, I call it sometimes, to don the immunity cloak.
Get that superpower in.
We have had an obstructing the field off a free hit, of course, in the past. Actually, technically, it was no ball. But anyway, just saying. Kogiani.
Chance to get to 50 with one blow.
And he will get there. That's going to be 4 runs. Rahimi can't get it right. But Kogiani, give him some credit. And he's going to bring up his 50 off 14 balls. What a great knock this is. The powerful left-hander started with a bang, and he's still banging them with 6 Maximos and 3 4s in his half century.
Yeah, really nicely played down the ground. What an innings it's been. Sparkling strokes. I was going to guess 12 balls, given that's the Chris Gale world record at T20 level, but what about the ECN record?
Well, this is straight-ish. Maybe just going down the leg side. Umpire doesn't move.
I think pitched outside for me, Vin, was the issue there.
Let's have a look at it from straight on. Yeah, I agree. In fact, maybe he could have come back and hit the stumps, but yeah, you're right. As soon as it pitches to the left of stumps, I'll say you can't be out. I'll actually say,
shouldn't.
correctly, you shouldn't be out. Anyway, 82 this opening partnership. I'll give you your answer in a second. I actually thought Chris Gale once hit an 11 ball 50.
No, it was
Am I
12.
crazy? Is it definitely
I think
12?
I'm almost certain it was in the Big Bash, I think.
Somebody
12,
got
12
an 11
balls.
ball 50 in fairly mainstream cricket. We'll come back to that in a second. Wow, well, there you go. That one's out of here. Going, gone. Maximo bangs into the boards. Kogiani, well, anytime a batter gets 50 and you're not at the halfway point yet, we start considering mentioning the C word. I don't want to jinx him, but surely he might have the 3 figures in mind.
Yeah, 3 of them have done it in top-level cricket off 12 balls. Pretty good names, too. Hazratullah Zazai.
Well, it goes again, throws the hands at it. He's going to get the same result. Maximo! Kogiani going crazy here. And the Crickets, they've had some problems keeping teams quiet. Well, those problems have come back here in the first half of match 14.
Very much 100 watch. You want to whisper it. We're not even halfway through the innings. We're on maybe 200 watch for the total, too.
Shout it from the hilltop.
Raining sixes. 94 off 30, Vin.
So, yeah, the fastest 50 here on ECN is 10 balls.
Wow.
By Sheraz Ahmed back in 2020 in Barcelona. Uh-oh, another one, full toss. Hasn't really middled it. Going, plugging. And they'll come back for another 2. I bet he's happy he never went for that 3rd on that tennis shot earlier.
Just that shot there, Vin. I love playing the game lucky like he's in terms of, doppelgangers.
Sure.
Often it's not actually how people look at, but it's the style or the mechanic and the kind of strokes that they play. I've got one for Kogiani.
This is down the leg side, full toss. And I know you like the looky-lucky. Well, I think I'm liking the score at the moment. That brings up the 100 and the 100 partnership for St. Gallen.
Well, for me, he really reminds me of maybe one of the best rounders of all time in the white ball game. And that's Shakib Al Hassan, particularly with those sweep shots. There's the groups. Only about 6 weeks, maybe 7 weeks to go to the 25th of September, where we are going to see an extraordinary 31 teams duke it out for the Euros of Cricket. Championship week will be the 16th to the 20th of October. So 5 weeks of action, in fact 6 weeks of action in the group stages. 6 groups of 5, including the 2 Test Nations 11s, Ireland 11 and England 11. And then 2 of the leading associates in the region, Scotland and the Netherlands, who'll both be off to the T20 World Cup next year. Be interesting to see what sides they'll send. I think Scotland could send a really strong team because they don't have any cricket. They have no fixtures for the rest of the year, Vinny.
So, yeah, Netherlands is the issue.
It's the opposite. It's the inverse.
It's the opposite issue, right? Because we'll have to see what their squad looks like. They've got potential players coming back to their side. Anyway, this is right-handed time now. It's Mohammed's turn. Sher Mohammed having a good day on his inclusion for the first time in the European Cricket Series. Swings his way into the 30s. Maximo. This score is up and it's out of control. 100 on the board in 5 overs. Make that 106. So we're on 200 pace.
What's that highest score again, Vin?
The highest score we've ever had is... I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to show you.
Oh, Vin, come on. You're such a tease.
You know what? I'll show you. I'm loving this. I'm learning a lot from you, but I know you're learning a lot from us
100%,
as well.
mate. Love it every second. Runs are flowing, to say the least here, mate.
Uh-oh, more trouble. Going, gone again. Full toss. These guys aren't using the pitch at the moment, and it's hurting them. St. Gallen had a few stumbles with the bat. Did get the job done the last game, but right now they are out of sight.
Yeah, really extraordinary ball striking. The quality of the hitting we've seen. And it's so nice it's now in the sunshine. 'Cause, I felt yesterday with the rain coming down, it was all a bit different. Beautiful cricket being played here.
Oh, there's 6 more. And it's rocking in bowling machine style. 1, 2, 3. Or 1, 2, 3. It's probably what you say around here.
Well played.
118. And yeah, another thing, I don't want to jinx it, but just look at this over. Let's just say they have the maximum of the first half of it.
Correct. All the 6s on the board, 3 of them.
And it moves so fast this game. You said you like the looky-lucky with Kogiani. Who does he look like to you?
Shakib Al Hassan.
Okay.
Particularly when he plays that sweep shot. I mean, I mean the mechanic of the stroke as a part.
Yeah.
I don't mean his physical looks that he looks like him, but when he gets down on that one knee, it's not just the fact he's a left-hander. It's actually the way he manipulates it behind square, very like Shakib.
I know we've got so many Bangladeshi viewers in the chat. Maybe if you are watching from Bangladesh, jump in the chat, say hello. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Leonard for ECN on a Wednesday, and a sunny Wednesday at that. And Sher Mohammed, I won't say stealing the strike because he's doing a lot with it, but he's moved along very quickly. Amadi's going to try around the wicket. Well, good luck. And goes again, 4 in a row. Haven't seen it in a while, but you know what I'm thinking. They call that feared here, but it's Maximo times 4 out of 4 balls.
And it's 50 up. It's come in really good time. He's caught up too. I think he's had 5, if not 6 stop balls of those 17. How many sixes has he hit, Vin?
He's hit 8 sixes out of his 51. He hasn't hit a single 4. There's your highest team totals, Lenny, on the screen right now.
Well, Vin, I was going to guess, and I was going to say surely no one scored 210 overs, but it's been done with regularity.
I won't say regularity, 8 times, but 8 members of the 200 club. Again, a few recently. We had kind of a Swedish flavour there. We had 2 in the ECS in Sweden, and then Sweden scored 200 in Hungary in the ECIs. So could we have another member of the 200 club? The thing is, often it'll seem on, but then one even
wicket.
Normal over, like 12, and you have to catch those up. So the 20 and over is pretty tough. Having said that, right now, they are on 219 pace, which would be equal second. Is that right?
Yeah, right now the current run rate 21.88.
Equal third.
I think it's on, Vin. Certainly to get onto that 200 plus list.
4 out of 4. Oh, seems disappointing.
Well fielded.
I'll be going 2 here. But they get a quarter century off the over. Amadi, who's a good young player. He'll get the right of reply, don't forget, in the second half of this game.
Given us a no ball, Vinny.
Oh, no way.
And a free hit. I thought it was marginal at best. Oh my, oh my. The 36 plus is back on again. Here it is. Oh.
I don't think that was a no ball fight. I think it was something else. Might have been for
Side of the pitch, I think it was
Oh,
given as.
was it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, free hit then. And so this essentially will just change the strike bat. The drop catch won't matter.
Won't matter. That was a tactical drop, Vin. He didn't mean to take that one.
Yeah, well, I suppose if you're going to drop them, that's probably a good time to do it.
27 off the over already, Vinny. Still 1 ball to go.
Could go supersonic. Oh, I think it might. Oh, nice effort from the fielder, but it goes all the way. Maximo! Well, umpire's getting a workout as well. Bring out the calisthenics. The 6 goes supersonic, 133 without loss.
Well, Vinny, he's nearly at a full hit session just in that over. He's gone for 6 sixes and 6 lunges. There they are. I tell you, his core, his legs are going to be feeling it by the end of the day.
Tell you what, if he'd nailed that no ball, we could have had a rare hypersonic over, which we've only had 2 of, 40 plus. But yeah, that was a pretty good effort out there from Fyodor's Rahimi. But the Crickets, they were kind of walking on sunshine, weren't they, after their first win over the Power? But right now, they're powerless to stop this assault, and they've been brought back to earth really quick. And just look at that. The projected score, 222 at the moment.
It's also the highest it's been, and very fitting, given we were chatting about the late great man watching on from us up in the sky. His favourite number, I won't do the impression, but 222. If they keep going at the rate they're going, they could think of 24, 27 and over. They get to 241.
What to do? 4 overs, you need 67.
We're on
century,
200 but we're on century watch. Both of these batters can get there if they keep going.
I'll tell you one thing we've never had. Oh, it's going to be a wide, but could have been worse. We've never had 2 Centurions in the same innings, as you'd imagine, because they're pretty rare.
Yeah, that would require something very special.
Yeah,
Vinny.
because you'd have to get 200 and you'd have to somehow. But it's theoretically possible here with these 2 going so well. But I'm always. I mean, we only had 150 on the network, 156. He nicks it and he walks. Yeah, that's really
lovely to see.
That's really good sportsmanship from Kogiani, who was 5 big blows away from a memorable century. But you can see the Crickets trying to turn this around. Believe it or not, I have seen games lost from here, even with a start like this. Must have been a little feather. Well taken. And you can see Barakzai, he's lost none of his enthusiasm. But what an opening partnership for St Gallen. It's 134 for 1.
Yeah, and a stunning innings, and great credit to him. We spoke quite a bit about the spirit of cricket in the last game. Well, there it is on show. I'm not sure the umpire was going to give that out, but he immediately put his bat under his arm, and he gets warmly applauded off a handshake from the great man, his captain Ali Abbas. What a knock. 70 off 21, 8 sixes, 4 fours, strokes all around the ground. Final strike rate 333.33.
Graham Gooch made that number famous once. I remember
Didn't
that.
he just?
Same series, I think he got out-handled the ball, which you can't even do anymore. Hello to Sam Downs, who's watching. Hello to Jordan Stevens. He's on 200 watch as well. A few people are probably going to give me stick for jinxing him, but you jinxed him.
Yeah, it was my fault. Definitely blame the new guy.
Talking to them, actually, not
Blame
even you.
the new guy.
But yeah, here's new bat. It's Raza. Oh, it's Gundy ball. Gundy with a capital G. Helps on the way. It's not quite 6, but it's 4. Tarakil doesn't get it right.
Yeah, look at the reaction as well. He just hung his head in his hands immediately. Of all the lines you want to bowl, one thing I've really noticed, I'm still learning, Vinny, the 10 over game, but almost all sides bowl without a fine leg.
Yeah, because maybe they feel even you have a fine leg, can't really do too much about some of these balls because they're just getting belted anyway. I think it's mainly because they're not meant to bowl there. And he doesn't this time, but it will be called wide. Yeah, I think he's checking. It's a no ball for off the pitch. Is that for the second bouncer in the over? I don't remember it first.
No. I thought that was a wide, not a no ball myself, Vinny. Not too sure about that, but it seems like the square leg umpire has indicated should be given as a no ball.
So I'm trying to remember this over. I don't. It's only just begun.
No, definitely wasn't the second bouncer.
Oh, now
Edged.
it's edged, and it wouldn't have been caught anyway. So keeper saves 4. Yes, cricket's got everything. I've seen a team make 100 in the first 5 overs and lose. Pakakare, who are the current, or not current, and they won the European Championship.
Spanish side, aren't they?
Yeah, in 2022. They were there the week you were there. They made 100 in Barcelona. They ended up 40 off their second half of the innings, collapsed a bit, and then they got chased down. So you've got to tell yourself that you can turn it around. You can see Barakzai's voice really well fielded. I got a bit of a feeling about this one because the batter was just ambling through. Barakzai hits one side. And I think he's gone here. What a piece of fielding.
Sensational from the keeper. I think you could be right, Vinny. The problem is, that's surely the critical frame. That's got to be gone. And it's all down to one man. You talk about loving your keepers. Love them. Abid Barakzai, the run out of the tournament and celebrations to boot.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible throw because he couldn't really get up and throw it normally. He had to kind of shoot from the hip. And I thought I had 4 overthrows written all over it, the speed he was throwing, but he did not miss. So give credit to the Crickets. They've been battered around. Look at that throw. He throws it in the air. But, this is the kind of fielding. I think any level you'd be proud of this from your keeper. Off comes the glove. He's fully airborne when he releases it, hits the target. And to be honest, the batter wasn't really stretching for the crease, and he pays the ultimate price.
Reminiscent of one that Temba Bavuma pulled off against Australia. Now that was in the outfield, and look at the celebrations. Great to see the Crickets fighting hard. So easy to put your head down, but the similarity as he's run out for 58 off 19 to make the score 139 for 2. Similarity was the fact he was airborne when he threw it, and it was the only way to even have a chance of affecting the run out. This game has changed in just a couple of balls.
Yep, this is very easy. Now this is going to be gone as well, unless it's going to be a no ball. And it's definitely nicked. For me, it's fine, but he goes upstairs and gets that little edge, and Barakzai's on fire. He's also a pest, but his team do not mind. This game turning around so quickly. Harun Khan with a golden duck.
Well, you talk about loving your keepers. He's been involved in all 3 dismissals, and this one definitely an edge and a clear catch. Look at the celebrations. Where's he go? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. For me, out.
Yeah, true. It's probably borderline. When it went past him, it was kind of chest height. If you look at it crease, it's probably debatable, but you say that the Crickets, they've had to dig deep there, and they have. So, bit of a mini collapse going on. They got Sher Mohammed for 58 with a piece of brilliance from the keeper. This one's regulation. And St. Gallen just losing their way slightly. Now, you'd say, well, how can you chase this down? Okay, it's almost 7 overs, 140. But if you can have, say, run a ball last 3 overs, continue the collapse, 160. Okay, you don't see many chases that high, but I think this is one place you might see it because we've seen fantastic ball striking. The Crickets themselves, they're coming off a good performance in the last game that they played when they chased down a total with ease in the 8th over. But Tarakil, 2 for 6. This over's had pretty much everything. As Kumar comes out, Sasi Kumar to face the last ball of the 7th.
Well, a Superman throw and a change of the game.
Short again. At this time, the fielder should cover it. He's not afraid to throw either. I like to keep him honest here in the European Cricket Series. End of 7. And a fantastic over for the Crickets who are fighting back. It's 140 for 3. As we have a look at the teams once again, if you missed them, sometimes I like to roll a dice and we'll pick a group, okay? So this is what I'm going to do because we've got 6 groups and I've rolled 5. Easy. Oh, great, because we've got Switzerland in Group E, which are the host nation here. You've got Cyprus, who we saw play some 10 over cricket for the first time over the weekend. You've got Romania and Malta in there as well. Now, England 11, they have to be hot favourites there. They are the winners in 2021. They're the runners-up in 2022. But interestingly, Switzerland, Romania and Malta, they all played each other 2 weeks ago in the T20 Internationals.
Okay, nice. They'll know each other well.
They played. That's just coincidence. And so we've seen all those teams fairly recently, but we don't really get a look at England 11 until the big day, as we've got some spin here. Niazi coming back in the 8th.
Vin, of all those 31 teams there that we saw, is there one outside of the big guns? Obviously, the likes of England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands, the reigning champions will be favoured. Is there one kind of unknown quantity? Spain on home soil, of course, will be right in the mix. Who might this year, with what you've seen from the circuit, catapult into contention?
I'll tell you who I'm watching pretty closely, and that is your team, Ireland 11. They had a very young team last year, very capable team as well. But I just wonder if we'll see someone like a Jason Van der Merwe that starred for CIY-MS in the ECL earlier in the year. And, depending on what other cricket's going on, again, there's no really restrictions on who you can take, but most of the time we'll see what I'd call like an Ireland A side. That's normally what we would expect, but it's only the second side they've ever sent. So that's the team I'm watching.
Yep.
I think that they potentially could go all the way.
And also, of course, you look at Ireland at that point of their year. I know they've had a busy cricketing year, but no World Cup for them to consider or to take into the mix. So is it a chance to they maybe send someone like a Gareth Delaney coming back from injury?
Exactly. Oh, this looks like it's stumped, and Niazi does it. He actually gets a bit of rip on this one, and the good comeback continues. Almost has his head ripped off in the celebrations. And, we know the Barakzai is pretty excitable. We've seen that already. And that will be another wicket, 142 for 4.
Well, Vinny stacked them up. Maybe this is the player of the match. 1, 2, 3, 4 dismissals he's been involved in. And he's affected all of them. A run out, a stumping, and now 2 catches. And there it is. The headlock hug.
Yeah, well, that's definitely a free kick in Australian football for above the shoulder. But, well done by Niazi. It seems a bit retro, but actually spinning the ball as a tactic as a spinner, actually side spinning the ball, it gets results.
Critical. Vinny, I'm not a big soccer man, I'm not going to pretend I am, but we're in the shadows of a wonderful football stadium, and they talk about a perfect hat-trick being left foot, right foot header. What about this from the keeper? Run out, catching, stumping.
Yeah, very, very good point.
Sensational, involved in all 4 dismissals.
Yeah, he has been. This looks high to me. I think they're going to call this because this isn't the one that loops. I don't think it's dropping that much. He just kind of stands still. Yeah, that for me is waist high or above. I know it's dropping a bit, but I don't know. For me, he's still got 1 foot in his crease. I don't know if they can let's go or not. But anyway, looks like they're still considering it. I know that crickets would love to get out of the over. But yeah, that will be the end of the over, it looks like. So they avoid any further punishment. 8 overs down. And yeah, look at the last wicket on the screen there. Abid Barakzai with the stumping. So I'm trying to think of what else you could do as a keeper. I suppose you could throw one left-handed.
I think we're going to call this the perfect.
I think you're
perfect
right.
keeper hat trick.
It's the keeper's hat trick.
Yeah.
And I think you've got to specify it's got to be like a direct hit run at you.
Oh, definitely yourself. Not a throw from the deep. That's
I got to admit, I used to love racking up the stats when
all you've done is catch it.
Yeah, you get this, so and so / keeper, and I'm like, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, especially when it's like 2 batters at one end or something
/
like that.
V Sandu.
Yeah, thank you. Keep them coming. Well done. You've taken 11 dismissals for the weekend, and you realise in a 10 over contest that about 6 of them were last ball run outs when they're just running to you.
It is funny though, like we talk about, I know players of the match, it's just an award. It doesn't really matter. But one thing I do get my knickers in a twist about sometimes when I'm on the road. So at the associate level, the players of the match are decided, if you're talking about Cricket World Cup League 2 games or the qualifiers just out in Edinburgh.
This is a thick edge. Does this have the pace to go to the boundary? Yeah, easily. So this will be another 4 to the total. And it looks to me like they did end up calling that a no ball upon further review. And then that was the free hit that did go for 4. And so we'll have to wait to get the tail of that over back from the accountants. But I think that I'm going to say that is 148 for 4 after 8. And that that run rate was right up there at magical speed, 20 plus, but it's just taken a dip. And look at those 4 wickets in the last 2 overs.
Wickets always bring down the run rate. But yeah, Vinny, look, it doesn't really matter. But on the associate circuit, you'll get the match officials, or specifically the umpires, usually asked to decide the player of the match.
Yeah.
And almost always, they'll claim they haven't watched any of the game because they're busy making the decisions. So they just go and look at the scorecard and they go, oh, well, he's made 56, we'll give it to him. But they actually, and something the T20 game has done really well, I'm sure it's the same here in the ECN, it's changed the way players of the matches have been decided. You've got guys coming in and getting players of the match for 5-ball contributions.
Yep. And fielding.
And
so
fielding.
really Nanasakram had 2 direct hit run-outs. I'm not sure if he got given it or not, actually. But yeah, typically the officials will still decide that here on ECN.
But the point I'm trying to make is that Abid Baraksai has literally changed this game here as a wicketkeeper. Now, he's probably never going to get the credit for it. He's not going to end up with a player of the match. But if the Zora Crickets can turn this around and win, he should be in the mix.
Yeah, because if they chase this down, someone's probably going to make a big score and he'll get all the credit and probably deserves it. But yeah, let's not forget that little interlude by Baraksai, who now deals with this on the second bounce. So I had a question in the chat. Why is the big tournaments always in Spain? The main reason is, well, there's many reasons, but the main reason, I suppose, is that the infrastructure being set up in one place, it keeps costs more reasonable. So if we were constantly to move around, you've got to realise that we're run on the smell of an oily rag here at the European Cricket Network. This is probably going to be fine. It's not great temp in bowling by Baraksai. Maybe that's the quartet. A run out or a stumping back and a stumping up, because we've had an epidemic of them recently. So there you go. If you want a 4th, that's how you got to do it. So yeah, as far as a location where the weather is agreeable at the time of the year we go. So
yeah, really good.
So
almost guaranteed.
February, March.
Almost.
Okay, we've had some issues there in the past, but we didn't lose a single game in this year's ECL. This is a hanging full toss, and it's a good effort from the fielder, but Rahimi can't get down. Their 150s come up, and they're still climbing towards a very, very healthy total. And look who that is. That's Musa Ahmedzai, the cross-hander, who comes in and continues his good form.
Yeah, finally gets a boundary away off his 5th delivery.
Yeah, so as far as flights and those kinds of things, logistics, hotel partners, those kinds of things, we're kind of set with those. And this is hit straight. It's hit very powerfully. Oh, it's a partial stop, but it dribbles through the defence of Chetty. And 4 more cuatro carreras más as St. Gallen swing their way into the magnificent 160s now.
Yeah, good strike. It's struck with great ferocity, but I think this should have been stopped. If he got down low, used his hands, would have affected the cutoff.
This is hit pretty well as well. And poor Chetty, he's like a cat chasing a ball of string at the moment. That's the end of the 9th over. And this score just continues to climb. 162 for 4 after 9.
Really is the most extraordinary technique, isn't it? The way in which he uses that reverse-handed grip to get it straight down the ground. The problems for the Crickets, well, it's extended across now 7 bowlers, none of them going at single-figure economy rates.
So one thing that I find amazing as well with this volume of cricket is how quickly, like, I know they don't ever forget anything. It's all kind of locked away, but things become normalised. So
exactly.
If you just turned on now, we're just kind of not really mentioning the fact too much that Ahmedzai is batting with his hands the other way around and just cracking balls everywhere. Anyway, 10th overtime, seatbelts on, and you might need one because you're flying here. Raza hits one out of the ground. Maximo, they found a second win here in the last few deliveries, St. Gallen.
Well, is Rahimi the right option? These little sort of darting straight breaks at the death. You miss the block hole at that pace, you should be dispatched out of the ground, and that would have gone out of any ground. Now Baraksai, the keeper, hangs his head down. He knows that St. Gallen are getting away with this second bolt. They might have felt like they should have got up towards the 200 marker, but they're going to end with at least 175 or something in that mix. And if they can keep picking up Maximos in this final over, could well be 185, something in that region. 5 balls to go.
Well, this is another one that he probably could have picked up. Baraksai wants to make lightning strike twice. He tests the bowler out. It'll just be a single. Yeah, you've got to love the enthusiasm, though. I always like them to keep it. It's kind of it's the X factor. It's not just how you catch the ball and your actual skills, but your kind of way you can keep the energy up, keep those around you enthused. All right, Ahmedzai. Just across another one out of the ground. He gets it, but not that well. Fielder comes around, well handled out there by Kaliniazi, just a single, up to 170 now.
He is a live wire in the field, isn't he? You can see just his speed to the ball immediately. As soon as he picks up any idea it's coming near him, keeps it to a single. Well done.
Oh, this one's lifted up and it's out of here. Adios, Pelota, Maximo. And that's the thing, both these guys, they're kind of striking with the same frequency, so there's nowhere to hide for the Crickets right now. Rahimi, well, he's in the dirty 30s, none for 39, and with 2 balls to go, I think he's going to transition into the naughty 40s before the end of this innings. 2 balls only to come. High score of the tournament. Oh, and this is not a wide because it goes straight through his legs, but it does get through the keeper. He'll want 2 because he wants to strike back, but a good throw will have him cooked. Oh, I think he just gets home. The keeper just kind of got in a weird position there, so had to turn around and find the stumps. So, have you ever seen the nutmeg played for 2?
Well, not the buys nutmeg.
I mean, runs are runs when it comes down to
Whoever they come, yeah. Difficult for the keeper, that one, isn't it? Because you're expected to hit something, ends up hitting nothing at all.
2 on the leaf. But that's actually, it's a great drill. When I work with keepers a lot, we use dummy batters. And that's, I just say, make sure you miss it no matter what. Don't give him pads is always a good way to do that.
Yes.
But that's one where you need to try and track the ball, really.
Highest score of the series here by a distance, Vin.
Yep, and could it be 180 plus? It will be, because it's another full toss, another Maximo, and St. Gallen up and away. It's the 20th 6 in the innings. What an innings that is, and they're going to finish 184 for 4.
Yeah, sensational ball striking, the highest total of this return to Switzerland here for the European Cricket Series after a marvellous opening partnership with runs flying all around the ground. We thought that 200 was on, and we thought that individual centuries may well have been on the cards, and after a slight wobble, the dismissals of Kagiani and Sher Mohammed, with the keeper Abid Baraksai bringing Zurich Crickets back into the contest. A final flourish has driven them up over the 180 mark. 10 overs is all they batted. 184 for 4. This highlights package, well, it's nearly the length of the game.
Yeah, well, they go over 3 a ball for the duration of the innings, and don't fall too short of that 200 in the end. I think it's only Baraksai that was able to turn it on for that little period that kept them out of the 200 club. But how about this ball striking, the left-hand and right-hand combination just working perfectly. St. Gallen, I know they lost some early wickets, still managed to win that first game they played, but right now everything went to plan. That was until Kagiani nicked one behind, and very sportingly he walked before waiting for the umpire's decision. 70 off 21. He got a good reception. Sher Mohammed took over. 58 for him, but then a bit of brilliance from Baraksai. I saw him go soon after.
Yeah, that was sensational. Maybe the best individual run out of the week as he flung himself into the air, and such joy and delight as he only had the one stump to aim at, and then the wickets continued. All 4 of them that fell involved that keeper. He's a real live wire, and right now you suspect that 184 is going to be more than enough. A wicket too, the stumping well deserved from Khaled Niazi. Again, the pick of the attack, given the carnage to bowl 2 overs just to go for 21 was a really good effort. It's meant that some of the other economy rates of the bowlers are pretty extreme, to say the least, including the little straight break bowler there, Firdaus Rahimi, who went for 45, 22 and a half and over. It is going to be quite something, this chase, if they're going to pull it off. 184 for 4, the highest total we've seen so far here in St. Gallen. It's the home team that go to the top of the charts. That opening partnership, well, it was worth 134, and even though they had a bit of a wobble in the middle order, Sasi Kumar's numbers stick out. 1 off 5 when others were striking it over 300. The 2 openers getting more than 3 runs for every delivery they faced. A final flourish from Mohsin Raza, and Musa Ahmedzai gets them up to that 184 mark. And then here's the bowling figures. 2 wickets for Tarakil and 1 for Niazi. Definitely the pick of the attack. The rest, well, look away in horror now, because you went the distance. Some economy rates over 20, 1 over 30. Gets us to the halfway stage of this match number 14. And right now, St. Gallen, they are cock-a-hoop, because surely that is going to be enough. The highest total of the series thus far. Zurich Crickets, they're going to need an extraordinary 185 to win. Come back in a couple of moments. We'll have all the action.
Hello and welcome back to St Gallen on a beautiful sunny Wednesday afternoon. This is the European Cricket Series Switzerland. The first time we've been here since 2020. European Cricket Series cricket is back though with a bang. And speaking of a big bang, what about that first innings from St Gallen? The host club have made their entry into the tournament today. Eked out a win in their first performance earlier on today, but right now they have basically left a trail of flames in their wake. 184 for 4, their score off the 10 overs. And so the target will be 185 for direct cricket. So, to be honest, they want to hire themselves because they won their first ever match in the European Cricket Network today, as we have a helicopter go very, very low over the ground. And I mean very, very low. You probably heard it. So you might not have heard anything I just said. But anyway, looks like, doesn't look like a civilian operation. Put it that way. Yeah, right. Looks like it's on the way down then. Well, let's go back to cricket for a second, but I do want to know what happens to that helicopter. Ahmed Zai to get us going. Starts with no ball off the pitch. +1. Going to bowler's end, but yeah, free hit coming up. It'll be 2+. A free hit to come. Oh, yeah, the helicopter has grounded. Yeah, have a look at that. So that's the reason it was so low. Just had to get over the ground, get over the trees. I remember we had a very famous helicopter shot here back in that 2020 series. Ali Stanikzai was caught in the boundary by Hassan Ahmed in the final. Anyway, it is the free hit. Won't matter if it's caught or not. It is caught eventually. And then, almost overthrows. It'll just be a single. So, interesting start to this game. We've never had a chase in the 180s. I remember until around about, I think, November last year, we'd never even had a chase in the 160s. It's well bowled by Ahmed Zai. Yeah, have a look at that. It was November 22 when we finally breached the 160 chase. Madeline Shaheen chasing down 162 in 9 overs. And what a cat! Wow, this has been a great game for the keepers. And just check out this from Shem Mohammed, who was banging with the bat. He was fairly upright. He's pretty tall. He just went with the one glove, and it sticks. So the Crickets lose an early one. What a ripper. And he really had to go up because it was still going up. And yeah, take that. Down it comes. He says, easy as you like. And the Crickets, we're on a high right now. They're a long way behind the first wicket of the chase, and it's 3 for 1. And the highlights just keep on coming, don't they, at the moment here in Switzerland. Hello. Touchdown. Now we're off again. Ahmed Zai, who does bowl in a fairly traditional fashion, albeit I think with the wrong hand, being a left-hander. But yeah, brilliant piece of work. Have a look at this. It's just a thick outside edge. Up he goes.
No.
One-handed. Andrew Leonard, what a great time for you to come back. With a specky from the keeper. So it's been a pretty good game for the keepers so far.
He's only gone for a delivery, 2 deliveries, was he?
Down leg side, this one does wrap him on the pad. Yeah, started with a no ball off the pitch and then a free hit, which was caught on the juggle by the long off, but it doesn't count because it's a free hit. There was a single. Luckily, people realised, including me. And then
Helicopter?
Yeah, there's a helicopter. Yeah. The helicopter, since you left, if you've gone for 4 balls, it has come over the field, landed, and then left again.
Well, extraordinary. Where did it land? Just over the back there, was it?
Over the trees. Oh, it's just tight. Oh, they like it. I got to say, it's not the body language from the batter that fills me with confidence. Check it out here. Oh, I think that's out.
Oh, it's really close. We're going to need it to be slowed down. I think you could be right, though, Vinny.
Never wrong, Lenny.
Oh,
never wrong.
I'm going to remember that at some point. I'm going to call you.
Never
Definitely
wrong.
out.
90% of the time, I'm never wrong, and there's the decision. So it's going to be a golden one for Nurkan Amani. He's run out for 1 off 1. Trying to scramble to the keeper's end. To be honest, he's not going to chase this 180 down in singles. Good fielding, though. made things pretty easy for the keeper. Look where the keeper takes it and just kind of continues in the follow-through. So a nice bit of work. Good team play once again from St. Gallen, who are all over the crickets like the bug spray at the moment. It's 4 for 2.
60% of the time it works. Every time.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I had to Google it to get the exact
I'm
quote.
a bit scared that we might be brothers from another mother, the way that we think. So you've got the Simpsons references. You got the
Well, the one I would love.
Anchorman reference.
Have we had any Big Lebowski references
Yeah.
yet? That could be my favourite of all time.
That is a good movie.
My brother, who was in the chat yesterday, I think he's popped in occasionally throughout the day today as well, lives up in Berlin. He loves that film. He introduced me to that when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
It gets better with every watch. That is a fact.
For sure. Hello to Julian Dawson watching. He's asking, is Dan Weston going to drop in? Well, he hasn't dropped in yet. I know he's been busy with a few meetings. We did have our CEO here today, Roger Feiner, who dropped past. And we've had a few VIPs in. You mentioned the biggest crowd we've had so far as well, with the St. Gallen locals getting out supporting their club. Their first entry into the tournament right now. I think they're happy with what they're seeing. Niazi to try and save the day, coming out at number 4. What a first over this has been. Last ball of it. I think that's in for me.
Yeah, it's fine.
End of the over, and it's 4 for 2.
And a smile from Ahmed's eye. He's lit up today, hasn't he, with his reverse-handed batting. End of the first 2 wickets, 4 for 2. Have to see if we can maybe tempt some of those St. Gallen FC football players over at some point. 76 matches, Vin. I've promised you that we're going to have it broken whilst I am here. I don't think my day off counts, which is Sunday. 9 days. I'm going to look forward to everyone. Day 2 of 9 for me.
Yeah, well, we're so happy to have you. Highest chases ever. This will be the biggest chase ever if they can pull it off. 185 target.
Chance at history.
Yes, so that's a positive. And if there is a ground you were going to chase 180 on, it might be this one, with this pitch as well. The other interesting thing is, I'll come back to a second, is this is hit, and it's hit pretty well. Bit of a flourish from Rahimi, who gets off the mark with a Maximo. 6 to the crickets.
Well, nice to see Kagiani come around, over the wicket, because that's where he made that impact with that triple wicket over that turned the contest around. St. Gallen looking so good to make it 2 from 2. Are they surging already? I know it's only a game and a half into their 10 that they're playing. Are they surging towards playoff contention, maybe even top of the table contention?
Yeah, I mean, it's early days, but certainly a very distinct possibility. Only had 2 wins in the whole series, believe it or not, back in 2020. And right now, despite the efforts of Rahimi here, it does get another 4. Kogiani just giving a bit of length there. But yeah, it's hard to believe the St. Gallen team were 2 and 4. They finished 6th out of 7 in that series.
Wow.
On home turf back in 2020.
I'll tell you what else, Vinny, is hard to believe. It's hard to believe we're at the same venue we were at yesterday. Yesterday, at points, we were struggling to see the ball because of just how much rain was coming down. It was that bright.
Yeah.
I could barely see it going across the turf.
I think pitch of that side leg stump. Non-striker. Slow to turn around. Oh, this is pretty tight as well. Where's the ball?
I don't think he ever picked it up, did he? What's happened here? It would have been a dead ball if he was trying to bowl it. Definite run-out chance, and you can see here, he's picked it up at first. No, he hasn't.
Actually never picked it up.
He fake-throwed it. I was looking for the ball. I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
Get the shades on here, Vinny. It's very bright.
Thought he does throw fast because we literally couldn't see it. I was going to say on that highest chase, it doesn't show. We once had a 167 golden ball as well.
Oh, love that.
In Cyprus. Now, this one's full. Baseboard out of the ground. Maximo. As Rahimi continues his good hitting. And nothing the fielder can do about that.
He actually does really well not to cannon into that. I think it would have just folded over. It's only a partial boundary hoarding the Let's Play Cricket European Cricket banner alongside the Cricket Switzerland guys. I think we'll just check it, but it should be fine for me, Vinny.
Yeah, I think it's fine because he's a long way. It's a long way out of his crease. He's hitting it around waist height, but yeah, there's no real question for the officials there. Couple to come here in the second. Oh, another nutmeg goes through the legs, gets away from the keeper, and this is spicy enough to go all the way for 4 byes.
Vinny, am I getting delirious into game 9? I'm barely seeing the ball. It's got very bright, isn't it?
Do you think maybe we have to stop play because it's too bright?
Well, Dickie Bird.
Yeah.
Back in Headingley. Oh, dear. It's all happening. It really is.
Lateral movement, super important. I just struggled to get to his left there.
Kagiani going to come around the wicket now. That change of angle. Surprised by that. Thought he bowled so nicely over the wicket to the right-handers. Down the track, big swing and a miss. It works to get out of the second over with a dot, but 16 runs have come from it. And the Zurich Crickets 24 for 2. 161 more needed and just 48 balls. The required run rate already miles up, possibly beyond the point of no return, with 20 runs required per over. In fact, if they got an even 20, it wouldn't actually even give them enough. It would leave them just short. That's how big the task is.
Yeah, I mean, normally I can say, oh, there's been a game where this has happened. Can't say it's been really a game where this has been pulled off. Have a look at the table. You can see that Vetting and Paktoon Zalmi had to split the points last night, so they're tied on 5 points. You've got Alton and Power CC up there, though Power CC have played a couple more games. These two kind of sitting in the mix, but don't forget there's still Costanet to play. We haven't seen them yet. Geneva as well, we'll see them. And Geneva, it's actually their first time in the ECS. They didn't play back in 2020. Of course, travel was a bit of an issue.
Must be a good journey to get up here to St. Gallen for them.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, this is a big attempted hoof. There goes one glove. There goes. Right, he's kept one glove on. That's unusual.
Well, the keepers are lighting up the game today, aren't they?
Hama Sharma in Malta, last ball of the game was sometimes I think they throw the gloves off without realising why. It was like skied ball, and he threw one glove off, threw the other glove off, and had the inners on and dropped the high ball. Again, I think sometimes you react before actually thinking through what you're doing. That was an example of that. Turn on the leg side.
I also think pressure does funny things, and the intensity, you've spoken about it at length, and I'm getting a really good understanding of it just on my second day in the booth with you here, Vin. Just so sharp, so intense that strange things seem to happen.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about from a skill level perspective. I think you put any players into this, whether they're amateur players or whether they're the very best in the world, just purely because of the way in which it's manufactured, the way in which it's set up.
Definitely.
Strange and funny things are going to happen because of the pressure.
So I played 10 over cricket for the first time about 4 weeks ago, and I found myself doing things I would never do in a long form. I was throwing the glove on, throwing it all the time. Right now, a throwback to the middle because Rahimi, who did strike well for 16, he gets a little edge, and once again, it's the keeper that's involved, is Shema Ahmed, that takes the catch. Musa Ahmedzai being brought back. Had a little wobble away, kind of shaped a little bit in, and just left the right hand up. Chased a wide one. We've all been there, but he is the third wicket to fall. It's 27 for 3.
It's actually gone through the air.
Yeah.
Definitely has gone through the air, and that really is what brought about that wicket. Nicely bowled. He's batting is the thing that we've really talked about. Look at the seam position. Perfect. It just wobbles away. Does enough to find the outside edge.
And that's one reason that I think if that's your natural movement as a left-hander, which is kind of the exception to swing the ball that way, then maybe that around the wicket is a good attack, because you can attack the stumps, kind of draw the batter into a stroke and get the ball moving away, try and beat that outside edge, maybe attack the stumps as well, bring in the LBW. But Barakzai is coming in at number 5, and didn't he have a great period in the first innings when we saw him complete what you thought was, what was it, the keeper's hat trick with a stumping a catch and a run out?
Yeah, exactly right. And big thing for me as well, Vim, just from looking at it, we spoke about him being in the player of the match contention just for those 4 dismissals. He affected all 4. He will be the player of the match if he's still there and the Crickets can chase this total down, because he's going to have to do something very special.
Do you think batters should get double the runs if they hit the ball with that hand the wrong way around the bat? And we would have had the 200.
I wish we could ask the late great Martin Crowe what he would have done in Cricket Max's situation that we were talking about earlier on, but maybe not.
It's going to beat him outside the off stump. Raza's got a question. Hello, Raza. Hopefully you're well. Firstly, before we get to Raza's question, like James Stewart's question from Estonia, actually a comment, he thought, phew, I thought that chopper full of coppers was here to put the cuffs on Lenny. Well, Lenny, what crime, be honest, what crimes have you been up to? You've been here, what, 48 hours now?
Oh, I'm always well behaved.
You are.
I promise you.
You're actually an angel. That's
I absolutely am.
a bit of an issue.
My only crime really is just loving cricket. And I adore it.
Even when all the viewers were talking about spirit of cricket, they said they can tell that you're a big proponent of the spirit of cricket because it comes through in your commentary. I tell you what, don't lay on the cheese too thick. I remember asking Rico, give us the best and the worst. So the question was, what's the best and the worst thing about being a full-time ECN commentator? He said the best thing was, something you'd imagine. As this is hit to the leg side. And I'm all one to always put a positive spin on things. So here he said, because the action is so different, or whatever he said. But the worst thing he said, the only problem is that it has to stop because he just, at the end of the day, he just wishes. And I said, hey, I'm going to have to put the...
You got to
I'm gonna have
you
to
got to
call
call
out
the
there.
cheese police on that one.
Yeah, I said, come on, Rico. Like, I don't think you can get that one past anyone. So we do love what we do. But just quickly, look at this graph. 4 magical overs in a supersonic, but just that period in the 7th and 8th where they get 7 and 8, that stops them getting the 200 in the end.
Yeah, it was really so close. The other reason I'm going to have to call it, okay, sorry, I don't know Rico as well. Maybe you can call it better than I will.
Rico's a fantastic human being.
Looking forward to getting with him, absolutely. But surely, if it was 2 games a day, let's say 2 T10 games a day on the schedule, I could believe him. I could buy into that. 5 a day, come on. Even the biggest cricket lovers, you and I, at the end of the day, we're going to be a little bit tired. Going to be ready for a bit of rest,
Yeah, exactly.
a bit of recuperation, and to go again the next day.
We had 9 on the network a couple of Saturdays ago, and sometimes we do 6 in a day, depending on the format. Not often, but just because we have to, if it's the 18 format.
Well, that wouldn't be for multiple days, though, would it?
No, it's just here
It's
we
to
have
balance it or whatever.
55 games in 11 days,
Works perfectly.
and that's fine. But when you have the 18 format, you need to get 56 games in 11 days. It's
Gotcha.
a double round robin. It's a lot cleaner if you just finish the preliminary games before finals rather than trying to pull people in. You know, it's just better. And also it depends. You know, in Europe, probably towards the end of the year, we might struggle to get the 5 games in because of the sunlight. Some places have lights that will go, like the Barcelona Stadium, Modric Stadium. This is well bowled. It's in the block hole. Nice dive. That's a really good dive. You know how we're talking about how can you slide your bat without it jamming? This is probably a good technique because if you get down low, then it's not coming from an angle where it'll stick into the grass.
The full Klinsmann there.
The
Jurgen Klinsmann coming in.
I'm coming back to your Raza, by the way, your question. Just quickly, I'm going to tell you something after I answer Raza's question.
Go.
It's a concept that we're looking at for the end of the year. Not 100% confirmed yet, but I want to get your thoughts.
I think it's going to blow my mind. I don't
It
even
will.
know what it is yet, but I just know you well enough now to know it will blow my mind.
Put a bit of padding around your mind. Put the bubble wrap around because it will be blown.
Emojis coming out.
Raza had a question about why can't we create an original pitch for this ground. And that's, number one, it's not really ECN that creates the ground. The ground belongs to Swiss cricket, in particular St Gallen. But the reason is here because it's a football training ground and actually a match ground, not just a training ground.
Yep.
That it's basically not allowed to have a permanent cricket pitch in there. So this is the solution that they've come up with. It's actually played pretty well. I know
Really well.
it's a bit thin. There's a few issues with that. But, I mean, okay, we had a few hassles on the first day, but it hasn't moved at all. I think some of the pegs go down into the core of the earth now, actually. It's dug in so deep. So that's why, because it's not allowed. And you've got to realise, in Europe, cricket grounds are few and far between. We're so lucky to have one so close to the city centre. Often they're right on the outskirts. As we get into the 4th over, it's 31 for 3.
Particularly dedicated cricket grounds, Vinny. I think
Yeah.
so many facilities, even in my country, in Ireland, like Pembroke Cricket Club, currently hosting my club in South Dublin. It's currently hosting the Interpro Festival. That's a shared facility with the rugby club.
Yeah.
It's the reality of it across even countries like Ireland and Scotland that within the European network that do have a little bit more history and heritage. To get a dedicated cricket ground this day and age, not easy.
Well, that was noisy, but it was an outswinger. There's no way this is wide. Batters likes it, but he's saying it's like a kind of reverse appeal, but this ain't a wide.
That one's a bit more in desperation.
Stepping
not
away,
even hope.
Stepping away might make it seem wider to you, but in Barrack's eye, we know he's animated. Not going to hold that against him. Does go after this one in the air. 2 fielders are going to come together. It's not held in the end. They will get back for 2. Barrack's eye gets a life on 3, but he's not really hurting. St Gallen on the scoreboard so far.
Maybe the first blot in the copybook, really, of what's been an outstanding day for St Gallen. The fight back, in the way in which they fought back to win the previous match, they're certain almost now to make it 2 from 2. Look at the difference. 82 for none, St Gallen were.
Right, it's got under this a bit. Is anyone catching it? Well, first you got to find it. The bowler thought he might get there. Just perfectly wedged in between the bowler and the outfielder. So one thing, just scientifically, before I come to blowing your mind, which I'm just giving you a bit more time to
Still
prepare.
prepped for it.
Because, okay, the 50-metre boundaries, it keeps things a bit more exciting, especially when chasers would normally be out of sight. We see teams coming back, and that's one of the real aspects of the ECN cricket. That's a bit different, but also good bowlers stand out. We've noticed that. Good bowlers stand out. You can't get away with, 80-metre boundaries, putting everyone back, just being happy to concede 2s. So it's just slightly different sort of cricket. but it means that there's less what I would call dead space. So it's not often you have the bowler and the outfielder debating a catch.
Come back together,
that's what can happen. So that's why I said with collisions, unfortunately, they're more likely because there's just less space between the fielders. There we go, we're off again. Lenny Hyde under the table. Last ball of the 5th. It'll be a swing and a miss, end of 5, and the score is 34 for 3. So, okay, I'm ready to blow your mind. Here's what we're planning at the end of the year. Did I mention this to you? I don't think so. But we are in the process of trying to work out if we do a European cricket marathon, ECM.
So what's that, 3 days in a row? You do that anyway, Ben.
It's 48 hours of non-stop cricket through the day, through the night, through the day,
now
through
hold
the
on.
night.
Vinny.
European cricket
Vinny, come on. Like,
has it been done?
I know all geniuses are on the edge of madness, but surely that's too mad.
Maybe. We'll find out. So the idea would be it might even go over New Year's. And we look at maybe holding it somewhere like Gibraltar, for example. Again, early planning stages, holding it over New Year's.
Okay.
Having maybe a bit of a charity aspect that viewers can
That's
for
a
every
good
match
idea,
you
that.
donate, say 10 pence or 10 cents or 20 cents or whatever you like. And, well, this could be gone as well. Yeah, and he's just going to juggle it a few times for good measure as it's really gone off the rails for the Crickets here. And another keeper dismissal. Shah Mohammed just puts this one up and down like a hot potato. Slight change of pace there from Haroon Khan. Gets the result, and it's 35 for 4.
Yeah, safely held. And I think that's an innings that Khalid Niazi needs to reflect upon and learn from. 3 off 10. I know they needed 20 and over when he got in. I know that's almost close to impossible. But find a way to get into your work. Get to 10 off 4 balls or something like that. Find a few boundaries. You don't need to hit every ball for 6 because you're probably not going to chase down the total anyway. But right now, the big problem for the Crickets, they're not just staring down defeat, they are staring down a net run rate hammering as well.
Yeah, they're falling into a bear trap here net run rate wise, aren't they?
Yeah, big time.
Chetty gets a hit here at 6. This is where you just got to pretend you're batting first and see what you can get.
Exactly.
Uh-oh, can't get much here. It's going to be another wicket. It's another golden duck. Derek has been glistening in the sun this afternoon as Chetty has to walk. Haroon's on a hat-trick and it's 35 for 5.
We've got another chance at it. I think it's chance number 4, if not number 5 of the day. And the little leg cutter, they're very clever, very difficult to get away, particularly if you know the batter's going to try and hit every ball for 6. So that change of pace, cunning, canny, and there he is. Derek, have a waddle off you go. Another duck.
Playing on the batter's pride a little bit. It's like the seamer's version of flight, if you like the comparison. He just gets it slightly above the eye line. I think the batter says, look, I'm just going to have a dip at this. Thick edge flew away. Nicely taken as well. So, one thing you haven't observed yet is a hat-trick. You've probably seen a few in your time, I'm sure, behind the mic. Probably not as many as I have.
Nowhere near.
I'm going to ask how many hat-tricks we've had in the European Cricket Series in the last couple of years. 2.5 years, I'd say it's probably around about 100. But anyway, 22 this year. Could this be hat-trick number 23?
Good numbers. Come on, number 23. It's time for it. Here's the hat-trick ball.
Might have flicked. No, it didn't flick anything. And
You've got to love the appeal.
Yeah, it's a good appeal. It's always a good time to appeal. I weren't quite sure what they were appealing for.
Might have just flicked the thigh pad.
I thought maybe it did, but the umpire didn't see it. And to be honest, I didn't really see it in the replay. Yeah, so we'll come back to this in a second. Yeah, but European Cricket Marathon. Just think about it. Oh, what a catch. Tell you what, put that one down as another golden duck. And, well, 3 in 3. It's the reverse Statue of Liberty play. It goes up and to the left like he's ripping a light bulb off the ceiling. What a catch that is. And Haroon Khan turning it on in the 6th.
Lifted up like a hero, and he is a hero. It's not a hat-trick, remember, it was interspersed by a wide, but it's everything but. It is 3 in 3 legal deliveries. And the brilliance of this dismissal. Look at the catch. Oh, the one-hander. It's a hand of God or the Statue of Liberty, whatever you want to call it. And doesn't he love it? A special moment for Haroon Khan. He's got 3 for 2. And this, I don't know, Vinny, you're going to tell me there's been more one-sided games in ECN history, but it's got to be right up there.
Well,
it's a hammering.
I mean, 200 to 6 was pretty one-sided, but still, That's a cracking shot, and yeah, Gordon Derrick might as well just make a home for himself down there at the moment. But what about the figures? 3 for 2. Tell you something we've never had is a 7 for, and there's still 4 wickets in hand. He's got 8 balls to bowl. So our best figures ever for a bowler, 6 for 2. And I don't know if we'll see that beaten by a 6 for 1 or a 6 for none. I feel the only way we're going to see it beaten is a 7-wicket haul. So it's theoretically possible here. Henderson, the skipper, comes out to try and stop the bleeding. Another wide, but last time that was lucky. So, yeah, European Cricket Marathon, 24 games in 48 hours. It's a 5-team format proposed. You play 8 matches, so double round robin, and then you have your finals, 4 finals. So 20 round robin matches and then the 4 finals. And just back-to-back. I can't wait to see what a 4 a.m. game looks like. The other thing is I wouldn't mind trying to commentate for 24 hours straight.
And how would that work, though, Vin, in terms of like the scheduling of it? Like who draws the short straw and plays the 4 a.m.
Well, the thing is that it's all jumbled up, you know.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be easy for anyone. So you kind of probably will sense the time, I imagine. The other thing, last ball of the over. Slightly slower ball again, but what an over this has been. He's got 3 for 3 off it. And I'll shut the gate because the Crickets, I'm only hearing Crickets at the moment, to be honest. They are 37 for 6 after 6. So every team will just get a room. There's one place, a good facility there. That's your room. That's where you are, 48 hours.
Gotcha.
You know?
But let's just say you had 6 hours off. Would you need to stay there? Or could you maybe get some rest?
That you rest at the ground.
Oh, you
Same
rest
with the
at the
crew.
ground.
It's
Okay.
like the Woodstock of cricket. Right? It's the Woodstock. Yeah, that's what it is. And it's actually pretty comfortable there.
Cricketing Glastonbury.
Yeah.
I can see the headline.
I mean, might not be enough beds to go around, but that's kind of, it's an experience. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, when you say there's a room, it's like a changing room.
Yeah, it's a full stadium.
Okay, gotcha.
You know, it's a full stadium. There are change rooms. I probably might scope it out. I have been there a couple of times. We were there for some internationals earlier in the year. Had our first ever women's 10 over internationals there earlier in the year as well. Had a full night series there. Saw some T20 internationals for men there as well. But I might be scoping out some of the good places there to sleep. They have big darts and snooker tournaments there. Right, this is a rainmaker on a sunny day. 4 fielders converge and none of them attempt the catch. Well, it was the Bermuda parallelogram, and now we're going to get an overthrow because the bowler, who I think was muttering some thoughts to himself about what he thought of it, he wasn't watching, and that's just an ECS 2 right there.
Classic. Absolute classic. This should have been taken, but all of them ended up, they parted the waters, didn't they, Vinny? And how have they got 2? Safi, none too pleased with the ball thrown back at him. What are you doing, lads?
Yeah, look at this. 4 fielders converge, and there's a lot of looking, not a lot of catching. Now he's going to be punished for 6. Well, Safi's got a good head of hair, but maybe for not too much longer. He'll be looking like Lenny Leonard soon because he'll be tearing it out.
Well,
not only did the catch go for 2, but the next ball goes for 6.
Come and join my club, big man. It's better when it's shaved. It's always the way to go. You don't have to worry about what it looks like then, but certainly tearing the hair out. Should have been a wicket, should have been a single, if not. And now the following ball after the overthrow goes for 6. And the Zurich Crickets, well, just taking something. And again, it's that man Barrackside. He was brilliant with the gloves, getting some joy.
Well, that's banged. I think that's got the journey it does. Maximo. Nice shot by Barrackside as he tries to bring some respectability to the scoreline. He brings up the 50 here in the 7th over. Good hitting.
Good flick of the wrist. No more than that, really. Almost off the back foot. He just rides the bounce and gets it high and hands him over the long on fielder. This game, if that catch had been taken, it could have been an absolute rout, but the 50 comes up.
That's pretty close to the edge of the pitch, but maybe not quite. So one thing I like about the European Cricket Marathon, maybe just okay, and it can't be wide because he hits it, is that, when you're like resting a player, you talk about like, we're resting so-and-so, like they're actually resting because they'll probably be
Asleep.
Don't you love that? It's very ECN. Nice hands by the keeper to grab that inside edge. End of the over. Safi goes none for 19 off his 2. It's 53 for 6 after 7. Quick look at what's coming up next. Final game of the day. That means it's time for random questions. Hard to believe we're going into the evening because it is so bright out there right now. But the Lions taking on the Crickets. Lions exactly 0 wins in 4 attempts. The Crickets do have some points, but it looks like they'll enter with a 1-3 record. News from the toss is that the Crickets have won the toss and elected to bowl. So they'll be chasing again, but they'll hope they're not chasing this many in match 15.
One last dance for day number 3, match 15. You just wonder, is it maybe the best way to cope if you're the Zurich Crickets? Just get back on the horse after you've been beaten. You know, by this distance, they're probably going to go down to a 100-plus run defeat, you'd suspect. They'll have one more chance to turn it around today.
8th over. The first ball is knocked down the ground by Henderson. Okay, I'm open for questions. The floor is yours. Do you have any marathon-related questions?
Well, the first one was, is it going to work in terms of, like, how do you get this? Like, is it the same crew? Does everyone just go all in? They go all in with the wristbands?
So here's what I think. Logistically, it's difficult.
That's my point, yeah.
Why we do things like this. You know, it's also difficult having 3 simultaneous broadcasts on the channel like we had 2 weeks ago with a combined something like 30 hours of cricket a day, which is not even possible to watch live, I guess, if you're multi-screening. I think you kind of need 3 people for every 2 positions. So, for example, we'll have 3 commentators.
Yeah, you'd have to, sure.
So, yeah.
You'll just pile through
And
it,
then
though, obviously.
yeah, I mean, so I know you haven't met Corey. Have you met Corey? I don't think so at
No.
ECL 22. He's great, but he does get a bit grumpy around this time of the day.
This is
You know,
his,
he
this
hits
is his
the
tipping
wall
point, yeah.
hard, and he's not shy about expressing that. And that's part of his charm because he's a little larrikin. As we out if he hits. I reckon he's gone here. They'll have a look. But I told you, I'm never wrong. And if I was Henderson, I'd just keep on walking.
Well, I really, really hope one of these points.
Look at him.
Pride always comes before a fall. He's heard you, Vin.
Bad luck, Nick.
He
But
said,
don't worry. Save your runs for the last game.
I
You're not
may
gonna make
as
a
well
difference now.
go off. It does look very much like he's short of his ground. Again, these little leg cutters proving very effective, and the throw comes in. The
throw.
direct hit.
This time of the day, it's actually
surely
pretty hard to see, but I'm
gone for all money.
yeah, I'm sure that's out. Tell you what, you don't get a great look at the line though when the sun's out, as we're finding now. So yeah, the cannons are going off. It's all happening.
Yeah, well, I have to. That was actually my question. I remember we were talking about
Yeah.
the ECN marathon concept that may come later in the year. Could even come over New Year's Eve. What is that big sound?
Sounds like cannons going off in Malta. That's just an occurrence you hear all the time. But I don't.
In the countryside in Ireland, we have a thing
Yeah.
that the farmers, it goes off every 20 minutes or something, basically to get the crows out of the
You know,
crops.
maybe.
I don't know if that's a similar thing here
We're
in
gonna
Switzerland.
We're going to ask the St. Gallen guys maybe before the last game. As this is lifted up, and it should just be single or handled.
It just
Yeah.
felt related to the helicopter being around. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Are we in an army training area?
Some sort of military operation.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
It's quite loud.
Well, Wayne is saying in the chat that he played in a volleyball marathon in high school, 24 hours straight. Yeah, well, that's good. See you in Razia, though.
That's amateur hour compared to you,
I
Vin.
played a bit of volleyball as a junior, and quite a fun game. And a little bit of beach volleyball. I think it's unfair that the net's so high. And he sweeps this off the stump, sends his partner back. Doesn't hit the stumps, and
Look
well
at
backed
the captain. Look at the captain. He's everywhere, isn't he, Ali Abbas?
You'll know your answer. So, so people are keen to see Corey just lose his mind after a certain amount of games. In fact,
Game 8 of the day. That's
I
his
know
tipping point. He's done.
as we get to the end of the over, hits 56 for 7, so probably margin-wise, this will be the biggest win we've seen so far, as far as runs margin. So Matthew Hodgson watching from Ireland, saying, can we get Lenny back for an European cricket marathon? Now, here's the thing, with the scheduling, there's pretty much no other cricket in the world on.
Oh, you're
There's
already
there's
you're
one big
setting
bash
this
game.
up. You're
There's
setting
one
this up,
big
Vin.
bash. I know that you're a busy guy. I know that. You're a professional. I like working with you. I think you're going to go a
Likewise,
long
Vin.
way. As this is just drop kicked away and away from the field. That'll be 4 runs. Barakzai continues his good game. I wonder if he could somehow sneak to 50, whether you could make some sort of case that he's the player of the match. Because I think
In a 90-run defeat.
Even more impressive.
He has got the wicket-keeping hat-trick. He could get to 50. Needs 21 more to get there.
Again, runs are runs, but these are probably filed under D for dead runs for me because I think the game's well and truly decided. Still, you can only bat against what's in front of you here. Haider Khan with the ball. This one's not a particularly great-looking shot. I think they'll get 2 here. Barakzai had to convince his partner, but it turned out to be a good decision. They get back for 2. Yeah, so I'm just saying, Lenny, you can't give me excuses like, I'm off at this. I'm doing this test match. We're talking kind of like
we're gonna have to find
30th of
something.
December, 31st of December.
You're a clever man, Vinny. I got to give you that.
And
You're already angling.
I'll need a note from your mother if you're going to miss it, because I expect you to be there. No ball off the pitch. More free runs coming.
Well,
this will be a no ball plus one by, I think.
I will tell you, the mother was tuning in this morning, Sophia, back in the southeast of Ireland. My father, Mark, too. I think they're really enjoying the action. And one of the great things I love about the ECN, the way you guys put it on, it's so freely accessible on YouTube. So they have a smart TV.
Yep.
And even in their late 70s, Vinny, they understood how to get that smart TV onto the European Cricket Network, and they said they couldn't believe how good the quality of vision and audio was.
Oh, that's very nice. And hello, if you are watching. It's wonderful to have new people tuning in all the time, no matter how they've come across the broadcast. Thanks for doing a bit of recruiting for us, Lenny.
Always,
This is going to fall safely into the outfield. And it should just be one. It is.
The other great thing about YouTube as well, Vin, it's because it's live. If people are searching for cricket and enjoying their cricket in action, they'll hopefully get it suggested.
Yeah.
So I'm
That's
sure.
what I was going to say.
I'm sure we have viewers that stumble upon the action and learn about it.
If you watch us a few times, you actually can't avoid us. so your parents, it'll be staring them in the face. Anyway, this is out of the ground. Nice shot. Well, Barrackside will build a statue of him here. He's 37 off 22. Goes Maximo. And you've got to admire the crickets in this situation as well. It's a hard place to be, but that's a nice looking shot. And of course, they've got plenty more matches in this series, and I think that'll build Barracksai's confidence.
Well, right now, to be honest, this game today has been St. Gallen versus Barrackside. He's been doing all the heavy lifting. All 4 wickets they took involved him. 2 catches, a run out and a stumping. The run out may be the most sensational piece of fielding we've seen the entire week thus far here in Switzerland. And certainly with 37 not out to go with it off 22 balls, he could get to that personal milestone of 50, but he has to know to count the balls. Now's not the time for a Maximo, Vinny. It's time for a single.
Could always just bank on a no ball plus a bye, first ball, last over. Or he could just try and murder the bowler. He's almost done for third degree manslaughter in the end. He's moving into the 40s. I still think it's a decent result for him because he's done 41 as we get to the end of the 9th over. The score 75 for 7.
Abdullah Zahir, now you have the one job. You've got to get your man on strike. Give him a chance at 50. He really deserves it. He is the standout player, no doubt. Big. You surely will have heard that back home.
Yeah.
That's a very echoey big bang.
Sonic boom. Yeah.
Could be a Swiss jet going over us. Who knows?
A lot of people were thinking that it might have been Roger Finer in the helicopter that was departing, our CEO. Just a little short hop back to his home. About an hour's drive, but I'm sure it's less by the chopper.
Get the helipad in.
I'm still waiting for my Maximo chopper, which I ordered back in 2021. At worst, I would like like when like a rock band goes on tour and they get the bus decked out.
Yep.
The Maximo bus, I think it's got legs. Maybe not quite in the Maximo copter yet, but we'll see. But anyway, Matt Hodgson says that I should get a job in marketing if I can sell the concept to 5 teams.
Well, I do think, Vinny, that if you can pull it off, it would and rightfully should garner a huge amount of press attraction.
The thing is,
cricket's a noisy space these days, but that's something unique.
In Western Australia, we have a thing called Telethon, which is a 24-hour charity fundraiser around the clock, but it's literally 24 hours on the TV the whole time. So that's kind of where we got the idea for it. And we just like pushing the boundaries.
I have heard of, and again, I'm going to get the timings wrong, but I definitely saw on social media, maybe pre-pandemic or possibly more recently, a guy tried to break the record for the world's longest net.
Oh, really?
Pretty sure that was a 26, 28-hour mark, something like that, where he
he was never out as well.
Of course he wasn't, if he likes batting that much.
Yeah.
It was something in that vicinity. Definitely wasn't 48 hours.
How much?
26, 28.
Oh, it's pretty good. This is up, it's in the air. I think this is carrying the line. It does. Well, Barrackside moves to 47. Let me tell you the highest scores in this game. 70 off 21 for Kogiani. Shem Mohammed 58 off 19. He's a close third, and he's not out. So he gets extra points for me.
He's one of those ones where if you're doing the player of the match, you do it the 3-2-1. So first place gets 3 points, second gets 2.
True. Bad luck. That's not how we do it, though. But I tell you what he will get. It's a 50. And what a nice moment for him. I've really liked his enthusiasm. I've liked his aggression in his stroke play. He had the keeper's hat-trick, and now he's got a half century to go with it. Well batted.
In the face of unbelievable adversity is too, as St. Gallen just were smashing everything everywhere, and when he walked to the crease, his side were in all sorts of trouble. I think the score was 35 for 4 at the time. He's going to finish with another one, Vin. Look at this, another Maximo. In fact, there's one more ball to go. That is now his 6-6. What an innings this has been. 59 off just 27 balls.
He's overtaken Shem Ahmed now. But yeah, great knock from Barakzai. And again, maybe you throw him up the top of the order if he's hitting like this. Who knows? Just quickly, Matthew Hodgson discovered ECN when he stumbled onto it at Landskrona, which is in the south of Sweden. And the pitch there is blue.
Okay, there you are.
So just
the outfield?
No, the
actual
the
wicket. The wicket,
and do you know what? It's amazing. You can see the ball so well. The white ball on the blue pitch. Anyway, 95. Can they get the 100? No. Although, might have a run out. Of course, that's pretty hard to hit from there. That's what we've learned today. As Barakzai will finish on 60. So a great knock from him, but it's to no avail. It's a big win for St. Gallen. They go 2 for 2 here on their opening day of action. The final score comes in, and it's St. Gallen 184, so Cricket's 96. But we will see the Crickets again the last game of the day, so maybe it's not a bad thing. They get back out there. And the Lions desperately need a win. They're 0-4. That game coming up in 20 minutes. That should be a really exciting way to finish the day.
I think both sides desperately in need of a win, so it's all on the line in the final game, which will get going really in inside about 20 minutes' time. But what an action-packed match. 4 of the day. St. Gallen inspired with the bat early and then inspired with the ball. It was a keeper's day out. They had a field day. That was Sher Mohammed, who took a very good one-handed catch, and really the wickets just kept falling. They were 2 for 4 at one point. They were 35 for 5, 36 for 6, 55 for 7. Nothing went the Cricket's way.
Yeah, that's true. And didn't the keepers have a good game? They almost needed to call for an extra set of gloves because they're almost worn out. They had so much to the action. There's another one there. Slight change of pace for Harun Khan. But they just couldn't find the boundaries in overs 3, 4, and 5. We didn't see any of them, even though they just lost the 1 wicket in there. And that brought some pressure. And we saw three wickets in the over, including this incredible return catch effort. That was quite amazing. And then, of course, he got all the attention, didn't he, Harun Khan?
It's not an official hat-trick, but in his eyes and his mind it will be. It was interspersed only with the wide, and a great bit of fielding too from Harun Khan. 3 for 6 with the ball and a run out too. Another one in the player of the match contention. I'm just glad that we're not picking it, Vinny, because it's not an easy decision. But one thing is for certain, St. Gallen, despite the heroics, that not out 60 at the end from Abid Barakzai, who scored well over 60% of Zurich Cricket's runs today. Despite his best efforts, they have gone down to a heavy defeat.
Yeah, that's true. They do, I suppose, claw a bit back at the end. 21 off the last over. Yeah, for me, Kogiani for his 70. I think he's the one. He set the table because of his innings. And then Cher kind of piggybacked off the end of it. The Zurich Crickets were always playing catch-up, weren't they? They tried their best, though, but those early wickets did come back to bite the Barakzai. Those 60 not out of 28. Very good knock from the keeper as he nursed his team to 96, and he was able to hit 6 sixes and 2 fours in his maiden half century on the network. 3 for 6 though, Harun Khan. Well, they're pretty good figures in any cricket, but especially in a 10-over match. But how about that left-hand return catch? I love that one. Musa Ahmadzai, though, followed up some runs with 2 wickets of his own. Apart from that, pretty average stuff, including Kogiani and Safi going for a fairly nondescript none for 19. Not everyone was that lucky. A couple were a bit more expensive. So Lenny will take a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. The last game of the day means random question time, maybe a bit of food chat as well coming in. So Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Leonard. We'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Series.
And after a long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
Hello and welcome back to this wonderful stadium here, the Grundamos Stadium in St Gallen. It's great to be back here for the European Cricket Series. I got to say, I sat down here in the grandstand. I'm very comfortable, and we would love to have some more of the locals coming down as well. We know we've got a lot of St Gallen supporters in over there. Now it's time for the last game of the day. It's match 15, and we're going to see the Zurich Lions taking on the Zurich Cricket. So it's a bit of a Zurich derby. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming, well, he's out in the sun. He's in the middle. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Okay, your call. Tails. Tails is called. It is tails. We'll bowl first. They'll bowl first.
So it is the Crickets to win the toss, and they've elected to bat second. So they're fielding first. They want to chase. I don't think they want to chase as many as last time. They found themselves chasing something in the 180s. I will say, though, that Barakzai, he was a shining light and a losing cause for the Crickets last game. Now, the Crickets, they did get a win earlier on, their first win on ECN after 8 losses dating back to 2020 in the European Cricket Series. The Lions, they're a team that are 0-4, but I don't quite understand how that's possible because they've had some really good performances, just haven't been able to string one together. This is probably their best chance yet, and you do feel, with only 10 games in the group stage, you couldn't really lose your first 5 and come back and make the 5. So a lot to play for both teams. Let's get ready for the first ball. Lenny, I might leave you up there for a while because I'm pretty comfortable down here watching the cricket. Match 15 is on the way. The Crickets winning the toss and fielding first.
Oh, he's living the life of Riley there, isn't he? Vinny Sandhu enjoying the action from the same view that the fans would get from the stands, that is. You are welcome along. Great to see the main man, Vinny Sandhu. Really does look quite something today in his bright green colours. As we will leave Vinny there for the moment. You might hear that clap in the background. I'm still trying to work out what that is exactly. I don't quite know. I think it might be something to do with the crops. Maybe there's some farmers' fields around. Let's take a look at the fantasy dashboard. There is the two teams that we have seen selected for the Zurich Lions and the Zurich Crickets. They're both desperately in need of victories. The Lions, none from 4, and the Crickets, 1 and 3 after what was, I think, the heaviest defeat of the series so far, maybe excluding that 5-over game. But the Bat V versus Bull Wall, the supercomputer thinks this is going to be a cracker, and they could well be right. Expected score just 5 runs in between the two sides, and actually if you look at the average runs for and the average runs against, they are so tightly matched, these two sides. Let's see who it's going to be that will reign supreme, and that's REIGN rather than RAIN. No rain about, sunshine aplenty. 26-27 degrees all of a sudden. So this concept that Vinny Sandhu sold to me so well, come to Switzerland, enjoy some nice weather, see some great cricket in action, plenty of 10-over games, 5 a day, and in what is a really good sporting facility. I love it here on the St Gallen FC reserve pitch, the home of St Gallen Cricket Club. He started to predict the future, and what we wanted to see is coming true. The sun is out. Maybe I think both of the umpires are finally out there without jackets too. Great to see. We're nearly all set for this game number 15. We're approaching third of the matches completed from the 55. We'll get to that point tomorrow. We're past the quarterway stage. 55 games between the 10 teams to work out who will be the 5 that will play out the playoffs. It's a really good structure, I have to say. They put it together so well, the European Cricket Network team. And alongside the host city for this tournament, St Gallen, who've very much rolled out the red carpet in terms of welcoming us we have seen some really good cricketing action. And the exciting thing is, this is just day 3. 11 in total for the group stages, and then we'll have the grand finals day. So my maiden tournament, one that's going to live long in the memory even for me. Coming in and enjoying the 10 over cricketing action. We start every game at 2:45, all going well. We're right on the money, aren't we? At 4:45. The final time today, let's go. As we start with more action. Remember, we've seen the Zurich Lions win the toss, and if I could get that right, the Zurich Crickets win the toss and they decide to bowl first. So the Lions are batting. Maybe just a little bit of a questionable decision given how heavily they were put to the sword. 184 was smashed to all parts of this ground just less than 2 hours ago. So Tarakeel it is who's been carved away for 4 from his first ball. Short wide again, beats the cut shot. Ankush Lal, who's the leading run scorer for the Lions thus far. Really hard to establish exactly why the Lions are 0-4. They've shown plenty of good signs in the competition thus far, but they just keep coming up short. But yesterday against the Pakhtun Zalmi, they showed plenty, scoring 128. Oh, well, that is going to be a no ball, and it's probably going to be 4 byes, the harshest 4 byes maybe in the history of cricket, because it has cut the keeper in half. It nearly cut the batter in half. Look at that. Oh, no chance. Adam Gilchrist at his very peak. Chris Reed, whoever you want to pick as your best keeper of all time, there's no way they'd have got to that, because it has gone almost at an entirely inverse angle. It was the away swinger, so it means that it is no ball. Just waiting for the free hit to be signalled. I think the non-striker Vadve is asking that. Lovely to hear from fans all the way around the world. Finally the no ball is signalled, means the free hit, the lasso signal comes out. So cannot be out on this delivery. And he smashes that one away. Oh yes, that's the first Maximo of game number 5 of the day. Match number 15 in total. Gets more than enough of it to get it over the rope, and the free hit is costly. So not only did that no ball also cost the 4 byes, 5 in total, the free hit has now gone for 6. And well, the Zurich Crickets must be wondering what has happened over the course. They're blown away. Love to hear from you in the chat, particularly in this first innings. Come and keep me company. Maybe ask me some questions. Lovely to hear from everyone. Tannoy watching on from Zimbabwe, liking the quality of the cameras. Great to hear from you, sir. Inside out, man out there. Dropped, oh no! It was in his hands, and it's Norkan Ahmadi who took an excellent one in that exact position, but he just got his hands in a bit of a muddle. I think this should have been taken. There's that little floaty away swinger again, wide long off in place. That's that awkward height. You don't know whether to put your hands up and point them down. Tried to kind of lift them up, but they got cramped, and as a consequence the catch went down. Cricket's just had a chance to drag it back after that disastrous start. Yeah, lovely to hear from everyone. Do get in touch. Maybe keep me company. It's my first time. I'll be with you maybe for this whole innings solo. So let me know where you're watching from. Any questions? I believe the tradition now is to get into a bit of discussions about food. What are you going to have for dinner, guys? What's going on? What are you maybe wanting to know about the league, as this one will be down the leg side, signalled as a wide. It's the European Cricket Series, Switzerland, the first time back here for 3 years. I have to say, I think it's surely going to become a regular on this calendar. What a host of a city St. Gallen is. This has gone a long way into the air. Now another catching chance. He's trying to shield himself from the sun. It's the same man, and it's gone down again. Norkan Ahmadi. Well, he's dropped 2 and 2. Can't quite decide which one was easier. He's blaming the sun. He is right, he's in the direction of the sun, but he has the cap on, trying just to block it out. It was clean. We had a ricochet catch earlier that's going to light up social media, I think, but Abdullah Zahir couldn't do anything about it. Didn't get close enough, and for the second time in 2 balls, would you believe it? Back-to-back drop catches. Oh, the Crickets, everything going wrong. Back of a length, good length from Tarakil, dug into the wicket, but they'll get through for the singles. So an all-action start. There could have been 2 wickets in that first over. Instead, there's been 19 runs come from it. And the Lions off to a great start. So 54 days to go. Looking forward to following this one. I think it'll be from afar, as I'm going to be out in Bermuda covering the ICC T20 World Cup Americas qualifier at that point. First time out there. That's the same event that I was covering last week, just the American edition. We've already seen Scotland and Ireland take their places at the T20 World Cup. How will they go in the Euros of cricket? A Scotland 11 and an Ireland 11. We'll have to get through an initial group stages. 6 groups of 5 teams, with the Netherlands automatically advancing to the finals week as the reigning champions. Lovely to hear from everyone. Raza watching on from Pakistan, and oh, no surprise to hear this one. Zazai loses his run-up, won't deliver that first ball. Ruzan Boyo saying Nepal can recognise Andrew from his voice. Great to listen to you here in ECN. Very kind indeed, Dandavad. And I hope all is Tiksa there in Kathmandu, or whichever part of Nepal you're watching on from. Or Amarosa, let's hope. That one angles down the leg side, will be given as a wide. I do think the crickets look a little shell-shocked. Blown away in that previous game. Nobody really, with the exception of the keeper, putting up any kind of a fight. And this one's helped round the corner. Going to be runs, and 4 of them. Right now the Lions are looking inspired. The runs are coming ever so fluently. I'm not quite sure we'll have the scale of devastation we saw in the previous match. St. Gallen making 184, but you never know. The current run rate already over 20. We were given out to by a few of the guests in the chat for saying, don't mention the century. We thought we were on century watch for not 1 but 2 openers. They ended up being dismissed in pretty quick succession as the Yorkers got in. Kagiani made 70 off 21. Sher Mohammed 58 off 19. St. Gallen really making a statement on their opening day of the tournament, the first time they're coming into action. Big swing and a miss. Good bat speed though. And Kushlal, remember he made that 75 off 30, and a bit of frustration on the sideline. The subfielders from the Crickets, none too happy. Throwing a ball in frustration into his kit. Nice to see. I think it's one of the ECN team just going over to check is everything all right. Passion's riding high as always. This one's chipped just over the head of the mid-off fielder, but excellently fielded. Oh, Nurkan Ahmadi gets the face plant out. Body on the line. He may have dropped 2 catches, but he's even going to get a high five. Great spirit of cricket on show there. Kani Shah, the Zurich Lions captain, making sure to congratulate him. Look at this slow motion. Oh, yes. You talk about body on the line. That is it in one single play. He may well put down 2 catches in the first over, but they're all in the distant past. You can't change what has gone in cricket. You can only affect the next ball, and Nurkan Ahmadi and Khalid Niazi, they've both been excellent in the field for the Crickets. Plenty of potential and promise in this Crickets team. What a big occasion for them as well. All 11 of these sides enjoying the return. Now, could this be a chance? Mid-on runs around, collision potential. Oh, you're not going to believe it. We've seen 11 legal deliveries. We've seen 3 drop catches, and this time it's Firdaus Rahimi who puts it down. I wonder, could mid-on maybe have got there? And it's going to be given as a no ball to add insult to injury, so it wouldn't have counted, but he didn't know that at the time, so it's definitely going into my notebook as another drop catch. 3 have gone down now. My oh my, it's all happening. An all-action start to the final game of the day. Extraordinary stuff. Field can change because the batters have switched. And interestingly, with the free hit, they're not going to have anyone in the deep on the leg side for Lal. So I think the plan from Zazai is going to be to try and bowl that wide Yorker. Risky strategy. Free hit incoming. No one in the deep in the leg side, so it means that instead of it being a single, it will actually be a dot ball. Usually you'd typically have long on in place there, but again, Rahimi makes up for the drop a couple of moments later with a good diving stop to keep it to the dot ball. It's a beautiful playing surface, this, the St. Gallen CC, which is the reserve team ground of the main St. Gallen FC football club. Long on is not in place, so he's going to get good reward. Wouldn't have mattered if he was. Maximo anyway. And the run's just continuing to flow. Well, the Crickets continue to look shell-shocked. Very much into the slot. That's not the length you want to bowl. And punished down the ground to end the second over. It's 33 for none. So I love looking at this, the points table. We're always going to have a slight imbalance because of the different times and states of play that teams will enter into proceedings, and sometimes we'll see a side play as many as 3 games in a day or as little as 1. But one thing is for certain, all of them will play 10 games each, and the top 5 then will advance through to the playoff section. But there's a bit of a change from a 10-team tournament. Rather than being the top 4, it's going to be the top 5, and critically, the champions will advance automatically to the grand final. So a big advantage if you can finish top of the pile rather than having to potentially play 3 more games, the virtual quarterfinal, then a virtual semi to get to the grand final. You would just need to win that 1 grand final to become the champions of the European Cricket Series Switzerland for 2023. As Tarakil is going to continue. In fact, we'll get that right. It will be Sahil Tarakil. He couldn't get his run up quite right, and because of that clock being on, he sprints back to make sure not to lose too much time. Plenty of good innovations that I've liked seeing up close and personal here coming out to Switzerland. But I have to say, I think that clock one is the standout. Just be a single. And I think that's something that T20I cricket in particular, let alone ODI cricket, could maybe have a think about. Just adds a lovely dynamic, even to the broadcast. Your eyes are drawn to it, I think, naturally from watching rugby or soccer or any other sport, a field sport like hockey. Rugby, they control the clock now, don't they? They control it centrally, so that when there is a breakage in play, it doesn't tick on. It frustrates people less. Lots of controversy during the FIFA World Cup in Qatar in December about them giving more injury time than ever, but that was merely an accurate representation of the amount of time that the ball was literally doing nothing. Often blown away by football. You've in theory got a 90-minute sport, but the ball's only in play for an average of 54 minutes for a game. In cricket, you get great value, you get the game in no matter what, even if there's some penalties, as this one's sliced away. It's almost a fly slip in place. Maybe could have just got a fingertip on it, but couldn't affect anything Zahir. So it skews away, not where it was intended, for 4 more runs as Zurich Lions continue their hot start. Remember, this is the Lions team that have played 4 and lost 4. They don't look that way at all. But critically, Ankush Lal, who's been their star batter, their leading run scorer so far in the competition, he is the one driving every single aspect of this innings thus far, going at more than 200, 27 off just 13 balls. Really good start for the Lions. Sliced away. That is, I think, the intended area. A wide Yorker, because there's a deep backward point and a long on in place. So they're trying to get it very, very full, the Zurich Cricket's bowlers. And that current run rate just dipped a touch from the initial highs of 20 or so to about 15 per over, but the Lions, they can keep going like this, they'd be delighted with 150. It's certainly fancy them to defend a total like that. And the Crickets, they have to turn it around, they have to find a way somehow get into this contest. And that's not going to help, because that's massive. Lovely forward press from Vodva. And it's going to be the lunging 6 signal by our umpire. Forward presses, then goes deep in the crease when he picks up the length. And that's a good stroke, a good quality cricket shot. Again, we've seen plenty of 6s here that would have been 6s anywhere in the world. After a slight delay, I think that's the first banker we've seen on the far side, albeit not through the air. It had to run across the outfield. But such was the power that it was hit with. Ran all the way to the much further away bank. I don't know what that is, maybe about 95 metres away. Didn't say he hit it that far in the air, but certainly kept running across the freshly cut grass. Cleans him up. Oh, yes. Wadwa, he's gone as Tarakil strikes back, and there's a little bit almost of anger in that celebration. He just wanted, frustration is a better word, really. Having been pumped for 6, there's no greater feeling as a bowler to gain your revenge. And as a batter, you only get one life, but as a bowler, you can always come back right on the money. And the big heave across the line. Wadwa, who was full of confidence, having just smashed a massive 6, he's been dismissed. And finally, the Crickets have something to hang on to. Yeah, the first wicket falls with Akash Wadwa. Clean bowl by Tarakil for 9. The score, 45 for 1. So loving hearing from you all in the live chat on the YouTube channel. Do get in touch if you're keen to hear from me. Any questions? Just love to know where you're watching from as well. Hearing from viewers in the United Kingdom. Nice to hear from Shazad as well. Plenty of fans from Bangladesh too. Big hello to Habib and Mabador. Nice to hear from Atullah, Likam, Mohammed Arman too. Zigzag. Plenty in the chat. Any questions for me? Traditionally, Vinny's educated me that Game 5 is question time, and there's no question where that one's going. That's going off the bat of Safi for a boundary immediately from his very first ball. So Tarakil does find the breakthrough, but he goes for 31 runs in his 2 overs. And that run rate continues to spiral. A good power play despite the wicket. It definitely belongs to the Zurich Lions. It's 49 for 1. So we're going to see spin, and it's the wrist spin. The highly impressive leg spin of Khalid Niazi. Got the shades on now. Plenty of spinners do enjoy bowling in their shades. Ashley Giles used to love doing it for England. Ravindra Jadeja we see do it reasonably commonly. Sullivan Ben, big left armour from the West Indies. How can Niazi go? He's a nice action. He does get good side spin. I think that starts with one out of the front of the hand though, just skidding on. Dot ball as Lal just has a look to size him up. Never easy either bowling wrist spin on artificial surfaces. You might not get the same scale of help you'd get on a grass wicket, but that's very good. Out of the hitting arc, full and into the block. 50 comes up, but maybe the scoring rate will just slow a touch now with the pace coming off the ball from the bowlers. Tended to see the Cricket's success come from their spinners. Norkan Ahmadi, remember, took 2 and 2 in the morning game. That thuds into the leg. Is there an inside edge? Just wonder, was this maybe a little closer? Could have missed an inside edge. We're going to look at the replay. Yeah, definitely bat on it. Going on to the pad. This is agriculturally heaved down the ground, but how effective. Bounces off the tarmac and nearly up onto the stand. Well, you talk about that modern style of clearing the front leg. It is so effective. Look at that. The front leg is pointing nowhere near where the ball ends up going, and it goes straight as a die to lead a few chance from the Zurich Lions, who all of a sudden are looking very happy indeed. Guided away off the outside edge. And that's going to be 4 more. He's played for this. He's definitely opened the face, and I think having tossed up the previous one Maybe Niazi a bit too predictable with the follow-up delivery, going to be the darted one in. I'd love to speak to Niazi about his leg breaks, maybe get him working on a googly, because the problem is if your variation from your slow leg break, which is very nice and you wouldn't want him to lose that, is a darted in medium pacer. There's just too big a disparity. The batter can pick it up. As a consequence, there's a change in the field. Only 3 on the leg side. They're all on the fence. That's where he's going to target. It's going to go over the fence surely. A little bit too short from Niazi. And the hurdles action is out for Naraz Jabrakel. That's all he can do. As this one soars over the rope. An almighty strike. Well, we thought pace off the ball might start to drag that run rate back, but just as I said that, then the fireworks come. 6, 4, 6 to end the over. After 4, it's 66 for 1, and that run rate, it's staying pretty consistent, up over 16 per over. They keep going on that front. You'd imagine 160, 170 will be far, far too many for the Crickets. Okay, great to hear your questions coming in. Do send those down. Lovely to hear from James Stewart and Wayne and Ben Blanford too, who's watching on from Queensland. I'm going to pronounce that place name wrong, so I think it's Maruki Door, but when Vinny Sandhu gets back in the second innings, I think I'm going to be in trouble there. Lovely to hear from Jai too. He's one of the Blue Crew. And he's got a question for me. Easy one to answer, this one. This one's help around the corner. Going to be runs, and I think it'll be 4. Yeah, comes off the bat pretty cleanly from Lal. He's a class act at the top of the order for the Zurich Lions. See, it's a little leg break, a leg cutter. We have seen him bowl some off breaks too, Firdaus Rahimi. But the Lions have adjusted nicely to the pace coming off the ball. Projected scores up well north of the 150 mark. And also with all this ball fetching they're having to do, Cricket's taking their time. And the leg break nicely bowled, happy to check it down. But yeah, Jay, who is part of the Blue Crew, who's here earlier in the week. I think he's also going to be playing in this competition because he's from Switzerland. They do it all, the guys from the European Cricket Network. He says, what did I think of the Blue Crew? Love meeting you, mate. Well, right back at you. Love meeting you too. For a start, really looking forward to commentating on you, seeing what sort of velocity you propel your right arm quicks down at. Big schedule coming up. You're telling me you've not just got these T10 games, T20s too this weekend. That one somehow evades the stumps. Nice little leg cutter, leg break if you will. It is a leg break in fairness. And I love the Blue Crew. I'm actually blown away by the passion and also commitment. I was speaking briefly to Dan Weston last night, the ECN founder. He just said for the amount that you guys put out in terms of volume and quality, the number of people involved is quite extraordinary. You might be watching on this broadcast and think, oh well, the European cricket team must have 20 or 30 people here to put all this on so professionally, with all the branding, all the brilliant broadcasting, the graphics, all of the social media output. But really, oh, that's massive. He's got that all wrong. He goes away from the leg break, nearly up onto the reserve bank. That's a long, long way down to that far corner. We'll maybe just see that replay once more. Just wonder, was this flirting with no ball height? Probably dipping, so I think he'll get away with it. But yeah, to finish the point about the Blue Crew, the team who put it on, I think in life, if you can work in something you love, you're always going to go pretty well. And the passion the team have, I don't think anybody is involved in the European Cricket Network who doesn't adore, firstly, the sport, but secondly, the package that the team have put together. And what a package we have coming up later in the year, September to October. I watched quite a bit of this last year, mainly the Irish week. I think the boys have me hooked. I'm going to be watching every single week of it, 6 weeks of action, as that's going to go not just for a boundary 4 but a no ball 2. Niazi is continued with his leg breaks. Niazi can't understand why it's given as a no ball, but it has been called. I think if that one is given, particularly given the previous one, that if anything looks a bit lower to me, but it is given as a no ball and therefore will be a free hit. So Niazi yet to bowl a legal delivery this over. He's under the pump. Not out of the middle of the bat, no real timing, so it'll just be a single. Yeah, it's funny that the shortest format here, this 10 over cricket that we're watching, it's just so intense. I think it does make things more difficult for the spinners, particularly if they're playing mainly on artificial surfaces. Cleans him up straight through, and doesn't he deserve that? Khalid Niazi. But I think you can get good reward. I was just about to say, if he can just bowl a little flatter through the air whilst bowling his leg breaks, rather than being really big loopy leg breaks. I'm not sure if this was his medium pace variation. Let's take a look. Yeah, it might be. He's just got the other finger behind it. It's full, it's straight. And doesn't he love that? The middle stump is gone. It was highly agricultural at points, but it was highly entertaining too from Nazib Safi. 26 off just 9 deliveries. 5 boundaries in there, 3 sixes and 2 fours. And that will just help maybe drag things back. He gets a big ovation too. And indeed, he takes a bow. Oh, thank you, sir. We missed that one off camera. But Nazib Safi, he got such an ovation from his teammates. He got to the rope and he said, "That is my curtain call. I thank you, gentlemen. That'll do very nicely indeed." As it's going to be Khalid Shah to the crease, who's coming in down at number 4, captain. I think he's bowled so effectively. So there's the leg break from Niazi. It's a beautifully flighted leg break. You just love him to be able to work and getting a little bit more speed onto that orthodox delivery. If you can be a little flatter through the air. One thing I always remember from being in and around international cricket, as a player, as a coach, as an administrator, this one's down the ground for a single. We've got brilliant spinners in Irish cricket. George Dockrell, one of the leading wicket takers of all time. You know, he bats a little bit more now. Andy McBride, currently, but looking back to the likes of Matthew Dwyer and Richard Hastie, my contemporaries, I would have grown up with. Andrew White too. They were all what I would describe as orthodox spinners. Not many wrist spinners there. And I'll always remember when Bangladesh came for a T20 I series, I think it was 2013. I was administrating at that point for Cricket Ireland. Was that one so nearly? Cleans him up to close out Niazi's spell. Good figures again. He dragged it back so well. Remember, he was none for 22 at the start of that over once the no ball was signalled. And the rest of the over only went for 3, and he picked up the wicket. So a good fight back from a talented young cricketer. But just to round out that Bangladesh point, when they came for that T20 I series in Stormont, I was out with their team just helping them run through some of the logistics. And they were bowling just in warm-up, just at mitts. And they had 3 left-arm spinners. It was definitely Shakib Al Hassan. I think Abdul Razak might have still been around at that point, and one other. 3 different left-arm spinners. As Rahimi is helped into the leg side. Should be a chance. 2 fielders come together. Oh, no. It's a 4th drop. And I have to say, all of them very, very catchable. The problem here was they didn't know which one should go for it. And it might be Sahil Tarakil, it is, who ends up almost picking the pocket of his colleague, Jabbar Kell, who's right next to him. Either one of them could have taken it, and in the end, neither did. Another chance in the deep. This time, well, it is taken. And no surprise to see it's Khalid Niazi, who's not just an excellent leg spinner, he's a very fine fielder. I think my pick for the fielder of the series thus far, actually. He's made this look easy because he's made good ground in. He's judged it perfectly. And oh yes, never going to drop that. Very well held, Khalid Niazi. And that will be the end of that. Big, big moment, because Ankush Lal, who's driven this innings with 41 off 24 deliveries, he's now gone. And Rahimi gets his first wicket. It will bring Meyer Daftari to the crease, who's had a real battle. He's struggled with the bat thus far. But just to round out the point about Bangladesh's spinners, till you see top level cricketers from Test nations, well, they can be from any nation, they can be from an associate nation as well, but players at very, very top level, include someone like a Mark Watt in this from Scotland, and you actually see just the pace they bowl their spin at. God, it's remarkable. It really is so flat through the air, you never get any loop or flight. So for Khalid Niazi, the leg spinner that I really like, I'd love to do some work with him, just get him bowling that little bit flatter for his stock delivery for the leg break. So what can Daftari do? Because it's been a real battle for him so far. That one's darted in, edged away, and he's gone again. Well, it's not the first duck of the series for him. And this game is somehow changing. But I'm just going to have this checked. No, he is now trudging off. It's a good catch held at short third. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. Poor old Daftari. Drops the bat, he's disgusted. Just nothing going his way. And all of a sudden, a flurry of wickets is going to bring Saravana Kumar Subramani, the leg spinning all-rounder, to the crease, who we saw can get out those long levers. It's a good effect. He's going to need to. Because somehow this game is just turning on its head. Not quite sure how, but my short time involved here in this 10-team format, we are seeing that really anything is possible. 10-over format even. And Rahimi it is with 2 wickets in the over. The pace off the ball is starting to work. Well, poor old Meyer Daftari, I think that was his 4th innings and he scored 3 runs. Just going horribly wrong. May well be his 3rd duck, I think. 2nd duck, in fact. Scores of 2, 1, 0 and 0. Sometimes you can go on horror trots like this with the bat. You just got to keep the faith. And a bit like I said earlier, the only way to do it is to get back on the horse. Subramani gets off the mark immediately. I'm just going to correct myself. I did think that Lal had been dismissed, but it wasn't Lal, was it? It was Kanit Shah. The graphics just misled me. As he'll get another single to keep going. So yeah, Lal is indeed still there. I'll just confirm that. It was Kanit Shah that was dismissed earlier in that over. That's what we've got to come tomorrow. 5 more games starting, well, 6:45 a.m. if you're back GMT, but 8:45 a.m. here local time. And of course India Standard Time. If you're enjoying the action on Fan Code, you're very welcome along. And it'll be getting towards the later in the evening, as we are going to see Winterthur in action for 2 games, Vettigan for 2. Actually, Winterthur play 3. I think they're my team. They're the ones I'm following in this year's competition. Pakhtun Zalmi, very impressive as well. Here comes the return. Oh, wow. He's got underneath this. He's going to get enough for 6. He's picked that up beautifully. Well, he's a special player, Ankush Lal. This wasn't a bad delivery, an in-swinging low Yorker that he's turned into a full toss, and he got underneath it to get it for 6. As the return of Farhad Maman for the first time into today's bowling innings. Is he being tasked with the most difficult job in 10-over cricket, bowling overs 8 and 10? Could well get a wicket, and another catch held. Finally, they're starting to hold on to them. Nurkan Ahmadi, who's dropped 2, does now dismiss Lal. I erroneously called him as out earlier in the stint. It was in fact his captain who was caught short, but this time he is gone. Again, nice little bit of movement through the air. An on-pace delivery is there to be hit, but it's not an easy shot to execute. We've actually seen it played really well inside out over extra cover, but yet another good innings. This time 48 off 26 for Ankush Lal, whose marvellous form continues here in the European Cricket Series Switzerland. He's going to be right up there alongside the leading run scorers so far in the series. In fact, I believe with that innings he's gone to the top of the pile. Didn't quite get to 50, but he has indeed now moved to become the top run scorer in the series. Coming into today, well, this afternoon's clash, he had 98 runs. So if you add the 48 onto that, He's up to 146, which gets him ahead of Vetigan's Mohamed Akhtar and Sher Mohammed of St. Gallen. He's in second after just 2 knocks. Already 250s for Sher Mohammed. He has got off to a rocketing start. Some big numbers being posted as early here as day 3 of the series. We're into game 15. Remember, 55 group matches in total. Ahmed, the new man to the crease. Now takes strike. Good tactics here from Momand. You can see he's trying to land it in that narrow corridor outside. As I'm just seeing a cyclist going by up on the top of the hill. You won't be able to see them. I'm really hoping that's an electric bike. They do make them fit and strong here in Switzerland. They love their outdoor activities, hiking and cycling and swimming. It's a good tactic, this, from Momand. I think this is where he needs to be used going forward. Use him at the death. Bowl him overs 8 and 10. Left arm around the wicket, bowling into that channel outside the off stump. You can set a field to that. And with no fine leg in place, in fact, no one behind square on the leg side, he's got lots of protection on the offside. That's really where he's trying to force them to hit. And this time it's the off stump that's rocked back. This has been an excellent over. What a remarkable fight back from the Crickets. They looked dead. They looked buried. At one point, I think at the end of the 5th over, I'm going to double check this, but I think the score was close to 80. 77 for 1 was the score. And somehow the Lions, well, they're not cheering anymore, and they're certainly not roaring. Lovely angle. That's the one Josh Little uses so well for Ireland. At the death, and a punch of the sky, and a kiss too of goodbye. That Swiss kiss comes out again. 8 have been bowled. It's 96 for 6. You can just see it's been a steady decline, hasn't it? From the highs of at one point going at nearly 20 runs per over. They're all the way down now to just a little over 12, and really there has to be concern. In fact, it's 12 exactly, isn't it? I was just doing my 12 times tables. Shout out to my former maths teacher, Mr. McCahan. He always thought I was great at mental arithmetic and terrible at the rest of maths. I think he's always been right about that. Never very good at algebra. Do keep those questions coming in the YouTube chat too. Here's Zazai to bowl the 9th. The action over. It really is. It can go so far to deciding a contest. As the questions keep coming in on the chat. Nice to hear from Amjad Khan and Bapi Khan. Tariq Ahmed also watching on. Some were talking about 150 plus. I think that's a long, long way away. In fact, it would take a miracle. The Subramani hasn't found any rhythm, any timing of any kind yet either. What can Prashant Kanakula do? Can he find a way to just start getting something together for the Lions in terms of a fight back? And this is not gone where he's intended it. It's not going to have the pace to run to the boundary, but should be a couple. Good running from Kanakula, who comes in and out quickly. Should be okay on the timer. It might be tight, but I think the Crickets will get it done just in time. They'll need to bowl the final ball of this over in 2.5 minutes. Just don't want any wides or no balls to maybe put you behind. And such a good innovation, that. I really think something that not just the ICC, but maybe some of the T20 franchise leagues should be looking at. I've seen some of the franchise leagues running games now all the way towards 4 hours, which I just don't think it's what fans want. They want things to be played with high intensity, high action, which is what we're seeing here. This is helped around the corner. Gonna think about a second, but I think rightly Subramani says to Kanakula, "You're okay, my friend. I'll take the strike." Can he get the long levers out? Can he find a way to getting one straight down the ground? It's the place he'll like to target, maybe long on to. There is a decent gap on the leg side between long on and deep mid-wicket. The reason why there's only 2 in the deep on the leg side, they've got a deep third in place who's very, very fine. So 3 in the deep on the off, 2 on the leg. I suspect Subramani will either go straight down the ground or he'll look over that long deep mid-wicket region. It's exactly where he goes. You can just tell he's going to love it there. Zazai looking for the block hole. Not able to affect it. They're just going to be okay on time too, I think. But the last thing you want is maybe a no-ball Maximo here, a 7-er, a 7-up as Vinny calls them. Does get something for the Lions to fight back with. They have been tamed a touch here. 120 only par, remember. And certainly under what we've tended to see this week. The average runs conceded per over 13. Big swing and a miss. And yeah, that will mean that as long as he keeps his foot behind the line here, doesn't bowl a big waist high no ball, they'll get their overs in time. And then they can take their time in their final one. Oh yes, that's beautiful. Well, the second 6 of the over, we know that Subramani can strike them. And that is the all-out lunge. The Billy Bowden-esque lunge for 6 from the umpire. He's loving his spotlight, isn't he, here today? That's what the ECN does. It shines a light. It's a banker. Not the all-out aerial banker, but one that has rolled across the turf and got up a rope. Now, what can Farhad Moman do? This final over is going to be key. I like the decision they've gone with, the Crickets, to bowl him at the death. But Zazai, well, both himself and Tarakil going at 31 for their 2 overs. That's not ideal. And just as Jordan Stevens was saying in the chat, the bowling side has brought this back nicely. The game turns again. It's a constant ebb and flow. It really can turn on a sixpence. Here comes the final over. 113 for 6 to score. And that's going to be a no ball to start with and a bye. So 115 for 6 to score. Maybe that one's even harsher than one of the byes we saw earlier. There's literally nothing the keeper can do about this one. Try stopping that one. Just resigns himself to the fact that's against his figures. Good question coming in here from Ankush Shah. Love to know where you're watching from, Ankush. Do tell me. Oh, that's monstrous. Absolutely monstrous. It's on the bank, on the full. Oh, that's as big as maybe we've seen, apart from the one that went over the roof of the stadium. Look at him throw all his weight and quality into that. Brilliant from Sarva Kumar Subramani. An absolutely massive Maximo of the highest quality. Oh, what a strike. The echo off the bat from around this grandstand. As crisp a ball strike as you would see. My man's so brilliant when he got it full outside the off stump. This time it was just bowled into the hitting arc and quite simply hit out of the park. Amazing how these innings ebb and flow. It really is. I thought that 120 would have been a stretch there. Up past the 120 with 5 balls to go now. Big swing and a miss. Solid bat speed from the big man. I like the way Subramani goes about his cricket. Those little leg breaks he bowls. And a good hitter too. But Ankush Shah asks, he says, Lenny, for how many days are you there? And are you enjoying the T10 action? Love from Nepal. Well, lovely to hear from you. Much love back at you, my friend. I'm loving every second of it. I'm not going to lie. Days are long. They're actually quite draining. So tired at the end of yesterday's action. I actually had a nap. I never nap either. So a little bit like all the cricket I covered in Nepal, I get back at the end of a day from a game at the TU International Cricket Ground there in Kathmandu. I'm always exhausted just because of all the emotions. This one is hit towards the offside and oh, I think they might have to check this. It's a really good tumbling effort. I think it's Akibullah Shirzad, the sub fielder. He thinks he's at his moment of magic. He certainly caught it, but was the ball then in contact with the ground? We'll have to have a look. Out is the initial thought. Let's have a look here. There it is. Oh, has he held on? Yeah, maybe he's just rolled onto his belly very cleverly. He's loved every second of that moment. Shirzad with a moment of magic. just that's the point there where I wondered, a little bit like that Mitchell Stark one that we saw on the Ashes, different in terms of Stark used it to balance his ground, but I think the benefit of the doubt is going to go to the fielder, and it's a big moment in the match. Could well have been 4, easily could have raced away, and having dropped 4 catches, much easier than that one. Akibullah Shirzad takes a specky in the deep. Credit to you, sir. A sensational grab to get the 7th wicket as the Lions, well, somehow again the momentum swings back, and a well-deserved 3rd wicket for Farhad Mohammad. You talk about bowling to a game plan. That's all you want as a captain from your bowlers. He's trying to get them to the offside, and that's exactly what he's doing. Brilliant bowling. He may have gone for one of the biggest in the tournament in this over, but look at the way he's dragged it back. Talented young bowler. A very stylish haircut too. Seen some swagger on offer, some suave looks throughout this Swiss series thus far. Joshy, the new man to the crease, he's just making sure those bails are on all right, which I think they are. And it means that we will have just one final delivery for the Lions to get something more from. And they should just get a single, as he does really well. Chetty on the edge of the circle, and good game awareness just to run the ball in and make sure that they can't even consider going for a second one. So it'll be a single to close out what was a really entertaining innings that was a topsy-turvy one, to say the least. But the Zurich Lions will have to be satisfied with their total of 122 for 7 from their 10 overs. Ankush Lal, again the star, but plenty of contributions to Nazib Safi and Subramani's extraordinary strike rates, as those unlucky bodies for poor old Nicholas Henderson. I'm not quite sure how you can count those against his total, but that's where they go. There's plenty of extras, wasn't there, as well? That's something that they've had problems with, 12 altogether, but some brilliant ball striking. It's a word I keep using. I need to find another one, I think, but it's hard to find anything else. Just look at the way in which not just the ball was struck, but the bails flew too. Khaled Niazi had a mixed day, but he battled back really nicely, having been hit for a few big ones, including this almighty blow down the ground that went straight as a die. It was one of many maximums that we saw. In fact, across the innings there was 10 in total. That's 60 runs. That's half of the Zurich Lions total. You can't criticise the intent from Nazib Safi in particular. He got a great ovation as he walked off, but then Akash Wadwa, he holed out to what was one of the catches that was finally held. And then that one too, excellent to see Mayer Daftari dismissed for a second ball duck. And then good catch held of Ankush Lal, held by Nurkan Ahmed. And then it was all about that man, the left arm around the wicket bowler, Farhad Mohammad, who picked up 3, got out the kiss too, but some big blows, 3 maximos from Subramani. Look at that one. It just kept going. I think there's one more. I don't know if we have it. Oh, this could be the biggest of the lot. In fact, this was his dismissal. We'll have to wait to see that another time. Excellently caught in the deep by Akibullah Shirzad, who was on as a subfielder. He got a great moment of magic, a moment he won't forget, taking a catch on the European Cricket Network. So let's have a look at the batting card. And Ankush Lal, the standout, with 48 off 26. But look at the strike rates for both Subramani and indeed Safi, both well over 200. 210 for Subramani, 288.88 for Safi. Made it around 122 for 7 that they will have to be content with. What about the bowlers? Well, the pick of them for me, without doubt, 3 wickets for Farhad Mohammad, but as he's continued to do throughout the tournament, Khaled Niazi has impressed me. Another wicket to his name, and probably the best performance with the ball for Firdaus Rahimi, who bowled 2 overs, 2 for 14. That's going to wrap it up from the first innings. Maybe, just maybe, might even be able to tempt the main man himself, Vinny Sandhu, to come back and join me for the second innings. But for me, Andrew Leonard, a little bit of a break here now in the commentary box. We'll be back with all the action. It'll start in 12 minutes time. We'll be back on air with you in 10, where the Zurich Crickets are going to need 123 to win and turn it all around after a heavy defeat in the last game. We'll see you then. Okay, so welcome back. One last dance, isn't it, for the day, not for the week, and indeed not for the series. We're only day 3 of the series. Being so grateful for all your kind comments and support in the chat, with plenty getting involved with what was a highly entertaining first innings. Lovely to hear from Ben Blanford down in Queensland, Australia. Good night to him. Biplab Hussain. Also Polash Khan and Alamin Min Shuva watching on from Bangladesh. Do remember to tell us where you're watching from. You do get those comments in. We'll always give you a shout out. As the Zurich Crickets, well, I find it difficult to describe that first innings. Hard to get the head around, but one thing is for certain, they'll need 123 to win from 60 deliveries, just over 2 runs a ball. And that's a pretty good way to start. A nice juicy full toss from Kanik Shah, who bowled so well in his previous outing. 4 for 15 he took. These little floaters that he's bowling, they're almost knuckle balls or leg cutters. There's a little bit of everything he's been serving up, but they've almost entirely been off pace deliveries and proving hugely effective. At that time he's off the mark. Perfect start for Sahil Tarakil, who scored with generally very good fluency, but this one hidden away. Is Shah going to continue his wicket taking form? Yes, he is. It's the keeper who takes the catch. Safraz Ahmed, shades of Sangakkara with the way he got his glove work out. I just hope the captain's okay. He doesn't look, maybe just feeling a little bit faint or lightheaded. Can we get him some liquids perhaps? But he continues his wicket taking form just inside that guideline and critically not off the artificial surface. And Shah, he does look like he's okay now. He continues, so a 4 from the first ball but a wicket from the next, as Khalid Niazi is going to be called into action very early. A short stay at the crease for Sahil Tarakil, and the Crickets in early trouble. 4 for 1. Yeah, credit to Safraz Ahmed for the way in which he took that catch. He was really measured underneath it, but also just the critical component, as we saw from the first innings, with any high ball, communication with your teammates, and it was quite a loud, audible shout of mine that he got across. Shah, well, I've seen a few players roam around the franchise circuit bowling these little medium pacers that are in essence everything with the pace off the ball. I wonder, is this the way forward for short form cricket bowlers? It's almost just that deception again, isn't it? It's like these leg spinners who are having a lot of success going around the world game. You think of Shiraz Ahmed from the Netherlands, Chris Greaves from Scotland, who are in theory leg spin bowlers. They basically bowl nothing but googlies, as this one is out of the reach of Subramani. And Kushlal will do the fielding instead. Niazi off the mark. But it's so funny, even if you're told, you can add Wanindu Hasaranga and Rashid Khan to that list. I know both of them, particularly Rashid Khan, will bowl a few more leg breaks, but Hasaranga, probably 80% of his deliveries are googlies. This goes into the sky. He's got a good piece of it. I think he likes this, and like it he should. Put down by one of the blue crew. I think he's going to claim he didn't get a hand on it, but I'm pretty sure that's the man Vinny Sandhu told me is not the greatest outfielder. And when I say outfielder, I mean over the rope fielder. It's a Maximo over the rope. Great way to start from Nurkan Ahmadi. He has been maybe one of the highest striking batters in the tournament. It seems like he deals in 4s and 6s alone. That will be given as a wide outside the off stump. You remember, you can check in with all of the statistics and highlights, clips, videos, scores, player profiles, squads, much more on the European Cricket website, european.cricket. There's that little change of place again. Very much confuses Ahmadi. You can't get anything on it. Just want to find out if he does have the highest strike rate of the tournament. Not quite, I don't think. hard to go past Sher Mohammed of St. Gallen, who's currently striking at 302, I suppose. But he's right up there. He's striking at 217, more than 2 runs per ball coming into today's contest. End of the first over. With the dot outside the off stump. 78 matches. That counter keeps going up. I've made Vinny Sandu, my great friend, a promise that if I come all the way to Switzerland for him, you should have seen how he twisted my arm to come here. He said, "Come on, Lenny, I know you're in Scotland." He said, "I've seen you're there." And he goes, "What's your next gig?" And I said, "Oh, well, I've got the India series." So happy. And he goes, "Well, that means you've got 15 days off. You've got to come out to Switzerland." And he got me at just the right moment, and I was delighted to accept. I really was. Seeing a few cyclists going by, and they're enjoying having a stop on their bike, and curious bystanders enjoying the action. Gonna be Snehal Joshi. The ball, that's come off the toe of the bat. In fact, it's really got nowhere near the middle, so didn't even have the power to get out to the man at deep mid wicket, who's one of the 2 fielders outside the circle, both on the leg side. That's the more common approach we see in the power play. For the first 3 overs, you can only have 2 fielders outside the circle, so they're at long on and deep mid wicket at the moment. Keep your eyes on that required run rate. It'll hover in and around 12 per over unless something remarkable happens from the crickets. You've got just the man to do something remarkable in Nurkan Ahmadi, but he's happy with the single this time. But yeah, I have promised Vinny Sandu that I will bring an end to that golden ball ticker. Big swing and a miss. Again, these off-pace deliveries, it's clearly a tactic from the Lions, isn't it? And right now, it is very much working the oracle. Now, this has gone more high than long and should be taken yet. He's had a good day, hasn't he, Savarnakumar Subramani? And it's a pretty simple catch in the end. Niazi, not for the first time today. For 2nd consecutive innings, he's just trying to go a little bit too hard, too early. Never quite sizing up the pace of the ball. Threw everything at it, but got nowhere near it. Benny Howell is the guy that these 2 medium pacers remind me of a touch. The Gloucester medium pacer who's started to pick up quite a few franchise gigs. I think the men doing the data on the T20 franchise circuit have recognised that he's actually incredibly difficult to get away. Not just played in the 100 and also for Gloucester in the T20 Blast, but has picked up gigs in the Lanka Premier League, the ILT20, also all the way to the Big Bash and Bangladesh Premier League too. You've got career numbers. He's played nearly 200 T20s at an economy rate of 7.31. They're pretty handy, so maybe some inspiration from the English medium pacer. It's all the varieties and the tricks that medium pacers can provide. Leg cutters, off cutters, out of the back of the hand, slower ball, something we saw a lot of last week in Edinburgh at the T20 World Cup qualifier. Again, that's a leg cutter. So the batter will subconsciously think, as the medium pacer's running in, got to get ready for this ball coming at a good pace. But then the change is with the middle finger just rolled over the seam to take that pace off and maybe get a little bit of cut off the pitch away from the right-hander. Do let us know where you're watching from again. Great work by the moderators as always in the chat to keep things super friendly. Nice to hear from Croom, watching from Nottingham. Back to Essex soon, he says. Oh God, that so nearly brings about a catching opportunity, but Akash Wagwa can't get anything on it. It could have been hit anywhere. I think Ahmadi will be a bit disappointed without being able to get that out of the middle of the bat. Big full toss, but definitely for me, I think it's dipping beneath the waist-high position of the batter. So it'll get us to the end of the 2nd over. Score 17 for 2. Okay, here's the state of play. One more explainer. Probably say this a few times in the coverage coming up, but 55 matches are being split into 10 games each for each of the 11 teams, And that goes across 11 game days, 5 games each and every day of the group stages. And right now, we're looking good at the top of the table. Well, we've got plenty in the mix, don't we? Alton, though, unbeaten. Paris EC have joined them, but they've lost 2. And nowhere near as good a net run rate. Also unbeaten, Vettigan in the Pactoon Zalmi. And St. Gallen, maybe the most impressive of the lot of the unbeaten teams. 4 of them still without a defeat. As in comes the little leg spinner, Savernakuma Subramani. Nice gentle leg breaks, and that one makes a banging noise. I think it might have hit the scoreboard, in fact. Well, pinpoint accuracy, 1 bounce, and as always, the camera team, they pick up everything, the cameramen and the camera women that we got working with us. There is a boundary, a first boundary for Shirzad. A little bit flatter through the air this time. They're going to take on the mid-off fielder. I think even with a direct home, he would have got home. Good running between the wickets. Very quick off the mark, wasn't he? Again, that technique, though, of jabbing the bat downwards, not sure it's the best. I think, for me, if I could, I'd stay on the artificial turf. At least you know you're going to get a consistent run as you try to guide your bat in. This game right in the balance. All the 2s on the board. After 2.2 as well. I think Richie Benno, he always looks down upon us. His favourite number, if you don't know what I'm talking about. He pronounced 2 in a rather unique fashion. 22 for 2, something along those lines. Just over the head of the square leg fielder, who's up in the circle, but gets a good kick off the turf, and it's going to run away for a boundary. 4 more to Ahmadi, who does get himself into double figures. That's almost the back spinner, isn't it? Got extra bounce, just picking up. And Subramani actually applauds the effort in the deep from the 2 fielders. Ahmadi holds so many keys to this chase. Nice to hear from Suman again, and Dangu, Salakin, Safiul, Aslam too. So many in the chat. Great numbers watching on to round out the day. Big as you like. Another banker, needed a couple of bounces to get up onto it, but that's a long way away. And the maximum is signalled. It's another Maximo. Just into the slot, isn't it? Into the hitting arc, and the slog sweep comes out. Things have been going well with the medium pacers taking the pace off, but as soon as Subramani's little leg spinners have come in, Ahmadi's gone after them and taken a liking to them. A little bit of extra bounce this time, as he'll close out his first over, the 3rd in total of the chase, the end of the power play. And the Crickets in this old Zurich derby, taking on the Lions, are 32 for 2. So there's the comparison thus far, and it really was an innings of 2 halves for the Lions. They were 77 for 1 after 5. You'd think well on track for 150 plus, 160 plus. But a late innings fight back, really led by Farhad Momand in particular, the left arm seamer. Dragged the game back. Plenty more dragging though to do, as it's going to be the captain Kanit Shah for his 2nd over. Yeah, great to have you with us for this final match of the day. Wrapping up the day 3 action. Both of these sides, I'm going to remind you, are desperately in need of a victory. They really are, because the Zurich Lions have played for and lost for. Really don't want to go 0-5. The Crickets have picked up 1 win from their 4 matches thus far, but their net run rate has them in a position where every win is going to be important. Minus 4.2 right now. Taking some heavy defeats, the Crickets, and oh, that's not going to help them. Shirzad just chips it up. Well, Kanit Shah, the one man from the Lions who can hold his head up high right now, because he continues to impress. 4 for 15 in the previous game. It's, I think, a knuckleball again. He's just taking the pace off everything. And the Zurich Crickets batters are not finding a way to adjust or react. Punch of the fists as he goes off, but Firdaus Rahimi will run out to the crease. With the spring in his step, he is ready to go, isn't he? He wants to get out there. And he's got that Richie Richardson-esque floppy hat on. The only difference really with the Richie Richardson one we were talking about yesterday with Vinny Sandu is the colour maroon for the West Indies, but it's in the fitting blue, iconic blue. It's an all blue lineup, isn't it? Much like the all green lineup we saw that Vinny Sandu had sported earlier and throughout. As this is hit down the ground, and he's going to start with a Maximo. What better way to introduce the main man?
Yeah, Maximo time didn't take me long. Yeah, I don't mind the hat. It was enough to get me back interested enough to turn the microphone on. Tell you what, it reminds me of the blue version with the old Arjuna Ranatunga. Didn't mind the odd batting in the floppy at times.
Lovely through the covers, Arjuna, wasn't
I've seen Rahimi run much, but I can tell he's quicker.
I think everyone was quicker than Ranatunga. The dream for me, if you look back at iconic mid-90s players, can you imagine Arjuna Ranatunga and Inzamam Hack running together?
Oh, yeah. Inzamam run out compilations. I still give them the look sometimes.
Brilliant.
My favourite one was in the World Cup in '99 where he had already run about 3 of his partners out. Then he got hit in the foot, and it was Wazim Akram ran, and Inzamam just sat down. So Wazim just ran past him.
You're spot on. This one loops just over the head of the man in the circle behind square. We'll be back for a couple. Yeah, the funny thing about that World Cup for me, Vinny, it was really the first one that I was able to engage with as a fan on my time zone. I remember watching lots of highlights of the '96 World Cup. I was too young, and it was completely the wrong time zone in Australia, New Zealand, '92. But with it being in England, and also, from what I remember, I think every game was live on BBC.
And the uniforms were amazing.
Oh, iconic.
So I'm going to open with a random question. Tell us your favourite World Cup uniform years.
Ooh.
99 I liked because they kind of gave every team, like, had little different motifs.
But they were all on the same theme. They're actually all made by the same supplier.
Same theme, but every team had, like, it wasn't just, okay, here's a stripe, we'll just change the colour of the stripe. Like Australia had the Southern Cross, Zimbabwe had that iconic logo, many, many more.
Helped into the leg side, going to be a boundary. 4 runs to Ahmadi, who really, to me, looks like the one. If the crickets are going to get there, he's got to get, 50, 60 plus?
Yeah, sporting the Afghan helmet. Got to say, that's a good look. The shot, probably not going to win any beauty contests, but it's effective enough, and it keeps them in touch. As we'll check the worm. They're in the conversation at the moment, but I do think it's important that they stop losing wickets and stop losing top order batters.
Yeah, Nurkan Ahmadi is the man of the chase. Good question, and do get those questions in. We've got 6 overs to go in today's coverage. Get them in now. What do you want to ask me, Andrew Leonard or Vinny Sandu? Yeah,
we've got Jared watching from Australia on YouTube. Where are you watching from in Australia, Jared? I'm always excited to see a few new names and a few new faces in the chat. Do you know, it's crazy the growth that we've been experiencing here in European cricket. It's only going up, and I'm not surprised. We don't really have a big marketing budget or anything like that, so it's just generally word of mouth.
Word of mouth.
A lot of people see highlights and they think it's going to be a circus, and I mean, it's not completely untrue, but the actual product that you can consume, and it's kind of omnipresent, so I mean, we're always here. As this is up, it's in the air, it could be a chance, and it should be a chance, and it's gone. So Rahimi, well, he was under the hat, but he immediately created a situation that put the fielder under the high ball. He goes for 7, and it's 45 for 4.
Well, it burned shortly, it burned brightly. It was very short and very sweet. 7 off just 3 balls. That one was held back a bit. You actually saw it beautifully on the replay there. Just a touch and definite deception. I think he could feel Subramani that as he was going to go at him. And certainly the end of him, he's holed out into the deep.
Yeah, so I guess it's not a Marty, so that's something. They need somebody to give him a bit of support, and it's Chetty that's coming out now at number 6. So quickly, Kroom, that's Kevin from UK, saying 1992 for him, no question. Now that looks like a little glider.
Look at that, Viddy. Is that remote control?
I've only seen those from bloopers where they come back and hit the person that puts them in the first place. Oh, these guys, swing productions, are amazing.
How has she seen that?
Yeah. What a spot. They're also very good. I'm going to give
Who's on the camera there?
Is that Martha? Yeah,
Martha. Martha, a A plus, A star, A plus, A star. I don't know how to describe that. Outstanding.
What an eye.
Yeah.
But one thing sometimes that we do, National Geographic, David Attenborough style, any sort of wildlife. I mean, dogs are an easy target around the ground, but they'll even sometimes spot. Yeah, I think they spotted a spider once on a tree. You know, it's very educational as well. I won't say everything we say is true.
Cutaway, going to be runs. I think it'll have the pace to get there before a few bounces and cannon it into the rope. But I don't know if you saw it overnight. It was actually one of the top 5 news stories on BBC News. This is how funny our sport is. The things that can transcend and develop into a big news story. Just loaded up the BBC News website last night, and a snake stopped play at the Lanka Premier League. I think it was day 2 or day 3.
Is that right?
So, you know, whichever team could win that tournament by 200 runs, that wouldn't even be close to the news.
Yeah.
But a snake stopping play, got a full minute clip, it got a description, got everything told. So maybe that 48-hour cricket marathon you're thinking of at the end of the year, that's going to start catapulting.
Yeah, we've only had that happen once. We had a snake stop play in Milan once.
There you are.
Yeah.
So it's not even the first time it's happened.
I mean, when these things happen that no one's heard from, we've normally had them happen. I didn't actually see the snake. I didn't actually know what was going on from where I was, so I was a little bit upset about that. Because being Australian, everyone assumes that I can like wrestle them and everything. I've never seen one in the wild. I've seen them like in zoos or like set up shopping mall displays where, you know, it's like an attraction.
This one is helped round the corner. Will be just a single. I thought of a second, but
I had bees stop play once in a game that I was playing in, and it was funny because there was a bit of chat in the game. I was batting at the time, and they were giving me heaps and everything. And suddenly, all the tough talk was over because we were on the ground. We heard the bees coming, and the bees came, and we stopped, dropped, rolled, and I had this big fear that one was going to get stuck in my helmet, and I was just praying. And that's funny how everyone, all the slips behind me, giving me a lot of chatter to suddenly not looking so tough.
This one is slog swept out to the leg side. Going to get 4. Turned into a good over. Ahmadi still holds the key in this run chase. Gets us to the halfway stage of it. 54 now. The score, they're maybe just on track. The 4 wickets will be a concern, but they'll need 69 more runs for the remaining 5 overs. We come up and say hello to you, maybe for the first time in a while. It's been a while up here in commentary, Cam. Great to see you. Great to be with you. Where are all those questions? Andrew Leonard here alongside the main man, Vinny Sandhu, back with me.
Great to be back. Great to have you as well, Lenny. It's a great collaboration we've got going here at the moment. It's been a big day. We've had some big names down here from the local television circuit, and also we've got some new names in the chat. So Jared, I said hello to you. This is me. This is Vinny. I'm from Perth, if you want to know, originally. Got Lenny, originally from Dublin. Is that close enough?
Yeah, let's go Dublin or Ireland.
Okay.
I'm only half Irish though, half Irish.
The good half.
The good half's Irish. My dad's Irish, and my mum, big shout out to her always. My mum's Sophia. She's Greek.
Yes,
so I think I'm the only half.
That.
I think I'm the only half Irish, half Greek leg spinner at least.
The food,
maybe
the food and Guinness combos, I think that you could do with those are amazing.
Very good.
So random questions. Ask us anything. Doesn't even have to be about cricket. Okay, we do not mind. I've got to say the 1992 strips were very good
I'm still
as well.
thinking about
when
that.
they had the 4 colours on the shoulders.
Yeah,
and that's something that all the teams had. I found it was a nice way of kind of bringing them together.
I do have a bit of information for you in that, and this is part of the 2015 World Cup, which in my eyes was in many ways one of the most successful ones. I think something about Australia and New Zealand hosting.
And it was a throwback.
Hosting World Cups. They just do them so well. So this one's hammered away, going to be a boundary 4. I can't actually remember the brand, so we're not going to give them a shout out. But I will give a shout out to the person.
Because you think we can't, just because you can't remember.
I just can't remember.
Okay, sure.
Exactly. But I don't know who it was that held the rights to it. But I do know the girl that was in charge of it, Chelsea Shep, who's an Australian, who worked for, I think in essence, the clothing company that held the rights for all of ICC's events.
Yeah.
And, you know, they've come off various events. I think the previous year they'd been at the T20 World Cup in Bangladesh. I actually lived with Chelsea for a little bit in Dubai. She's a really close friend of mine. And just being honest, I think the T20 World Cup in Bangladesh was a bit of a disappointment. They didn't sell as much replica kit as they would have hoped. And just as I was getting to know her, we were living together, she was telling me, look, the big one, we're hoping that'll go well this year. We're going to do retro shirts. I said, so what do you mean, Chelsea? Chelsea goes, well, look, the 1992 World Cup shirts kind of have an iconic nature to them in cricket. The reason why, it was the first ever Cricket World Cup with coloured clothing, the first ever with floodlights, the first with the white ball, all that sort of good stuff. So they hold a special place in many people's hearts. Also the re-entry of South Africa to international cricket coming in just in time. for that 1992 World Cup. So they did all 9 of the teams that were in that 1992 World Cup. And according to Chelsea Chef, they sold like hotcakes. They were sold out.
I bought one.
Oh, there you go. That's how popular they were.
They're brilliant.
They really were very popular.
It was the first World Cup I ever watched because I only started following cricket in around 88, 89. So it's hit pretty well into the gap, and it's going to go all the way for 4 at least, not for a 6, but this is all about the placement. Amadi is just keeping us in suspense here. Maybe we're going to get a finish on here in Game 5.
We've had everything else, and I think we deserve a final over finish.
Yeah, we could. I just want to say a quick hello to Asad Mahmood from Power CC, who's in the chat. He's suggesting that tomorrow I arrive in the military helicopter. I'm working on it, to be honest. It'd probably be quicker just to walk like we do, because we're literally about 500 metres away, right?
Really nice walk as well.
A quarter of
you
a
go
mile.
around the main football stadium.
All right, Daftari. A bit of a rough tournament so far.
He is, isn't he? He's struggling with the bats and just wants to get out of this over, I suspect. Will just be a single. But those retro shirts from 92, very special.
Brilliant.
I think to pick out a bunch of World Cup shirts would be difficult, but I certainly have individual favourite ones. The West Indies one from 1999, I remember I bought that one.
Oh, yeah.
With the big West Indies sun on it in the kind
that's
of
the one,
maroon and grey.
Different iconography. I like it.
This goes a long way up. I don't think it's going to go long enough. Is it going to fall safely? Yes, it is. The captain can't get there.
Placement. Sometimes mishitting it can help you, because otherwise that's straight down the throat of the long on. Takes us to the end of the 6th over. So 58 required off the last 4 overs of the day. Zurich Crickets on a day when they bring up their first win in the European Cricket Series. The Lions, can they bring up their first here in match 15? 65 for 4 after 6. So going back to what you were saying about the first ever coloured clothing
Something
World
special
Cup.
about it.
There's something special about it. That my first match that I've watched on TV. So I got into cricket in a bit of an unusual way. I don't have a family history in the game. My dad, he is of Indian origin, but he was born in Malaysia. Not a lot of cricket in the mainstream there, although I know there's a bit going on there now. So every week, I was in the 2nd grade, I was 7 years old, you'd get to take out a library book. So I'd always go straight to 796. That's sport. So I was just had an interest.
What was that on the Dewey Decimal System?
Dewey Decimal System. Yeah, I don't mind showing my age.
That takes me back.
796.
Wow. There's going to be viewers under 25 in this chat right now who are going, "What in the blazes of the Dewey Decimal System?"
I love Cora questions like, "Is there some place where we could go to books and just borrow them and not keep them?" And do you mean a library? Because they've been around for a while. But so. Then I got into it. I really got into it. Every week I get another cricket book, learnt the rules, learnt from scratch.
Do you remember the first book, cricket book?
It was like the basic book.
laws.
It explained the basic rules, and it also had a few drills you could practice, and some by yourself or some with a friend. There's a little bit of fake footwork there from Chetty, but he does get off strike, and I think Amadi needs to basically take Joshua to the cleaners, who's having a pretty good series with the ball, so that's not going to be easy. Yeah, so... and then I'd take out book after book and read a bit more about the history and really got into it, decided obviously I wanted to play. I was practicing and started getting into, I think in some places they call it quick cricket or kind of the plastic cricket. It was called Kanga cricket in those days, fittingly, I suppose. It's in the air, and they're going to have a crack at him. I think he was home anyway. They'll get one. But what it does, it gets Amadi away from the strike. I think he needs to face most of these balls if they're going to get close. Yeah, so I started playing, and then within a year or two, I played a year up, which I think was a good thing. My first year of hardball cricket, but I think I did make 11, which felt like a 50 back then, but then I did make 6 ducks in a row. I had a bat that I could barely lift. I got it for Christmas, the old Dynadrive double scoop.
Oh, beauty.
Brilliant. I mean, even when I did, I think I made 33, and I felt top of the world. After my 6 ducks, everyone was happy for me. I loved fielding back then. I remember just really liked that. It's a great way to get into the game. So I suppose I did pick it up young, but then some of the players had been kind of drilled since they were 2 from their family. No, I'm not going to mention names. Sean Marsh, Mitch Marsh. Then I got into it, and I suppose I wasn't the best player as a junior, but I think what I realised is I found my way, and then just kept kind of going up when others maybe...
Ooh, that's going to be a no ball. Very nearly would have bowled him as well. Didn't matter.
And that's going to help because, it is Amadi on strike here. If he can pump this out of the ground, then it just keeps them in touch because that run rate required's gone out past 15 and over. Yeah, so what I was going to say eventually, I started watching on TV.
Yep.
And so the first series I watched was the Probably can't say it anymore. It was the Tri-Series between
I know exactly what you're going to say. I've got a
Australia,
T-shirt with that still on it, I think.
Australia, West Indies, Pakistan, 88-89. So we're
Wow.
talking
High-quality cricket, I would say.
MCG, 60,000, 80,000 people.
Yeah.
Not many wearing shirts. In the sun.
Imran Khan,
Javed Miandad back then. And we even had a teacher. Now I realise, just a couple of years later, I'm in the 4th grade. So they're some of my favourite uniforms as well, because they remind me of the first time I ever watched cricket and watched international cricket. I eventually taught my dad to bowl, kind of. He's definitely past the 15 degrees, but he was very supportive. He started coming to my games and he'd throw balls at me in the backyard. My brothers, got them into it as well. But yeah, it's interesting that I basically found cricket on my own, despite being I probably would have found it anyway. I really liked it.
I found the way I found the way you can describe it. The World Series.
The World
That's
Series.
what they used to. It was comical.
The World
wasn't it?
Series Cup, actually, to be probably for legal reasons.
Even though it was only a tri-series.
The World Series Cup, yeah.
This one is cut away. Nicely placed too. He should get a boundary. So Chetty getting into the act with Matty just to keep the crickets in the hunt. It's still a tall task, but less than 50 to win now.
Yeah, well, I have to say, for most of this innings, the cricket's been a long day. They're probably hearing crickets from the sidelines. They're not making a lot of noise, but maybe they can have this final push towards the finish line. We know anything's possible. Yeah, so think of the players. Viv Richards, Curtly Ambrose. Jeff Dujon was still one of my favourite wicketkeepers I've ever seen. He had a bit of a swagger about him. Last ball, the 7th here.
What about Desmond Haynes?
Oh, yeah. Gordon Greenwich, he was there as well. End of the over. They turned down the single. I think this is more about getting a Marty on strike for the next over. 74 for 4 after 7. Let's look ahead to what we've got in store for you tomorrow, and hopefully we have weather all day like we've had in the afternoon today. So tomorrow we'll get to see the Zurich Nomads. I know you haven't seen them yet. They were here on day 1. Now, they are the defending champions, but they lost their first 2 matches. In fact, they gave up 152. They blew a 152 first innings to lose to Alton. That's one of our biggest chasers of all time. We've got Vettingen tomorrow. We've got Winterthur, who again, you probably haven't seen yet live. Paktoon Zalmi, they got washed out last time, so it'll be good to see them back. Join us 6:45 AM GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India for day 4 in this European Cricket Series.
Vinny, are we allowed to have favourite teams up here? We are?
Just close.
I'm back in Winterthur to turn it all around.
Like
it was the stop on the train. Just a place that
Winterthur,
I think it's close to my heart.
Winterthur's got you, okay? The thing is, this is what we play by some rules and some we let go a little bit. I don't have a problem with commentators being biased. Just disclose. You're human.
Well, I'm back in for Winterthur. They lost their first 2. They're going to find a way back into it.
I'm numb, so I can't really support anyone. But I love all the teams. And that's actually true. My job's easy because I do love all the teams I'm into. They're so passionate. They invite me in. I just want them to play the best cricket. Let whoever wins, wins. Now, Amadi turns down the single here. To me, it's probably the right call at this stage. I don't think the 1 run's going to make a big difference. I think he's got to face most of them. So Safi's come on now.
Good
his
spot.
First over.
49 to win off 17 now. Gets one right out of the middle. So the big decision, the big call to turn down the single. It's the right one. I didn't even notice it, Vinny. Yeah. It's the 5th game of the day. It's the 10th innings.
I know.
Thank God you're here.
You probably think it's crazy. He's batting with the number 6 and he says, no, thank you. But I think who's on strike in these chases when you need kind of 2.5, 3 a ball? It is so important. It's more important than a single run. So that's very smart batting from Amadi.
And he's striking at exactly 200, Vinny, which is actually a fraction less than he came into today's contest with throughout the series. So it is the man with that Afghan origin, the ACB helmet on. Well, can he bat like Mohammad Nabi? Or maybe Najibullah Zadran, one of the Afghanistan national team stars. 43 off 16. I think we deserve a final ball, maybe a final over finish at a minimum, Vinny. This time it's going to have to be reloaded. That'll be signalled as a wide.
Yeah, don't mind the surprise tactic. It's probably the last thing the batter was expecting. It just wasn't very well directed. I had a random question here from James as well, saying, given the magic bat of destiny, what match in all of cricket history would you have wanted to play in? I'll give you one, and we're talking World Cups. 99 World Cup semi-final, Australia versus South Africa. This is in the air, and it's over the top. Maximo! Is something brewing here for the Crickets late in the day as they're creeping. The Cricket's creeping up the wall towards 100 and towards the target.
Well, they're getting right into this game, and really the problem has been here. Safi has found no consistency in line or length. What a decision to turn down the single. Since then, from 2 legal deliveries, we've had 13 runs. So he's taking it all onto his broad shoulders. He's got that power-packed approach. If he's still there in the 10th over, I think the Crickets will get there.
It's a gamble because the thing is, what happens if you refuse a single the next ball and you hit to an outfield, you refuse again, and you can you can back yourself into a corner that way.
It's a big statement of intent. It's a big statement of confidence that he's confident in his ability. Tries to repeat the dose. This goes straight up. Is this the match catching moment? Oh, it could well be. Ahmadi is gone. 6-6 and now out. And again, it's the keeper. This could have been a collision. It could have been carnage, but Safraz Ahmed holds his nerve and the 5th wicket falls. It's the big one. Noorkan Ahmadi.
Yeah, just gets it wrong, doesn't he? I don't think he quite knows where he's trying to hit this. He's trying to go square, I suppose, but just gets a bit big on him. It's always tough to drag that push-out shot from outside the off stump as well, because if you're late on it, that's where it goes. Straight up, straight down. Easy catch, really, behind the stumps for Safraz Ahmed, who we know is a good keeper. 87 for 5. They'll need another hero. Maybe it can be Noraz Chabakil, who's coming in here at number 7.
Yeah, I think he's done a really good job, actually, isn't he, Safraz Ahmed, throughout this competition.
So
done the basics right.
Do you know the match I'm talking about? It's when the ball was rolled down the pitch. Alan Donald drops his bat. That's probably the most excited I've been for one ball, like through watch the last ball. Yeah. I thought I hit the ceiling, but it's impossible.
This has gone into the air now. Long on, nestles underneath it. Does he need to go back a little bit? He does, but he actually judges it really well. It's the captain of the Zurich Lions, Kanik Shah, who's been the standout bowler probably of the day, Vinny. And now he takes a critical catch to get yet another bowler on a hat-trick.
I'm calling it. It's time. This is a hat-trick coming up. All right, so first let's see the shot. To be honest, it's on. It's there to hit. It just is 2 metres short of where he needs to be. So wrong club selection and
very
well judged.
Very well judged. That was
Shah.
under pressure too.
I'm telling you something, Lenny. All catches look easy on TV, but you're under that in a pressure situation. You're probably at the back of your mind got time to think of what's going to happen if it comes off my fingers. I thought it could easily go for 6 if he knocked it up and over. But in the end, we've got a hat-trick opportunity. I told you, this is it. This is it.
This could be the moment. There's no doubt about that.
I'm not prepared to risk my 100% of the time I'm right on it. But I got to say, I got a bit of a hat-trick instinct here. Hat-trick ball.
Comes.
How's that?
The arms come out. It just hasn't gone up the finger.
I'm appealing. That could have bounced on the stumps. He's let me down there, Nazim Safi, but still he's in good shape. Should have got a cross there. Would have got a wide. Would have got a big wide there. So, yeah, batter's coming out, backing away. It's just not the odds. End of the over. Score 87 for 6. So what does that leave now? They'll need 36. So we're at the point of no return now. They need 3 a ball. All right, here we go over number 9. And it's going to start with a single, and they need more than that. Oh, fumble. Didn't really run the first one hard. Maybe there would have been 2 there, but really it all comes down to can you hit boundaries. This is where you really need the magical over to keep the game alive.
Yeah, this is the key over. It has to be the moving over, and the captain, Nicholas Henderson, has to find something. Tries his best, but not out of the middle. It's not easy, is it, coming in and hitting from ball 1?
That's the skill, I think, in 10 over cricket compared to 20 over cricket. So much of the time, you get asked to come out and hit boundaries straight away. So I gave mine. I'll give you a slightly secondary answer as well, because I've been doing a lot of reading on the late 19th century.
This goes down into the air. I think it's going to fall safely into no man's land. They're going to think of a second. Probably should have taken it on.
Probably now's the time, because any run helps. Both batters kind of of equal status. I know Shetty's been there longer, but he hasn't really been able to set the world on fire. There's Daftari, who's trying to get the Lions to their first win in ECS cricket.
Just no timing, no rhythm is there for the 2 batters. Neither Chetty nor Henderson can get anything going. And now the task that looked a big one, it's moving towards a very difficult one.
Before we go back to that, I know you love the clock. It's amazing how a big clock on the screen can actually make the players move. And they're going to do it by a couple of minutes, no problem.
Down the ground, long on in place, over his head. It's a Maximo.
Okay.
Do they kick with a little bit of life, a bit of air, a bit of hope? Can they pull this one out of the fire from the depths of hell?
All right. Well, it's an extreme metaphor you're using there, but I don't mind it. It will be hot if this goes for 6. I'll tell you that much. 26 required off 7.
There was a great piece of athletics commentary I'm going to tell you about after this ball. 26 off 7. Oh, don't think it's going to be a maximum, and it won't go to the boundary.
See, that ball on some fields, that's a very hard stop, but on this field,
easy enough.
actually, you can do it with your eyes closed. 98 for 6 after 9. All right, talk to me.
Yeah, there was just this iconic. It was from what was a very basic broadcast one camera in, I think it was a 4x400 meter race in the Irish intervarsities, and it was a clip that, you know, usually I'd say the live stream would have attracted 1,000 viewers in total, and it ended up having, I think, something like 5 or 6 million views.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to find it for you, video. I won't be able to find it immediately, but I will find it for you. And this runner who ran the 4th leg, in essence, came from almost the entire track back, and it was so extreme that she wasn't even in the camera shot when they're rounding the home bend, and somehow the commentator just loses his mind. He goes, from the depths of hell, she comes from nowhere.
That's
back to get up. So sorry, I don't know where that came from, but
hey,
it's the end of the day.
It's random.
It's a long day.
Nick Sallin, of course, playing for the Lions in this series, unavailable today, but remember, Sallin had a pretty good day. They should hold on here, 25 to win at the last over.
Nicely played and well judged, just right in the deep by Snail Joshi.
Walking the tightrope but then avoiding the tightrope. Yeah, so finishing, what I was going to say was that the other match I maybe would like to play would be like one of these matches in the 1880s, because I'm like, I'd like to see what it's actually like.
What, the smokers v non-smokers game?
Or something like that, yeah. Something
Classic
like that.
first-class match, that one. This one is going to be a Maximo. They're still kicking.
Ooh.
They're still screaming. They're still staying alive. 18 off 4. There's bigger tasks to have been done than this. Can the Crickets get there?
Yeah, that's kind of into the hip and swung away fairly easily. Anderson showing that he's a good bat. He is the captain, don't forget. Also does the job behind the stumps for the Crickets. Could they have a miracle finish here?
Well, they're plotting something, aren't they?
I think what they're saying is do it again. But also, I think at this time, you're thinking, okay, I just hit a 6. So let's try and get me back on strike. Maybe now's the time we try and get a 2 if it's a ball that doesn't go for 4, and let's just test an outfielder. That might be what that's about.
Well, could you imagine the Lions can't close this out?
See
They played 4, lost 4,
Yeah.
and now they might be the ones who are feeling nervous. 3 men in the deep on the leg side.
I'll come back to that in a second. Here's the next ball, 18 off 4.
Oh, it's going to be 6 more. It's not a good delivery. It's
dear.
gone over the rope. It's another Maximo. All of a sudden, it becomes 12 off 3. How, Vinny, has this game changed again?
Well, I mean, it's Gundy ball. It's an attempted slower ball, rolling leg cutter, and it basically it's almost on its way down again by the time it reaches him. But what I was going to say is you can see how this format of the game hones your decision-making under pressure, because you're just having to do it so often. Remember Amadi refusing the single earlier. That kind of paid off a bit. Even now, what's our running strategy? And it's all situational. You only learn by experiencing, really. All right, so they could win this game now, the Crickets, with 2 swings of the bat.
I really don't know how, Vinny, but you're spot on the money. They could win it with a ball to spare as well. If Henderson can go bang, bang. 2 more Maximos, 12 to win off 3. Oh, it was into the block hole.
Run 2.
Got to think about a second.
Oh, yeah, you got to do it.
Going to be gone.
Yeah.
By a mile, but at least Henderson gets back on strike.
Here's the thing. I'm not so sure they even crossed there. I'm actually serious, because there was hesitation from Chetty. Look at this. Comes in and...
Ooh.
So, yeah. So the rule here is whoever...
I don't think they have crossed.
So whoever...
I honestly don't think they have crossed, Vinny.
Whoever's closer to the... has their body closer to that end that's broken is out. So to be honest, what it was, Chetty just took too long to get moving. And now I think they've spotted it, and it actually is run out on strikers end. And that is huge, because he's not going to get back on strike. In fact, he's out.
He's gone, and it means the new man is on strike. The only way you can be on strike.
Well, this is the thing. Actually, he's not, because he's run out on strikers end.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, Lenny. It's hard to keep up, right? But I know what you're saying. So, but the thing there,
I'm with you, Vin.
just took
I'm
too
losing
long.
my mind. It's the 10th error, 11th error.
100%. So
You're spot on. It'll be Chetty.
Just wrapping up a few loose ends. Do you have a game you'd like to have played in from the history?
Oh, Ireland, Scotland, 1997 ICC Trophy. We lost the third place playoff. Should have qualified.
Oh, nice one. I thought you might have gone Ireland beating England. The old
Well, actually, I wouldn't have wanted to play in that one because if I played, we might have lost. I want to play the game we lost.
You got magic powers.
I want to go back and turn the result around.
I love it that we're ruining the game that we're trying to go back in. Anyway, look.
11 to win up to 6 and 4 for the Super. Over the golden ball. Apologies.
Uh-oh.
Top ball.
Over. I'll tell you what. If Chetty could have the last 2 minutes of his life back, he's hoping for a wide here. I don't think it is one. It isn't one.
Good decision.
He gets locked up. Having said that, it was 12 to win last ball. We still almost had a finish on Monday night. So here we go. Just need to bowl a straight one. Lyle, after a shaky start, he's come good. And the Lions within one ball of their first ever victory on ECN.
And that's going to be that, as long as no ball is signalled, which it isn't. And here come the Lions celebrations. 2 runs will go in the book, but they will not matter a jot because it's going to be an 8-run victory for the Lions. They've played 4 and lost 4 up to this point, but great celebrations, great joy. They have turned it around, Vin, in a game that had a bit of everything.
It had a bit of everything, and you know what it had? The first points for the Zurich Lions. I said they're a team that are too good to be 0-4, who are definitely too good to be 0-5, so congratulations to the Lions. Look, commiserations to the Crickets. Just a few little periods of the game let them down, I think, there in the last game of the day. But, you know, credit to the Crickets. They also get their first win on ECN, so I know that they're disappointed. Look, that's the way it goes. There's ups, there's downs. You got to try and keep a level head through it all. Not easy, is it, Lenny? But, you know, you certainly, I said, I wondered if you'd make it through 2 days. You have, and guess what? You'll be back tomorrow.
I will.
On the way.
Will I be in one sane state of mind? Who knows? But there's the action tomorrow. 5 games incoming. My favourites, the Winterthorpe side, are going to be in action in Game 2. Vettigan have been really impressive. The Nomads too. And the Paktoon Zami. Lots of good cricketing action tomorrow.
And if you're a Winterthur player, maybe bring an extra shirt for Lenny because he's a card-carrying Winterthur fan. He's already said it.
I've got involved.
He liked what he saw the other day, so join us 6:45 AM GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe and 12:15 in India. Once again, congratulations, both those teams. I know the Crickets finished disappointed there in what turned out to be a fairly close one, but both teams that you see there, they get their first wins on ECN. So a very special, a red-letter day for those.
I so nearly got there. It was the 99.5th ball that got me.
Yeah.
9.5 of the second innings. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Don't worry.
I lost my mind completely. Here is the best of the chase. It was all really about one man, Nurkan Ahmadi. He hit 4 4s and 4 6s, but the problem was the wickets tumbled at the other end. Tarakil, he was gone for 4. Khalid Niazi, he was gone for 2. And Akibullah Shirzad gone for 6. And the wickets, they just kept coming. Subramani picked one up too after he was dismissed for a few boundaries, or dispatched for a few boundaries even. And that one was a big one. It was a banker. Went all the way up there. Some catches were held, and certainly you have to say it was a contest that ebbed and flowed. It had a little bit of everything. It really did. But from the depths of 45 for 4, thanks to that man there who hit those 4 maximos, Nurkan Ahmadi, they kept themselves alive, and it went all the way down.
They sure did. I was just doing my numbers. Do you know if you make 2 mistakes a day, you've still been right about 99.7% of the time? So I don't want you to beat yourself up.
No,
This was a big moment, though, wasn't it? Because, yeah, it just didn't quite get it right. Ahmadi, who looked like he might get them to an unlikely victory. To be fair, though, they still battled hard. They took it to the last over. I think maybe one of the big differences for me in this game was the catching. I think that the Nomads, they just, not the Nomads, the Lions, they held on to more of their chances. See, there's one of mine for the day. But, you know, when it came down to it, this was a big moment. I think you got to be strategic. I think that it just took Chetty a little bit of time to realise what he had to do, and then looked like he was out. On the review, saw that actually Henderson was out, and he was the hot hitter, as I say.
He was.
Not necessarily who's batting longer, but who is hitting him better
Much
at
better.
that moment. Anyway, let's have a look at the scorecard. They fall just short in the end. They make 114 for 7. One thing as well, only the 3 extras in that innings. I know extras have plagued some teams, partly because of the pitch and I suppose the target not being quite as big. But I think a mixture of the fielding and the disciplined bowling gets the Lions home. 48 off 23 for Ahmadi, kept them in it for a while, and Chetty tried hard towards the end, 29 off 18. But yeah, you also saw there Henderson hitting them towards victory, but he got run out at a key moment as we look at the bowling figures for the Zurich Lions.
Yeah, the standout for me again, even though he was a little bit expensive, Kenny Shah just continues to take wickets, 4 for 15 in the previous game, and he is going to be maybe the happiest captain in this competition because finally his side have got over the line after 4 consecutive defeats. It's a magic final 5th game for them. They are now 1 and 4, and plenty of time for them to get back into the competition, to get into the top 4, as that's going to wrap up the coverage from this match, the 5th and final game. As well, maybe we'll just come up and say a nice farewell. Time to get the jacket on, just Finn. There it is.
You put your jacket
guys.
on, I'll put my microphone. I love it. I've made 3 mistakes since I said if you make 2 mistakes today.
I put it in your head.
Not
I put it in your head,
on.
Vinny. That's what I
But look, I want to say big thank you to everyone and everywhere around the world that has been tuning in. We had some great visitors today as well. I know we're going to be on Swiss TV tonight. The fact that this is on
I've got to see that. I want to see that.
We will see it.
Okay,
we will find it. Maybe we can
fantastic.
show some highlights tomorrow as well. It'll have some highlights of the day as well. Got to say big well done to the teams that did win their first matches today on the European Cricket Network. So you can see them down there. They're enjoying it. We're enjoying it as well. Before we go, I just want to give a quick shout out to everybody out there. If you are watching on YouTube, if you're enjoying it, not only like the video, not only subscribe, but tell your friends, tell your family about the magic of European
We're here every
cricket.
day.
I think already you've seen it is quite a magical and unique experience, right?
It's one of a kind here on the European Cricket Network. I've loved every second so far. I'm going to sleep well again tonight. Every night I'm here, I think.
You and me both. In fact, I woke up so excited at 4:30. That I haven't.
Oh, Vinny, I'm not going to be getting to that level.
I
Not
think
yet.
I might crash as well. But just also go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. It's the home of European cricket. You can also have a look at tournaments to come as well. And also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket for some of the best bits. And that's always worth checking out because every day there's more highlights, clips uploaded. Okay, so we know what you're going to do. Nothing. Winterthur, are you nervous? Your boys, they're out there tomorrow.
Big day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Turn it round, boys. Come
Will
on,
be big.
Winterthur. We're going to be supporting you.
Big crew, big thanks to our crew from Spring Productions as well. They put together some of the best bits of the day. So from here in St. Gallen, Switzerland, on behalf of the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy, hope you have a safe evening. And we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.